And we are good. We are gold. We are live. Hello once again, YouTube. Welcome back to Casual Pleb Productions, where we are once again doing E3 Rewind, this time 2001, which is the return of the keynotes, now known as conferences. Think, well, we'll see if these are still marketed mainly towards investors. I think E3 has already started opening up more to the public, so there might be a little more spectacle. But yes, Dreamcast is dead. The dream has died. Sadly. But in its place comes the Xbox. Whether that's a good or a bad thing, I'll leave up to personal opinion. Yes. Anyway, let's not dilly-dally. I've got the Nintendo conference video open. Have you got it ready, Evan?
Loaded it up. Okay.
We'll start the video then in 3, 2, 1...
Cool.
Good morning. I think we're ready to get underway. I'm Peter Main, Executive Vice President, Nintendo of America. And with me this morning on my right is Mr. Satoru Iwata, a member of the Nintendo Board of Directors and the head of all Nintendo planning worldwide. Mr. Iwata will be making some comments in a few moments. We intend to spend the next hour showing you the very best of the next generation of video game consoles. And then we're going to take your questions for about 30 minutes. Take a very brief recess for those of you who have other deadlines and events to attend. And we'll carry on with further Q&A for media and analysts for perhaps up to another 30 minutes. This unquestionably is an extremely exciting day in the history of video games. And Nintendo says that with the perspective of over 20 years of exciting days in interactive entertainment. Let me start out this morning by saying that Nintendo is absolutely convinced that both Game Boy Advance and Nintendo GameCube are going to be huge, and I underscore huge, marketplace successes, no matter what any other manufacturer is planning to do. This is due both to the superior nature of Game Boy Advance and the Nintendo GameCube and the games that play on them, but it also is supported with the strategies that underlie them. Inside Nintendo, we often refer to the Nintendo difference, the line you see above me, and at this show we're going to go public with what that means. It's essentially four components. First and foremost, a tight, non-stop focus within our company on innovation. Secondly, an absolute fetish for quality. Thirdly, the creation and ownership of world-famous franchises.
I can see that, though.
I mean, the definitions of words do change over time, Evan.
Incomparable heritage of smash hit proprietary game development.
Clearly, fetish is one of those
The
words.
worldwide
Yeah.
video game business is basically
I mean, just look at the word gay.
the first of those, of course,
Gay
is
used
that
to mean
true
happy. Now it
mass
means you like
market
men.
Console gaming, including first-time players, pre-teens, early teens, and a growing number of parents, and all those older players, all the way up to those really old people in their 30s and 40s. This, by far, is the backbone of the business. Over 80% of the tonnage, and an area that Nintendo has traditionally had a stronghold on. The second one, of course, is the targeted console market aiming at the avid players in their late 20s, or late teens and early 20s. And we may have been a little less aggressive with this group in the past, but as you're going to see here today, and on the show floor starting tomorrow, Nintendo clearly has this game in their game sites now. And then finally, of course, there's the handheld sector, a full 25% of the worldwide video game business, and the only segment, I might add, that has shown growth over these past 2 years. And as you know, Nintendo just doesn't have leadership in this area. we have absolute ownership. If there's any doubt about the future of this category, it's been answered with Game Boy Advance. In Japan, as you know, we launched on March 21, and in just the 5 weeks till April 30th, we have sold through an incredible 1.6 million pieces of hardware and 3.1 million pieces of software. It's an absolute smash hit. And get ready, America, because here it comes on June 11th, just 26 days from today. We already have pre-sale orders in excess of 200,000 units. We're set to deliver 500,000 pieces on day one and another 500,000 in the 2 weeks following that. And while that probably
that's pretty good back then.
Full initial demand, Nintendo is planning on shipping 24 million pieces of Game Boy Advance to retail in the first 12 months following its
Granted, I
launch.
think this is when
course,
the
our
gaming
launch software
started
in
the slow
America
shift into the
includes
mainstream,
smash hit
but,
Super Mario
you know,
Advance
the
and
mainstream
F-Zero
gamers
Maximum
at this
Velocity,
point, I don't think
along
were
with
playing
another
Game Boy.
15 to 16 licensee games. And all of that
I mean, everybody had a Game Boy back then, from what I remember.
$20 million.
Well, what I mean when I say mainstream gamer is the people who mainly played Call of Duty.
Oh, yeah, no, that's not until like 2006.
Yeah.
All under
I mean,
the
Call of
2005.
Duty is out already, a few of them.
Yeah.
But I know the real reason you're all here today is the worldwide debut of Nintendo GameCube. We think to fully explain the import of Nintendo GameCube, we'd like to spend a couple of moments first expanding upon the strategy which underlies this phenomenal new product. So I'd now like to call upon Mr. Iwata.
And welcome everyone.
I was gonna speak English.
All of us at Nintendo
Yeah,
have
Iwata's
been
always
working on the GameCube
been pretty good at
project
the whole
over
English
the past
thing,
several
actually,
years.
Nice.
from what I can
I'm
tell.
excited to be able to share
Like, good on the
magic
guy.
with you today.
Yeah, I mean, the way they teach English in Japan is not very good for speaking,
Nintendo has
so
strong
impressive.
views on how we should run our company. We consider ourselves, above all, a game-based entertainment company. We believe other people who make video game systems see themselves first as technology companies. This is an important distinction. I, myself, before coming to Nintendo, worked as a game designer and then as an executive at a Japanese game development company called HAO. I learned a long time ago that in our business, it is almost impossible to create a game that catches up with technology even if 20 people are working together without a day off. This is because the technology you start with and the method you use certainly will be outdated by the time the game is finished.
Right.
Among the first projects I designed was a game for original Nintendo Entertainment System. The memory for that game cartridge was 64 kilobits.
Wow.
By the time Super Mario 64 arrived for Nintendo 64 5 years ago, cartridge memory had multiplied by 1,000 times. Today,
Yeah, the
some
release were
game
gigantic
graphics
back
already
then.
are as realistic as television. There is not much more designers can do to impress players only with pictures.
I remember in high school, I started it using
Here
floppy disks
is
and
another
ended
problem.
using
In
a
our
USB
industry,
drive.
games look too much the same. There are a couple of reasons for this. Independent developers need to spend millions of dollars to create the best 3D graphics. Then, if they succeeded in making a hit game, they try to repeat that success. How? They make a sequel. Like
Yep.
the first game, and
It's so true, though.
Yeah.
And to pay back their big investments, understandably, they market all these sequels on every major platform.
That explains so much.
And while this is happening, many competitors are copying the design of that one-hit game. So we have identified 3 clear trends. Too much focus on graphics over real entertainment. Too many sequels from a few hit games. And almost every hit game playing on every console. As a result, what lessons are we teaching our customers, our players? We think these often do not trust what you see. Because a game which looks good on a TV ad or in a store may not entertain you for very long. The hardest thing is to entertain. Next, there doesn't seem to be anything new. Everything looks too familiar. Boredom sets in. And finally, it may not really matter which machines you choose. They all play the same games. And if that happens, console makers find themselves in a commodity business. Like TVs or VCRs, there is no reason for players to choose one over another except for price. With all this, it is little wonder that player can become frustrated. And this is dangerous to our industry because people do not need video games to exist. If they become too bored, they will just go away. At Nintendo, we feel an obligation to fight these trends. And how do we do that? With what we call the Nintendo difference. In our minds, the Nintendo difference has 4 legs, or foundations. The first is innovation. Our goal is always to do something different, something no one has thought of before. In truth, some of our inventions work better than others, but we never stop trying to innovate. Mr. Yamauchi always tells me we should achieve something that brings fresh, surprise, and joy. I like that. Next, we demand the highest quality from our games. Normally, Nintendo does not publish the most games, but regularly, we are responsible for the most popular games. Today, Nintendo's first and second party development staff are by far the strongest and most accomplished of any manufacturer in the world. This includes talent at firms like Rare in England, Retro and Left Field in the United States, Silicon Knights in Canada, and HAL, Creatures, Game Freak, and Intelligent Systems in Japan. Just as importantly, we create and expand the world's most popular video game characters and franchises. Mario and Zelda and Donkey Kong. And yes, Pokemon are entertainment names known around the world. Here, the Nintendo difference is obvious. If you want these stars, you simply cannot have them unless you own the Nintendo machine. The final leg is
That's interesting. It's like having movie
This year,
stars.
we are introducing our fourth Nintendo home console. And every one of them has succeeded around the world. And of course, Game Boy has outsold any other game machines ever. I believe we know more about what makes great games than anyone else. And this is why Nintendo succeeds. This is the Nintendo difference. In our view, we are only an entertainment company. But we are working to become the best entertainment company anywhere.
And to introduce you to what is unquestionably the best pure video game console ever developed, I have the honor of introducing the world's best pure video game creator. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Nintendo's own Shigeru Miyamoto.
Hell yeah, baby!
Here's the GameCube. Oh yeah. Oh, he even has the wireless controller.
Let me introduce you to our new baby. Like all babies, it's small. It will make
It's
a
so
lot of
campy.
noise. Please allow me to welcome Mr. Bill Torrien from Nintendo of America. 我々このゲームキューブで Within Nintendo どんなキャラクター We've had a lot of discussion about which of our most popular characters should be ready to appear in games when Nintendo GameCube comes to market. We think we've got a great answer. Take a look.
Oh!
This is such a huge reveal. This game made the GameCube. Best-selling game on the GameCube, by far.
Yo, fucking hearing people get hyped over Ness.
Yeah, dude. This was the biggest game in the GameCube. Like, I was still playing this in 2008. Fantastic game. Probably one of the most intense competitive games ever as well. I do think this game is the best way to bring the GameCube out with the philosophy they were talking about earlier. DK was so bad in that game.
Captain Falcon's fucking dead. Oh, he said the thing!
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think Pikachu's been bad in Smash Bros. Sheik is ridiculously good in Melee.
They really dug for that one. 15 years later, Iceland was back.
Nearly all of Nintendo's popular characters have been vividly brought to life on the Nintendo GameCube. You've seen Super Smash Bros. Here. Tomorrow you can actually play it on the show floor. We're going to continue to make games like this for Nintendo GameCube, the kind that you can play with your friends and your family.
Yep.
Now we're going to take a quick glance at our next game.
The 4-player was a big
Mario
deal.
series.
That's what set Nintendo apart for the longest time.
Yeah, because you could do multiplayer on the PlayStation, but you needed like an accessory to do it.
And no one had it, and it was a real
Yeah.
pain in the ass to use.
And like only like a handful of games supported it, from what I understand.
That too. Yeah, so this is the other game I had on the GameCube at first.
Oh, this early version of the theme.
It's bad.
I don't know. I kind of like it actually. Like I know what I can definitely see why they went with the final version over this, but you know this isn't bad.
This game makes it pretty fun though. I could probably beat it in like 5 hours now, I bet.
I mean, it didn't get 2 sequels for nothing.
Yeah. Honestly though, Mario-wise, I just want to play the Paper Mario games. Mario RPG.
Also, this is, from what I understand, like the game that really cemented Luigi's personality.
Yes. It did.
Like they had like hints of his personality before this, but but up until now he was kind of just Mario but green.
I still think it's funny, to be honest.
What?
Who came up? I guess they got this idea from Ghostbusters, but it's still a funny idea.
What? Vacuuming the ghosts?
Yeah. If you really think about it, it's a really funny idea.
On the way to starting role. There's a reason for this. Luigi won this mansion in a contest. When we went to see this mansion, he found that it was haunted. And Mario, who should have gotten there first, was nowhere to be found. And what's worse,
Alright, you actually saved Mario.
there's a suspicious-looking doctor telling Luigi he needs to get rid of all the ghosts to save Mario. Now, using this game as an example, I'm going to introduce the GameCube controller.
Yeah, definitely.
This is the standard controller, and this one is wireless. This is the Wavebird. You should be able to use this from up to 30 feet away, but I'll say 15 feet for now just to be safe.
Yeah, that's actually more accurate, I would say. I never had a Wavebird though.
We'll play with the waveboard a little bit later.
I didn't even
Now we'll
know
use
the
standard controller.
GameCube had wireless.
So let me
No, I think it's the
explain
first one that had a wireless
Yeah,
controller.
they did.
this here.
Software.
Please refer to the two screens to follow along with my explanation. We'll be using a laser pointer to help you out. And I'll explain each part of the controller. Now on the left side, located in the center, is the control stick. Now this center position makes it the easiest place for you to control. Now this, the angle of this grip may seem a little bit tight at first, but this assures that you're going to have a natural angle of interaction to control the control stick with. The main part of the right side is the A button. This time it's a little bit larger, and it's in the center of the right half of the controller. And we've come up with this layout thinking that the most ideal games are those that use just the control stick and the A button. But we all know that there are some games that need at least 4 or more buttons. So here there are. We've added 3 around the A button. The B, the X button, and the Y button.
Bito, Exto.
And with the A
Bryce has to
button
translate
hold
that.
position, you will never press the wrong button. You don't even have to look at them. Now next, we have the 4 and C.
That's an excellent point, is that they all feel different as well. Yeah, the GameCube controller is still used today for a reason. It's really good.
So we use mostly for camera controls, but in Luigi's Mansion, we'll be using it to move Luigi around the screen. And when you use this C stick, it then becomes more difficult to press the A button and the other buttons on the face. So in that case, we'll be using these buttons on the top more. The L button, the R button, and this little Z button here. Can you see that? Now the L and the R button are analog press switches. And when you press them all the way in, there is one more click you can make, kind of a turbo button. See? Click, 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 click. You can try this on the show floor yourselves tomorrow. Now the Z button is going to be a simple button, especially when used in conjunction with the C stick. And finally, we have our traditional plus control pad. Oh, and we also have the start pause button in the center of the controller. And when you first take a look at this controller, it may seem kind of complicated. But when you actually get your hands on it, you're going to see just how simple it really is. Oh, and the rumble feature, which we introduced with the N64, has been built into this controller. Now I'm looking forward to seeing how all the game designers can make creative and innovative, simple use of this new controller. Now let's move on to Luigi. What I have here is a hot-off-the-press Luigi's Mansion game disc.
It's gone.
But yeah, nothing to
Even
play
if
it
you
on.
take pictures, you're not going to see the game. That's a small. It can even fit in the palm of a child's
Are they
hand.
talking about someone trying to steal
And in
this
terms of memory, it can hold up
prototype?
to 1.5 gigabytes.
Something to that effect.
And
It's
of course,
gone.
proprietary security is going to help protect against copying. So we're going to put this into the GameCube here.
Meanwhile, in the future, GameCube ISOs are relatively easy to get. Theoretically speaking.
Oh yeah, of the consoles from this era, like the GameCube is the easiest to emulate, definitely.
Awesome.
Well, that's because I don't know why. I guess that's just because they don't release games as much.
See? Virtually no load time at all there.
Look.
Now let's see if we can't get inside Luigi's Mansion. First,
I
we're
like
going
him
to
to
get some
skip
advice
the
from
intro.
doctor here by pressing the A button.
Is that a thing in the actual game, or is that just like an E3 demo thing?
No, I think it's just an E3
Yeah.
demo thing. That'd be nice that if every game had something like that.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see these screens.
Oh wow.
Like, this is like really good graphics for back then.
It's a little dark inside.
Even though it just looks like a 3DS game, basically, right? But
I mean, it is a 3DS game, Evan.
Most
I know.
important feature of this game is going to be the control stick to move Luigi's direction.
it's pretty crazy to think about how mainline systems 2 generations later became handhelds.
And that's where we're using the
Essentially.
C-stick. And as you're using the C-stick, it becomes more easy to use the R button. And that's used to control the vacuum.
I love this
Oh, I
little.
never even thought about that playing the game.
And of course, we
I
also
love
have
this-
the turbo.
I love his little pitter pat.
Okay, let's go into this hallway here. Now, just like Boo, the ghosts are going to appear behind Luigi. So you're going to use your light to shine it on them, startle them, and then the vacuum will suck them in. This is the basic idea of the game. Now, if you shine the light on them two-way, you're going to get startled. So the idea is to flash the light and at that moment suck them into the vacuum.
Man, these are some easy ghosts. Remember them having like 100, 200 HP near the end. Oh, it doesn't make the noise when the HP goes down. They must have added that in the final version.
Now
It
you
goes
can even suck up the
brrrr.
mist from the refrigerator. You can suck up these mice too. I'm not very good at this game yet. So we're going to continue back through these hallways here. And again, as if you shine the light too long on the ghost, it's just going to disappear.
I remember you had to like suck up all the ghosts
This way.
at one point, basically.
The bathroom. Hey, you can even move the curtain here. Oh, it's
I
Boo.
thought the original
Quick,
was great. That's what I was missing.
And if we try to suck the curtain from this side. Oh. Oh, we opened it, but
What a tease.
there's no one there.
The reflection. Watch the mirror. Watch the mirror.
Also in this game, we use the L button. You're not going to see these features on the version we have on the show floor tomorrow. So today's kind of a sneak preview. But see, you can spray water out like this. And it's analog, so you can spray a lot of water or just a little bit.
Why are you gonna spray water?
We're not using the other
Those
buttons
are actually
for
some
water.
pretty decent water graphics.
But you will be able to play this tomorrow
Yeah.
on the show floor.
Like,
So I hope you'll
getting
enjoy
good
it.
water
It's
graphics,
kinda
especially
creepy
this
lighting,
early in
shadow
like
effects
the
if you play
3D
GameCube.
era of gaming,
So it takes
from
a
what
bit
I
more
understand,
to
is a
look at.
fucking bitch.
Huh. Interesting.
Oh, there is one more thing about the controller. I was forgetting that. This Game Boy Advance. As you know, it's going to be launched in the US next month. And this will be able to be used as a Nintendo GameCube controller. Now, we're not going to give you any real concrete examples about that at this show. But as with the single pack multiplayer modes on Game Boy Advance, you're not going to need an extra cartridge to use it as a controller. So it's going to be very easy to use.
Man. The original
We'll be
Advance is
showing you
kind of
some new
weird.
ideas with this at our next show, so you can look forward to that too.
I like the shape of it.
It
It's
sounds like,
interesting.
Luigi's
The
back.
SP though
Needs my
was
help.
just
I'll be back
amazing.
later, but I'm going to duck back there for now. Thank you.
What mysteries do you hold in your pockets, Shigeru?
When he referred to the next show, he did not mean next E3. He was referring to Space World Tokyo August. You're going to be seeing a lot more of what this is all about. So that's just a first look at what comes out of this incredible Nintendo GameCube. I'd now like Mr. Iwata to come back up and tell you a couple of the secrets about what's so special inside of the GameCube. Mr. Iwata.
Right, you show that man
There is
respect.
one more important example of the game of the Nintendo difference I would like to address. It has to do with how Nintendo GameCube was designed. I hope you will allow me a couple of minutes to explain. In 1996, when Mr. Miyamoto introduced Super Mario 64, many people said Mr. Miyamoto showed for the first time what real 3D games could look like. But at the same time, Mr. Miyamoto and his team became the first people to fully understand how difficult programming in 3D can be. 3D graphics certainly can be pretty to look at, but usually not so pretty to create. For developers, they are complicated, time-consuming, and very expensive. We say that game designers are often fighting against their own machines. And the more time they spend fighting machine, the less time they can devote to concentrating on what is really fun or unique about the project. And their struggle means added costs and profit concerns for publishers. With Nintendo GameCube, we wanted to help developers overcome these problems to create a truly developer-friendly console. Here's how. 3D pictures are created in what is commonly called a pipeline, with several different functions performed separately. It may be easier to think about this as a conveyor belt or an assembly line. Creating 3D graphics has always meant overcoming delays or bottlenecks in the technology. It is like having one person missing from the assembly line. All work will slow down or stop. Some manufacturers imply that they can overcome such bottlenecks simply with more powerful processors or faster graphics chips. But this is not so. All they do is make the assembly line run faster and cause the bottlenecks to happen sooner or more often. That's why Nintendo has never agreed to argue our technical specifications. We do not quote a figure for peak performance, as others do, because this only measures a machine's ability to draw a type of empty polygon that would never appear in a game. It is a meaningless number. Instead, we worked with world-class design partners, IBM, ATI, Gnosis, Matsushita, and NEC, to design GameCube, above all, to eliminate the troublesome bottlenecks. We did not concern ourselves with peak performance, but rather the constant, reliable performance, which is most important to game developers. The result is the most efficient and the most game-friendly console ever devised for 3D. In fact, we expect that in future generations of technology, this architecture will become an industry standard for all video game devices. The first example of this is the new Panasonic system designed for the Japanese market, which will incorporate the exact GameCube technology with CD and DVD devices. In real game terms, Nintendo GameCube delivered the best performance ever. Developers aren't fighting this machine. They are loving this machine. Of course, it is up to the developers themselves to decide whether we have accomplished our goal. But I believe the following comments from 3 of the world's best game creators show that we are well on our way.
First saw the demo of the specs and the layout.
Ooh, Eternal
they were in
Darkness.
utter shock. I can't believe this. It is so good.
What really excites us about the machine is how easy we feel it's going to be to work with. The new technology is designed by people that understand games. This is games hardware brought to us by a games company.
I think Sony's given everyone a chisel.
Goodbye, Dinosaur Planet.
Create this piece of artwork
Yeah.
with a chisel. If you make one
Hello,
mistake,
Star Fox
you can't
Adventures.
erase that mistake. Where the Nintendo is like a pencil, where you can go through, create your world. If you make mistakes, it's easy to go back and optimize things the way you need to optimize them.
People are going to be able to focus on creating the game rather than, struggling with the hardware. It's basically going to be an incredibly powerful machine that's going to be easy to program, and say you get 90% of the maximum peak out of it straight out of the box. You're not going to have to sit there and worry about coming up with the technology and milking the hardware that'll allow you to create great games.
Pushing more polygons is important, but what they've really done is optimize the system to make the best video game performance rather than the best polygon performance.
We're telling stories like we've never told before. All of the ideas that we really wanted to convey, we can do this with the new technology.
So even as early as the GameCube, Nintendo started valuing gameplay over the pure graphics.
Now you're going to see people who produce great stories, great content.
That was the
really
intentional part of their
forefront.
strategy.
And I think it's a time where the people who really create great games are really going to stay there.
The machine is so capable. We are able to very closely deliver what we really want to show the players. It's wonderful for our designers. You've seen the sort of things that we can do with N64. I mean, this is a whole order of magnitude measure. This is the first 3D platform that really will give us the ability to show you what we want to show.
The graphics people saw how the technology guys reacted, started talking to them and said, so what does this mean we can do? And then when they found out, their eyes lit up and you could just see them starting to drain. We're going to create these worlds that are just going to blow people away.
In the end, what Nintendo GameCube does is absolutely promote innovation. And there's nobody that's been spending more time innovating than Mr. Miyamoto himself. You saw some examples with Luigi and certainly Smash Brothers. He's been working on another very, very special project. Take a look at this.
Oh, Pikmin!
Yeah. Never played any of those games before.
Yeah, I've heard they're good.
All I can think of when I see Omar is how OP he is as a camper.
He's so unassuming. But beneath that helmet.
Look at the characters.
Yeah, in an industry where this game has never existed yet, this must look really weird.
No one's had a chance to play it, but I'm pretty sure once they have, it's gonna be
Kind of like an RTS hybrid.
well, I don't know. He's working on a new genre. What's this?
Well, that one guy sussed it out, though.
It's like black and white, but
Oh, that's a deaf animation.
I can't wait for this.
I like the soundtrack. It's pretty unique.
It's weird.
I know there's probably a few out in this audience who were more than a little mystified when you first saw Pokemon, but it turned out okay, didn't it? I think we should have the creator of this, Mr. Miyamoto, come back out and give you some of his real insights into what that game's all about. Please welcome him back.
ユニークなね、遊びをいっぱい作ろうと。We have been challenging ourselves in many ways lately to try to come up with something that's truly unique. But it's really difficult. Well, today I don't think I can show you something that's totally unique. I think this is at least something that's kind of new. Now let me explain Pikmin to you. Actually today, I have the main programmer, Mr. Colin Reed from EAD, who's here with us today. Colin? So if there's any problem with the program here today, it's Colin's fault. Colin is actually going to use the Wavebird to play the game for us. Now the idea, the theme of this game is based off of a group of ants. And the main character, he's crash landed on a distant planet. And he's run into these creatures, kind of plant-like. This is him running around on screen now. So he's going to use the Pikmin, travel around the planet, find the parts to his ship, and escape from the planet. That's the story. Now you can see some kind of a sprout there poking up out of the ground. This is a Pikmin. Now the Pikmin, like ants, work in groups. They can also be planted in the ground and grown from sprout to leaf to bud and flower. Now let's pull this Pikmin out of the ground. So here the Pikmin has met you and he's under your control now. Now in order to give orders to this Pikmin, you'll use the B button. And you throw them out there. And then to call them back, you'll just press the A button. So we'll use these Pikmin to cut these flowers down here. Come on.
Okay, he's packing. And now this is a pellet that's popped out of the flower. And we'll have the Pikmin carry this. So he's bringing that back to the nest there. Heave, ho, heave, ho. So when he gets this back to the nest, hey, he's got some new friends coming out there. And if you pay close attention here, you'll see them sprout out and kind of grow. Now let's call all the Pikmin out. Now let's see if we can find something new out here. It looks like these larger ones take a few more Pikmins. And I wonder how many. Let's try this. Hey, there's a 5 there, that's easy. Let's try it with 5 of them. Oh, there we go, they got it. There's a larger one there, a 10. That one, I don't think we can quite move just yet. So I think we're going to need about 10 Pikmins for that.
Oh, look at it. Look at it. Look how rounded they are, though.
Maybe we can get some of his friends to help him out. Maybe there's some red Pikmins around. Hey, these guys would help out. Yeah, there's a lot of red ones here. Let's get them to help these blue ones out.
They save stated.
Oh, did they?
Well, there were a bunch over there already ready.
Oh, they've got it. They're moving it.
Well, that doesn't mean save state. That just
So,
means
as you can see here, when you give the orders, the Pikmins work really hard. Just like the members of our development teams. So gradually you're going to increase the number of Pikmins that you have. And again in this game we're using the C-stick, this time to move the group of Pikmins.
Oh, that's cool.
Now let's move along here. You can also use the C-stick to dodge your enemies. And if you just let the Pikmins hang out there by themselves, oh, you're going to see, oh, they're kind of relaxing there and taking a break. That's also a lot like the members of our development teams. So these guys can actually do a lot of different things. We can take them over here, and they'll climb up these sticks. And we can even grab some blue ones here. And they'll even go and tear down walls and things like that. So as they go and they continue to break down this wall here, they can also, you can have other groups at the same time building bridges, or even building forts. They can do a lot of different things. So this is a game where you gradually influence the world, the environment around you. Come on, guys. Come on, keep going. Maybe we can show what's on the other side of that wall.
That is just so perfect.
So we can use the C-stick and just run them right into these walls and give them work directly. And if you're using larger groups, they'll get the work done a lot quicker. So, and actually when you have a lot of Pikmin here, you can actually take some and store them back in the nests. It's really easy to do. So we'll come back here to the nest. And right now it looks like we've got about 13 red ones. Okay, let's send those back into the nest. And you can also call them back out.
Slide down the poles.
No, but look how, I can't believe the detail.
So you can actually manage hundreds of Pikmin in this way. So we're actually going to go and take a look, see the Pikmins when they actually get into a fight with some of their enemies. But first I want to tell you a little something.
It's actually kind of interesting being able to hear the
I've
peanut
recently
gallery
moved into
here.
a new house.
Yeah.
And ever since then, I've been really busy gardening. So I've got quite an attachment to these kind of plant-like, ant-like creatures. And the three colors of these Pikmin actually represent different natures. And as you plant them in the ground and they grow, their different forms, the leaf, bud, and flower, are going to represent different characteristics. So now we're back to the game screen here. You can see here that the background scenery is very beautiful and very realistic. And we took the resources for these materials from my own neighborhood, from the mountains and the gardens around my house. This is nice. Now the one thing about Pikmin is that when night comes, they're going to be eaten by the enemies that surround their homes. So let's see if we can't go do something about those enemies. So if we attack the enemy from the front, all these Pikmins are just going to get gobbled right up. Oh no! This is
Yes! I don't want to know how many freaking polygons and things are made of because they're perfectly
maybe we can
round.
throw him on his back from here.
Dude, the little buggy.
Okay, there we go. They're cleaning us back. So tomorrow at the show floor, I'd like all of you to see just how many Pikmin you can collect. And who knows, maybe after the show, when you get back home and you look in your own backyards, there may be Pikmin crawling around there too. But if not, you won't have to wait long until they're swarming the Nintendo GameCube launch.
Tells me he's growing something else in his backyard.
That's Pikmin.
Did you know that marijuana is mushrooms?
Colin, he's actually going to have to go right back to work. He's got to finish this game, you know. So, I'm going to have to blow my whistle here and get him going. Let's have a big round of applause.
That's nice.
Around the world, development is
Let's have a big round of applause.
I love how it's not perfectly edited.
around the world, development is well underway on dozens of excellent games for Nintendo GameCube, and gamers will be playing them soon.
Oh, they said gamers.
Full-scale Nintendo GameCube launches will occur in Japan on September 14th, in the United States on November 5th.
Gigantic. There's usually like a 6 month or 1 year difference.
Early next year.
Fucking cock
Our
teeth.
action at this meeting
So,
today
that explains a lot.
for all of we three
Europe always
is
gets
simply
everything
to
last
begin
like it should
explaining
be.
the meaning of Nintendo GameCube. The process of further understanding the Nintendo GameCube story continues at our annual financial announcement in Japan 8 days from today, when we will reveal pricing information for Nintendo GameCube hardware and software.
I think it was $200 if I remember correctly.
And more innovation will be on display when our Space World exhibition takes place in Tokyo in August. I certainly hope you enjoy your chance to try both Game Boy Advance and Nintendo GameCube on the show floor starting tomorrow. And thank you for having me here today.
As Mr. Iwata said, it's only the beginning. And so in the interest of getting on to the Q&A, we're going to shut down the demos, let you all do that tomorrow, and have you get out and discover for yourselves the real joy of playing the wonderful software that runs on this system. And as he said, if you're looking for more innovation beyond what you're going to see at this show, and you're going to see lots of it here, the big event is last week in August in Tokyo, Nintendo Space World. But for the here and now, remember again, the launch is only 4 months away with that world debut in Japan. followed by the North American launch less than 60 days after. And it's going to arrive with the absolute best lineup of games ever for a Nintendo console, because it's already the developer's system of choice, and it's destined to become
what
the
is it with
gamer's
his
system
accent?
of choice,
It's
no
council.
matter what your playing taste. Here's a sampling of
I
some
don't know.
product you're going to be seeing.
How do you keep making the greatest games? You start with a platform, one that blends power and agility with a singular purpose. You base everything you do on the art of the developer and your true knowledge of the players. Then you make it affordable and available. Add a generous helping of pure Nintendo fun, and you call it GameCube.
Yeah! Whoa! Whoa!
There's no aliasing at all. That's what I'm saying. Oh, this is retro. This is retro.
Oh, man.
Game is this?
Retro game.
Wave race. Yeah! They know.
Yeah.
Wave race is dominant. Such a fun arcade game.
Oh, wow.
Now it just looks like the person. It's crazy.
Wow.
I remember this game.
And they put a lot of detail in like Pikmin's animations, even though you're really zoomed out most of the time.
Yeah.
Oh, Animal Crossing! This is like the first one.
Still need to play a Metroid game.
They don't know how to do it. So many games like
Cameo. This is the deck demo that people thought was going to be Wind Waker.
What does it take to make a great game? What it takes is the Nintendo difference.
Nice.
Nintendo just be
Campy but
stroking
fun.
their dick out here.
Campy but fun. I like it. Oh, that's it?
Yep.
Nice. That was fun.
Nintendo had a pretty strong showing.
Also, Nintendo's. It's clear that Nintendo's business plan worked, and that their philosophy about games was mostly correct. The only thing that I was laughing about was that they're like, "Oh, and to keep releasing sequels and sequels," and that's literally just what Nintendo does with 90% of its games. Where
So
it's
to
Mario,
counter this, we're going to release the
Zelda,
500th Mario game. Yeah.
But they do it well. You know, I still don't get bored of Mario. You know.
Yeah,
So they're doing something right with that for sure. And what was really cool was they had the setup of this is our philosophy, and they had the immediate payoff of showing that with Melee, where they just capitalized on all their strengths immediately. That was a really strong
Especially
start.
Since Smash hadn't gone third party yet, and one of the points in the Nintendo difference thing was, oh, you want these characters? You can only get them with us.
Exactly, and then it's like, how about all the characters in one game? Like, basically, yeah. I mean, the weird thing about Nintendo that I've always thought about this, when you think of PlayStation, it's more like a brand. It's like, yeah, it's a brand, but you don't really think of like
even
characters.
some of the even a bunch of the characters that you consider to be Sony PlayStation mascots, like Crash and Spyro, and they're multi-platform.
Yeah, so it's like you don't really think of characters when you think of PlayStation, where with Nintendo you do. It's like having movie stars.
Like the only thing only franchise off the top of my head that I think I specifically think PlayStation and only PlayStation is Uncharted, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the only one that immediately jumps to mind. Like Last of Us 2, obviously.
I mean, I think that's why PlayStation All Stars wasn't as popular. It's because PlayStation doesn't really look for that.
There's also the fact that there was a lot of licensing issues, like they wanted to get Crash and stuff like that, but because it was a new IP, developers didn't have as much faith in it as Smash Brothers. But speaking of Sony, Evan. If you're ready, we'll start the video in 3, 2, 1. And I'll be RB.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director of Public Relations, Molly Smith.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Sony Computer Entertainment America E3 2001 press conference. I realize that some of you have already had the opportunity to sit through 2 presentations this morning, so I'll keep it brief. We have a jam-packed show for you today. We have some executives from Sony Computer Entertainment that are going to walk you through PlayStation and PlayStation 2 businesses, as well as give you a glimpse at what we're looking toward for the future of online entertainment. We have some special guest presentations from various companies, as well as from our internal development team.
That's a big crowd.
We have a couple of surprises for you. So without further ado, on with the show. Thank you for coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President and COO, Kaz Hiraj.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This kind of looks familiar. I remember standing here about a year ago doing this, and it's really a pleasure to be back here with everybody here this year. And also, I'd like to extend a welcome from Sony Computer Entertainment to the 2001 E3 press conference for Sony Computer Entertainment. Before I begin, though, I'd like to introduce a person that is really a very integral part, not to mention the fact that it was his vision that really created both the PlayStation and the PlayStation 2. It's his vision that created a whole...
I always forget, and I know I've said this before, but I always forget that Sony is a Japanese company because they feel like a Western company.
Probably it's a matter of strategy.
The president
I mean,
and CEO of Sony Computer Entertainment Worldwide,
think you have more Japanese-only PlayStation games, though.
Also, my boss and the chairman of Sony Computer Entertainment America, Mr.
Also, immediately this conference feels a little more corporate than Nintendo's.
Yeah. It looks a bit flashier, too. Like, Nintendo felt a little bit campy, but I liked it.
I mean, that's Nintendo, though.
For the video game as a whole.
More like Nintendo.
Nintendo are like the best kind of camp.
I think that it's very safe to say that the interactive entertainment industry has remained very healthy. And we're talking about
look at that fucking big-ass CRT.
If you include all aspects of the entertainment industry. And certainly, the industry watchers and the analysts are looking for the interactive entertainment industry to really deliver continuous and consistent growth going forward as well. Obviously, PlayStation 2 is poised for the leadership position, but we're also charting new territory. We have a #1 platform in the PlayStation PS1, as well as the PlayStation 2. And right now, combined, PlayStation and PlayStation 2 command approximately 60% market share in the North American market. And I think, really, I agree
PlayStation 2 is poised for market dominance. Yeah, no shit. Like, I looked it up, it is still historically the best-selling console. Nothing's past it yet.
Important, there's no question about it, but we also know that content is king. And PlayStation has continued to deliver on the content promise when we started the business back in 1995 with the PlayStation, the original PlayStation, and we continue with the PlayStation 2 to deliver on the promise of content that is compelling, that is entertaining, and that is exciting and fresh to the consumer's minds. Some of the franchises that are household names today, we're talking about Crash Bandicoot, we're talking about Tomb Raider, Resident Evil, Metal Gear Solid. These were franchises that were all born on the PlayStation format. And as I said, PlayStation 2 will continue.
I mean, technically, Metal Gear Solid is just like a sequel to the Metal Gear games that got their start on the NES, but
deliver not only interactive entertainment, but also motion pictures and movie in one simple box.
We can just gloss over that, right?
And this year, as I spoke last year,
well, Metal Gear Solid was also kind of a soft reboot, sort of.
Connectivity discussions that we had last year and the promises that we made, we are going to be delivering that this year.
Yeah, but you wouldn't say God of War got its start on like the PS3.
We believe that we have
no, not PS3, PS4.
A lot of responsibility to maintain a very healthy platform strategy to keep reinvigorating this industry, a continuous strive for innovation to the category approach as a whole, and as I said before, revolutionary content that really refreshes and revolutionizes the consumer's interactive entertainment experience.
Read the online charge.
First-party driven, and certainly from the fantastic lineup of software that we have received from the third-party publishing partners.
Yeah, PS2 had some online
whether it be retail
games, but there was like Final Fantasy XI and Phantasy Star. I think that was it.
I mean, the PS2 could do HD.
To be in the leadership position.
Yeah, I mean, it was a strong system.
Like, only like 5 games used the HD, but you know, it was there. It could output it.
Right.
Funnily enough, one of those games was a Jackass game.
Huh.
Oh.
Please welcome Senior Vice President.
What?
Is this the 90s-esque music in the background that's making me laugh? And then he has the introduction.
Jack Shreddy.
Look how trendy we are, is what it screams.
I mean, that's been their strategy from the PS1 we saw. Sony's the company that's trying to be hip with the kids.
It works, so.
I wanted to take a couple of minutes to dispel some of the myths surrounding the PlayStation 2 launch. First one is that we mismanaged the product launch. In fact, we had the most successful product launch really in consumer electronics history.
We're the only company to successfully launch in Japan, Europe, and North America. And while we did have production setbacks from day one, we managed to sell out 500,000 units in both North America and Europe in the first day. We surpassed the 1 million unit milestone in less than a month, and just passed the 3 million unit milestone in just over 5 months. We had 10 million units in total production for worldwide in our first 6 months, and we had an install base ramp up that is 3 times that of our tremendous success on PlayStation. Another misconception was that our manufacturing is not up to speed. Sony has a well-documented 50-year history in manufacturing, and we've manufactured and shipped more than 82 million PlayStation units.
That's true. They're more of like an entertainment company. Yeah, I think Nintendo read the writing on the wall very well.
You mean they're more of a technology company?
Our monthly production currently stands
Yeah,
at 1
the
million
PlayStation.
a month.
I mean, that's what Sony was like. Although, does Sony even do other stuff anymore?
I think so.
Difficult to develop for. In fact, there's 300 content developers working on PlayStation 2 as we speak in North America alone. We enjoyed the most successful launch in history in terms of title support, with 50 titles coming out in the launch period.
Meanwhile, people are surprised Xbox hasn't already backed out of the console game.
200 new games will be developed and delivered for PlayStation 2.
Well, because most of their exclusives you can get on PC anyway.
Also, it's been said with early launch games that the content can be uninspiring. In fact, PlayStation 2 has offered revolutionary products, and some of the best-known franchises in gaming history have been introduced on the PlayStation with titles such as Final Fantasy, Gran Turismo, Tony Hawk Pro Skater, the EA Sports...
Yeah, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was huge back then. Like, Tony Hawk was like super famous.
I've been a little curious about maybe getting like the remix of the first two that came out recently.
Now to look at our business so far this year and where we're headed. Some of the observations that you've heard in the past: 20 million units worldwide, with 7 million units for the North American market, 7 million units for Europe, and 6 million units for Japan. If you look at the tremendous growth that we've enjoyed against what has been really unprecedented success with the PlayStation, we're actually growing at an incredibly rapid rate. The first 6 months of PlayStation was extremely exciting, but if you look at the ramp up on PlayStation 2, it really leaves PlayStation's first 6 months in the dust. And the install base is also helping us drive our software sales. People lined up to spend $300 for the PlayStation 2 and on average invested about $80 in software out the door in the first month. They continue to invest heavily, growing to over 4 titles being purchased in the month of February alone, and building our overall tie ratio life to date on the PlayStation, carrying 3 games of software purchased for every piece of hardware in the install base. Our demographic breakdown is also something that's been widely documented. It's very true that we've expanded greatly north and south of our target audience in the 24 to 34 range, and while it is the largest demographic, I think you see a very nice spread all the way down to the 8 to 12-year-old audience and the 34 to 54-year-old audience, and we even have...
Nobody above 40 played video games back then. I mean, even now that's kind of true.
I mean, not really. There are plenty of people above 40 who play video games. I mean, definitely not, it's not the majority, definitely, but...
There's a tremendous amount of internet connectivity among PlayStation 2 owners, but as of yet, they are not currently online gamers. I'd like to talk about a couple of new additions to our already impressive hardware lineup. First, we will debut a DVD...
Come on, dude, focus.
At a suggested retail of $19.99, debuting in September of 2001.
Simulating the lives of kids who play too many video games as children.
And will include everything necessary to go out and take advantage of the DVD playback capabilities of the PlayStation 2. Additionally, I'm very excited to announce that we will be offering the most anticipated video game in console history in a bundle pack known as the GT2 Racing Pack.
I forgot that Gran Turismo was actually really popular. I don't know why racing games were so popular back then, but they were.
On July 10th. We have had a proud heritage of internal development at Sony Computer
Car
Entertainment,
porn.
and we are rededicated and focused on the development of first-party games. We have 7 independent studios working on, with 10 different teams working on PlayStation 2 games, giving us over 30 games to be delivered this year alone. The first-party publisher role is obviously to redefine the existing games and create new entertainment experiences. And all product development groups are concentrating on online executions as well. 3 of the first fruits of our efforts will be seen here in the
Dark
next
Cloud.
couple of months, with Dark Cloud, an innovative game that will combine role-playing and real-time.
I've heard good things.
Twisted Metal.
I've played the second one, which is called Dark Chronicle over here, instead of Dark Cloud 2, like over where you live.
Right.
And then the greatly anticipated GT3 A-Spec coming on July 10th.
I've only played a little bit of it, but yeah, from what I have, it's good. So if the first one is anything like it.
GT3 sold over 1 million units through. So I'd like to give you a brief glimpse of what consumers are looking forward to on July 10th.
You know, fuck having to take a picture of the sun at 3 different times of day just to fill out my photo collection. Why do I need to take 3 different pictures of the sun, game?
That's pretty silly. Wow. What a massive jump in how good racing games look.
Like I said, car porn.
Yep, basically.
Like, before this, if you were really into cars, your only options were to watch someone else drive them on TV or be really fucking rich.
Pretty much. That's an excellent point.
These gentlemen are creators of the Craft series that's been so famous for us. I'd like to bring up the 2 co-presidents of Naughty Dog, Jason Rubin and Andy Gavin.
Naughty Dog is here.
Hell yeah.
How you doing? I'm Jason Rubin and this is Andy Gavin. We're from Naughty Dog, the creators of Crash Bandicoot series. Just a small recap, it was a 22 million unit selling game worldwide. And then generated
Wow.
Yeah, this dude's got some big dick energy.
Yeah. Also, Chad. Doesn't look like a basement dwelling nerd, at least.
In this discussion, but I could not miss. This is a huge, huge moment for Naughty Dog. Huge moment for
He has a permanent smirk, I think.
I mean, nerds were never well, the basement dweller was always kind of a stereotype, because even with, like, the nerdiest thing ever of, like, Dungeons and Dragons, like, the creator of that was a fucking party animal.
Yeah, Gygax. Yeah, so I've heard.
Oh, Jack and Daxter. In before the gritty reboot, that was Jack 2. Like, this first game is so different from the other 2.
Really?
Yes! For example, you don't have a gun in the first one.
Huh. Yeah, it just kind of looks like a platformer.
That's because
Adventure
it is.
game.
Yeah, okay, so the first one is literally just a collectathon platformer. The second one mixes some of those platforming controls with sci-fi GTA. You can hijack cars and you get guns.
Probably didn't sell that well, so they changed up the formula.
Also, another big difference is in this first game, main character Jack is a mute. In the second one, he talks,
and then he talks.
And he has a goatee.
Yeah.
And he's
the goatee is what really talks.
And he's edgy.
Good. I'm trying to remember when people first started using the term edgy. Like, it just happened really suddenly. And I'm like,
I think
wait,
it
I'm
was
supposed to hate
somewhere.
these things that I like?
I think it was
Why?
somewhere around the PS2, PS3 era. If we're going by console stuff, because I know a lot of people, you know, edgy the hedgy.
I don't think I even heard the term edgy until like 17 or 18. Like, it's relatively new in the vernacular. I just remember hating people saying it. It's like, why can't a character have a dark past and stuff? That's cool.
It's when they're trying too hard for the dark stuff to be cool that it's edgy. It's not just being dark that in of itself makes
I don't
it
know.
edgy.
I mean, usually when people call something edgy, it's just to complain.
Well,
It's
that's
not a
because
legitimate
people
criticism.
misuse words, Evan.
Yes.
That we used to create the Crash characters. By that I mean most of the
Ooh,
Naughty
Blooper.
Dogs that were there in the early Crash days are still there. We have many additional new talented people that have come to help us. We also work with Mark Cerny of Cerny Games, who was there during the early Crash days, as well as all of our producers at Sony internationally, discussing the character, going over the character designs for a 6-month period before we came up with characters we were happy with. And a lot of these have matured, so I feel really, really good about the character designs and the way the game is going now. I'm going to turn this over to Andy, who's going to give you a little bit about background on the technical specs, and I'm going to do a little run through and a little demo. Hello.
Actually, Jason was lying to me about the cold. It was last night's partying has gotten to his voice. From the beginning, our vision on Jack and Daxter was to
Come on, camera guy.
Man, this camera guy has ADD or something. I swear.
Suboptimal camera guy versus the Nintendo conference. 0 out of 10.
The Virgin Sony cameraman versus the Chad Nintendo cameraman.
Now with Jack and Daxter, we've opened this up both visually.
No, versus the Chad Nintendo camera crew.
Yep.
Continuous with no load times through the entire length of the game. After loading, you can walk from one end to the other. Also,
That was a big deal because loading times are pretty big on the PlayStation. I don't think Nintendo really had loading zones. That was one of their benefits.
Yeah, cartridges, for the most part, like, I think there were a few games that did, but for the most part, cartridges didn't have loading.
Yeah.
Which is probably why loading times on the PS1 were so big, because it was like the first, like, big console to adopt CD.
Yeah. Definitely. I remember for Crash it was horrible. It took like 15 minutes.
I do love all the creative ways developers come up with to hide loading zones, though.
Yeah. Elevators.
Oh. The PS2 loved hiding them with elevators and doors.
Yeah.
Jason turned off the character and is flying around to show you that you can like cruise from one end of a vast view to another seamlessly.
One of my favorite examples, well, maybe not favorite, but it's the one that comes to mind immediately, is Jack and Ratchet and Clank. When you'd go between planets, it'd show you this little animation of your ship flying there, and that was the loading screen. So if you got like a bad disc or something, you would just keep getting shots of your spaceship flying forever. It would just keep looping.
That's weird.
The polygons we're giving you to
because that was the loading screen.
Plane polygons. They're complex, like intelligent polygons. They have dynamic lighting. You can see through this demo that the time of day shifts like slowly.
What game is this?
Jack and Daxter.
Oh, it actually looks really good.
Yeah.
Never played any of the Jack and Daxter games.
I could never get into this first one. I started with the second one, really liked it, and later when they got remade, I decided, hey, I'm picking up 2 and 3, I might as well pick up this one. Tried it out, couldn't get into it.
But you can't go backwards when they already improved on it. Yeah,
I mean, it's like a completely different game, basically.
Right. I never played Ratchet and Clank either. That was
Like,
the other.
the best way I can explain it to you, Evan, is it's like going from Persona 3 to Persona 2. Some of the fundamentals are the same, but otherwise they're completely different games.
I understand.
Yeah.
We get like seamless character interaction.
Oh, Persona 2. Game has a good plot, but the gameplay is just...
Surface effects like environment mapping.
If every dungeon wasn't the same, I would like it.
I mean, every dungeon isn't the same, Evan. One of them's a school, one of them's a nightclub.
They're all at school. They're literally all at school except for the one that's the dance floor, but that isn't even a dungeon.
One of them's a Nazi base.
Yeah, they're literally all the school copy and pasted 15 times. That's the bad part. I can't believe I'm complaining about that, but I guess I actually do care about that. Even though typically like dungeons, I'm just like, eh.
We have a super sophisticated animation blending technology on the characters, which like speeds up our animation, creates new animation, and allows the animation of really like.
Oh yeah, the animation in Jak and Daxter was really good. Like, it was one of the handful of early 3D animated games that really embraced the squash and stretch techniques. Like, you can see it when he does that charge punch, like Daxter stretches back and then bounces back forward onto his shoulder.
Sorry about the drone out there. When you fly around, you're doing things that a non-flying character can't do.
And I do really like how
We've been really
he has a proper just standing still animation, but if you're running and just stop, he'll jog on the spot for a few seconds before going into his regular idle animation. And he only does that little hopping if you stop from a run. Like, if you're only tilting far enough to walk, he doesn't do it.
That amount of polygons was minimum 100 times what we could do on the PlayStation 1.
Wow. Literally 100 times more powerful.
Often 200, 300.
His power level is over 2,000!
The other thing is that we were shocked, as I'm sure all of you were, when the new generation came and all of a sudden we had all these new capabilities, how difficult it was to handle all of the data creation, all of the data management, all of the incredibly complex things that come along with worlds this big and that much stuff that we're putting in these games. And I think
what the fuck
not
is that?
hardware difficulties specifically, but simply being forced into a new
Is that the demo booth?
such a leap has created for us a little bit of a learning curve. And we're now coming out of that learning curve. And I think you're going to see the other games you'll see today around the show. It's now, we're in our stride. We'll be sharing the technology on this game with a few developers. Certainly within
I like how they're keeping the game running and just left him next to an enemy.
At this point, it's your imagination that's going to determine how good your game is, and no longer how difficult it might have been to get over the generational gap. So I'm really excited for the PlayStation 2. I absolutely have no doubt that it's going to be the system. That was what drove Naughty Dog to join with a publisher of 5 years, been an incredible relationship. We're now a wholly owned subsidiary of Sony because we knew we were going to be on the PlayStation 2 throughout this entire generation.
Nice.
I thank you. I appreciate your time, and definitely check the game out at the booth. Thank you very much.
Nice. So you got like a front guy who does the administrative stuff, and then you have the tech guy. Decent strategy for being CEOs. Oh yeah! This like late 90s. I don't know how to describe this to you, but there's a certain way of like
totally radical.
Techno radical skateboarder hype that is apparent here. It's just absolutely hysterical.
You may have noticed I shop at the same stores as Jack Fred. Carl's been getting a memo this morning, so he's in the different.
The zoom on this camera must like be a manual dial or something, because I don't know why else he'd be jostling with it so much.
The real role, which is more of a master of ceremonies. As people have mentioned in a number of times, I think today, content really is king on PlayStation 2 for this year. And so the bulk of the next part of our presentation is really some very important special guests.
He has a British accent, that makes him better than everyone else.
Some of the great content that we have coming out on PlayStation 2 this year.
He sounds like a robot. Beep boop.
I'll take you through some of the business stuff.
PlayStation hardware business has been thoroughly reinvigorated with the launch of PS1.
I mean, Irish accents are better than British accents, but British accents are better than American accents.
With British accents, I feel like half the time, like, it sounds like the person should be euthanized, and the other half, it's like they sound more charming. In terms of British accents and how they sound, Irish accents are hysterical, 100% of the time. I'm definitely in agreement there.
I mean, Irish accents are so versatile. They can be sexy. They're great for comedy.
Closing on 33 million, and on software, a whopping 765 million units of PlayStation software sold worldwide. 10 million units worldwide on PS1. That's since we launched it in September, and as I say, a phenomenal achievement, I think, for a system that has been around since 1995.
Must have been good to be an investor back then. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching!
This is a snapshot taken from MPD Trist in March. PlayStation formats commanding 55% on the hardware front. And really, we have some very exciting new stuff on PS1.
Dude feels like a teacher.
It will be available at a price of $159.
He might be.
We're launching that in November of this year, and an option really for us to...
Oh yeah, it's the little mini PS1 that's portable.
Oh yeah! Oh. Look at it.
Yeah.
You can take it in the car with you, Evan.
Yeah.
You see, Nintendo, we thought the Switch was such an original idea, but really, Nintendo were just ripping Sony off. They got the idea from PS1.
One thing I don't miss is memory cards. They sucked and they never could hold enough games.
Yeah.
Now it's a non-issue, completely.
I'd like the option to have just like memory cards as like a supplemental thing, because you know consoles can still get filled up easily enough.
Well, yeah, but not from the save data, from the actual game.
Yeah.
So it's like a different problem completely. I would be willing to bet money that Xbox is going to be the most sensational.
Like, look at him. He looks like a wimpy maths teacher.
Oh!
Am I wrong?
Yeah, kind of. Although the majority of my math teacher were women, which explains why I never got past Algebra 2.
Oh, fuck off, Ev. The thoughts and opinions of Shonen MC are not the thoughts and opinions of Casual Pleb Productions. Please direct all criticism towards him.
Take the red pill. Well, it's just that the only two male math teachers I had were ones where I easily got A's in, so I'm biased.
I'd like to move on to put on my other hat now and talk a little bit.
Yeah, PlayStation had a bunch of third-party games. It was pretty crazy.
We really have unrivaled support in the category. I don't think any other platform in history has had such widespread or dedicated support over such a long period of time. People have clearly worked out the commercial benefits of PlayStation. The fact that our formats...
Man, freaking 70% of the software for PS2 comes from third-party. Crazy. You just imagine having like 200 other companies working for your company, making stuff. Remarkable.
I mean, how many first-party games do Sony even make?
You can probably find that out, I bet.
Like, compared to Nintendo.
There's probably charts of that.
And there will be 100 PlayStation 2 titles to debut at E3 this year, so the hits really just do keep on coming. Title release schedule, in fact, shows a very healthy ramp-up for our platform. We launched with around 50 titles between the launch of October and year-end timeframe.
Yeah, PlayStation had way more games, I remember that. Like, it was crazy, even from launch, like, PlayStation just had a bajillion choices.
Yeah.
They weren't all good choices, but hey, they had games.
I mean, yeah.
next
I
generation.
mean, quantity over quality, that's Sony's motto.
I'm proud and
Oh.
some of the exclusive titles that we have here, and many of these will be demonstrated for you today. Square remains exclusive on PlayStation.
Final Fantasy
Oh, yeah.
X, baby!
Later on this year, Devil May Cry,
Oh, fuck yeah.
Capcom,
Oh, this is a good fucking lineup, baby! Okay,
Yeah.
that one's a little weaker.
many of these titles are
Virtual Fighter was
exclusive for a year.
decently big.
And finally, Legacy of Kain.
Oh, yeah!
From IDOS Interactive, also exclusive for the platform.
Dude, just like those top three.
With that, I'd now like to move into
That's all you needed to show.
presentation. Bring up our first guests, who are Electronic Arts, our neighbors, and would like to welcome John Chapman. He's the president and general manager of EA's Tiburon studio. EA has been
Remember Blockbuster?
Yep.
Yeah, they're dead now.
Yeah, I remember Dusk. He had like a $200 something tab, and then they went out of business, and he never had to pay for it. That's the main thing I remember about Blockbuster.
Oh, that's sad.
The red stuff, and he would always keep it over, and then he would build up his tab, and then they went out of business.
Oh, okay.
Back when EA actually made games that were alright.
Sorry, what is this?
I don't know. Oh, it's a bunch of games. Cars, sports, hot chicks.
Yeah, this is definitely the sizzle reel for the dude bros.
I mean, very few girls played games back then. Very few. It was like a 90% dudes. I think that's changed maybe by 5-10%. I'm not convinced that it's more than that, personally.
Well, we all know your opinions, Evan.
The correct opinions.
Oh, fuck.
Thank you. I'm John Shepard.
Guy from Seinfeld. What's his name? George?
I've
From
never
Seinfeld?
watched Seinfeld, so I couldn't tell.
Good. Those people are such horrible people. I think it normalized crappy behavior over a generation. I'm not even joking.
Well, that's what a lot of comedies were. Like, the characters were assholes because that made it easier to make them funny in funny situations.
We've had time to study the nuances of the PlayStation 2, and we figured out how to blow you away. We've learned a lot about this system, and our games are going to show a huge leap forward over last year. In Madden 2002, players will have unprecedented access to the field.
Uh-huh.
We've transformed lifeless helmets into real players with raw emotion and power.
Yeah.
Drive up the field for a score and watch the cheerleaders dance a few yards away. Throw an interception over the middle and be prepared to hear exactly what John Gruden thinks of your sloppy handiwork.
I wonder how the current baseball season is going.
Madden 2002
What ball?
has more
Baseball.
improvements from graphics and gameplay
Huh?
to new features and
Baseball.
modes of play.
What's that? That's not a real sport.
It's an online game. It's free.
So I'd like to take you a chance
Mm-hmm.
what we've got right now for Madden 2002 on PlayStation.
The Lovers won a few games.
We've done a lot of work with the visuals. You can see we've got a whole new camera sequence coming into the game. Players coming out of the tunnel.
My brothers and I would always play the football games that like you could cheat in, like NFL Blitz.
Watch the wrinkles on his forehead. They want to hear from you.
Oh, Peanut Weather.
You can see it's a cold day in Baltimore. The cheerleaders are dressed up in their warm weather gear.
fireproof player cannot be incinerated. Players with sealant cannot have blood drained in blood drain. When a player is incinerated in a game this team is playing, a Hall of Fame player will join their shadows.
Rendering code. Get more power out of the machine. Let's see how we do.
One thing I do like about sports games is that because you don't have to worry about commercials and stuff, the quarters are actually way shorter and timely. Make you play through the game much faster.
A lot of added depth to the game. This year, if you play in franchise mode, in year 2, you'll be able to take...
Man, I haven't played a sports game in forever, bro.
As the 32nd team in the NFL.
It's sad that my favorite sports games are Mario games, though.
Why
Like
is that-
Mario Super
why is that
Strikers,
sad,
Mario
though?
Tennis.
Mario sports games are great.
Yeah. I haven't played them all. I don't think I played Mario Golf, come to think of it.
So we've got the Hades Tigers versus the LA Unlimited Tacos. The Canada Moist Talkers versus the Yellowstone Magic.
Weird.
Actually, yeah, let me... Because, you know, I don't give a shit about Madden. Blaseball is basically a weird, bizarro version of baseball that just happens automatically, and all you do is place fake money bets on it.
Oh, okay.
And you can make votes about weird things that can
game.
happen. And you can eat peanuts. Virtual peanuts. I don't think the peanuts do anything, but you can buy peanuts and eat them. And there's a counter for how many peanuts you have. So let's see. Teams we have at the moment are the Hades Tigers, the Mexico City Wild Wings, the Tokyo Lift, the Chicago Firefighters, the Breckenridge Jazz Hands, the Atlantis Georges, the Philly Pies, San Francisco Lovers, the Dallas Steaks, the New York Millennials. Their logo is a smartphone, by the way. They all have logos. Yep.
So actual sports game, I played NBA Street.
Yeah.
The second version of this game, my brothers and I played all the time on the road. Very fun game.
The Core Mechanics.
Let's roll the tape.
Seattle Garages. LA Unlimited Tacos. The Hellmouth Sunbeams. The Boston Flowers. The Houston Spies. Ohio Worms. Miami Dale. Canada Moist Talkers. Yellowstone Magic. Kansas City Breath Mints. Hawaii Fridays. The Baltimore Crabs. And the Charleston Shoe Thieves. Okay, so we're getting on to like other games.
NBA Street.
But let me
Fun basketball game.
So we have the Book of Blaseball, the game of Redacted and Redacted. It doesn't say redacted, it's just those are blanked out. Season 1, seasons. This is the official rulebook, so 1, seasons. Each season of Blaseball shall last 99 games. In the case of Redacted, season shall redacted. B. Every day of Blaseball shall last 1 redacted hour. C. If games last longer than 1 redacted hour, a spillover shall occur, and all games shall be delayed until the next redacted hour. In the case of games lasting 2 redacted hours, the redacted. D.
Do they get people to pay for this stuff?
What?
Because like it's a game where you like make bets. Did they find ways
Oh,
to
it's
get
not
people
real
to
money.
pay real money?
There is no real money involved. You cannot pay real money on this.
Tricky, Sledstorm 2, and a game that I predict will be a smash hit on the
D. A season should start on a Monday and therefore conclude on a Friday. E. The standings of a season of baseball shall be decided by 2 factors: the wins and divine favor. Redacted. The team with the highest and higher number of wins shall be considered higher in the standings. If 2 teams are tied, the tiebreaker will be decided by their positions on the divine favor list. F. Party time. A team will enter party time if receiving 1 win per remaining game would not land them in the postseason. Postseasons. Amendment. As per the wildcard decree, the postseason has been amended as follows. A. Each postseason of baseball shall consist of 10 teams. B. The 2 division winners for each subleague will receive a postseason berth. C. The 2 runner-ups from each subleague will receive a postseason berth based on regular season standings, regardless of division. D. At the end of regular season, one wild card will be drawn at random from remaining teams in each subleague to receive a postseason berth. All postseason teams will be removed from party time if applicable. F. Following the wild card draw, all postseason teams will be seeded in 1 to 5 in their subleague according to regular season standings. 4 to 5 seeds shall play the wild card round, 2-win series. B. H. All postseason series shall be 3-win series. I. Postseason series are decided when, at the conclusion of a game, a team has reached the specified win count and has more wins than their opponent. J. The home team in each postseason shall be redacted. K. The first round should... Elections... Participants should be allowed to vote on the rules, rosters, and other effects of the game of baseball. Large redacted text. Decrees will be decided by popular vote. Huge paragraph of redacted text. Blessings will be decided by raffle. Redacted. Should give players redacted control of the league. All one blessings shall be processed and applied in the order of the standings. End of season events may occur at the end of election. Before decrees and blessings are processed. Redacted. Good luck. D. Elections should end on a Sunday, although votes should be able to cast on any day of the week. Yeah, you get the idea. It's just like a weird version of baseball.
Yeah. Weird that everything was redacted.
Oh, I didn't even read everything. Yeah, no. There's some bizarro stuff.
I think they're moving past the sports games.
Like black holes being able to open up, or if the field is flooding, players can get transported to elsewhere, and will have to find their own way back.
Oh, I think we're gonna do Final Fantasy.
Oh fuck yeah, baby!
Yeah.
Hironobu.
Sakaguchi.
Oh, I think I got a glimpse of Luca. He's got a porn stash.
A mustache.
No, specifically a porn stash. That feels like a porn stash to me.
truly a free environment and game world. To me, the PlayStation 2 seems more like a miniature workstation, the kind of workstation that we use in our production studio. And so far we have done 3 titles, 3 Final Fantasy titles for 3 different platforms. And with the PlayStation 2, I believe in our next 3 generations of Final Fantasy, I believe we can really make huge advancements with the amazing abilities of PlayStation 2. I think it really frees up our artists.
Man, I'm interested to see how well Final Fantasy 16 is going to do. It looks like it was going to be pretty good. Or at least like they're returning to like... It looks like they're refining the real-time action combat, and that they're, setting-wise, they're trying to make a bit of a return to like the classic games.
But on the other hand, because they're so close to real-life humans, we need to be a lot more careful and put in a lot more detail. What I'm trying to do is not really to fill the gap between entertainment and feature films, but by creating something totally new,
right?
Full CD quality that also has interactivity, and in that sense, what I'd like to create is really a totally new form of entertainment, rather than trying to bridge feature films and computer entertainment together, but really to go beyond that and create something that people have never experienced before.
Oh, that was a cool scene.
So I might be kind of getting ahead of myself here, seeing as Final Fantasy X hasn't really...
If only the Seymour plot was written better. That's mostly what I remember from FF10. Was the Seymour plot was just absolutely cringe.
Other than that, the game story was fairly good, I'd say.
Well...
Like, not anything stand out, but it was good.
I mean, it's been forever since I played the game, so I'll probably replay it before we have a conversation about it, if you'd be interested in that.
As creators of the Final Fantasy series, it's really like our students...
I guess we're just gonna play it on your channel, though, so...
Yeah, eventually.
I think I'll just die from cringing if I see you play, I played 10 really badly the first time, so I don't even know how to play it well. But in 7, like... yeah.
Ah.
Nostalgia.
Ba ba da ba da.
This may be our last chance. What a beautiful soundtrack for a game. Where's Waka?
Where's the belt, bitch? You know, Albed probably sounds really different in Japanese.
Yeah, I've never played the game. Maybe
Or at the very least, you know, I know the cipher system is different.
Yeah. Because it's phonetic. IUL.
This is a track that was not in the final game.
Yep. Spoiling all the summons.
Man, they really love this shot of Kamari.
It's really cool. And then Kamari proceeds to do nothing for 3/4 of the game. His story is really tragic and beautiful, though. I love Kamari's plot. That was one of my favorite parts of the game. The mountain.
Oh yeah, Gagazet.
Completely breathtaking background and music in that part of the game.
Fuck the Thunder Planes though.
Oh, gotta dodge those thunderbolts for them achievements and good items though.
Like, you have to dodge like what, 200 or something to get Lulu's ultimate weapon.
Yeah.
And not even just 200, you have to do 200 in a row. Meaning if you get hit, you need to start all over.
I would probably just cheat for that, to be honest. Like,
oh hey, it's the Final Fantasy movie that nobody liked.
Oh yeah.
I think they really should try to make more movies based off their properties, because at least in terms of like fight choreography, they're really good.
Yeah, I want a Final Fantasy VII-S movie. Like, people are like, I don't want Final Fantasy VII to be Kingdom Hearts, but no, they're doing it right this time.
Which is why I'm really hyped, because of the announcement of that Kingdom Hearts cartoon they're making for Disney Plus, because it's being animated by the Square Enix guys in CG.
You think they're gonna release the whole season at once, or is it gonna be episodic?
Who knows?
I hope it's the whole season at once.
I'm more curious to see if it's going to be like a retelling of the games or like its own original thing.
Mm-hmm. I love how the guy who uploaded this video is called Huge H Huge Man.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard this is bad. They still have America Online keywords.
Silence, dog.
Two major movie releases this summer are both based on franchises that achieved phenomenal success on the original PlayStation. I'd like now to introduce a very special guest from Capcom. Capcom is a company best known for blockbuster franchises like
Oh, I think they're about to announce Devil May Cry.
And also Dynamite Crisis more recently.
Yeah, that game was actually revolutionary. I got it for like, I think $7 at GameStop. It was a real steal. Actually, that's what I did with a lot of my PS2 games. I just got it way after it was popular for like $7.
Oh yeah, here we go. Oh, look at this fucking baller ass wearing sunglasses on stage.
いろいろ説明する前に映像を見ていただいた方がいいと思うので、まず映像の方、ロールビデオ。
Before I go into the details, I'd like to show the video.
Starts with an explosion.
The first game, I think, had more horror motifs.
Yeah, because it, I think they got, like, the juggling mechanic from Onimusha, which, and some of the other stuff, like the castle motif, was taken from early iterations of Resident Evil 4. So that's probably why it has sort of a horror aesthetic.
Right. I should replay these games. They're pretty cool.
You know, maybe I should play them for the channel.
You'd be so bad at them, though.
Exactly.
They're actually. Oh no! No, it's not a threat. Let's play through Final Fantasy first. Oh please. Of course, we'll have to figure out what versions of 3 and 4 to play. That's gonna be rough because there's like a billion versions of 4.
I mean, just get like the PC version.
I heard that the DS version of 4 was notoriously difficult.
Oh, Final Fantasy 4, right?
Yeah, not Devil May Cry. I don't think Devil May Cry. I don't think the first one has game modes. I know the third one has an easy mode.
They all have an easy mode that you unlock by dying a bunch of times.
Well, you could just get the save file on the internet so that you can start on easy mode.
Meh. Let people watch me suffer. That's how you get views.
Or you'd be really good at the game. It's a pretty strong dichotomy for sure.
I mean, being good at the game is also suffering.
The program, we came here saying to the staff that everything will be okay if it's cool.
まあ、ストーリーの方は、ハーフ悪魔の血を引く、人間と悪魔との愛の子である主人公ダンテが、まあ、同じ悪魔を、メタメタにこう剣と銃と、自らの肉体でっていう、メタメタにやっつけるっていうそういうものです。
The program is based on the hero Dante, who is half human and half demon. In this, he himself battled with the demon with sword and 2 guns and bare hands and kick, and completely blast off.
今回、これまでのレジデントイーブルとは違って、リアルタイムの、フル 3D の、表現をしています。
Different from the Resident Evil, this program utilizes the real-time full 3D technology.
ですが、これまでのレジデントイーブル、よりも、さらにパワーアップした映像を、出てるのをご覧になってご理解いただけたらと思います。
As a demonstration, you could see though the new program is more powerful visuals compared to the Resident Evil.
まあこれは一人でカプコンのスタッフの努力とそれからプレイステーション2のキャパナという広さがあったがゆえであります。
This could achieved only because of thanks to the staff of the Capcom capabilities and the wide capacity of the PlayStation 2.
プレイステーション2は確かにキャパがすごくっていう広くて、まあその気になったら
Man, I'm getting hungry.
大変なこともあります。
Well, we'll finish this and then take a break.
PlayStation 2, as you know, has a very wide breadth of capabilities, and to develop utilizing that capability is very challenging.
Nah, it's fine. My food will show up soon enough anyway.
Doesn't have to do anything. Mommy, where's my tendies?
I mean, it's only because I'm talking to people, otherwise I'd be able to go down and get it myself.
Right. No, I just laugh because you're like the meme of, Mommy, where's my tendies?
Fuck you, Evan.
It's true, though. But, no, I just think it's funny.
You fucking cunt.
I'm jealous.
But to achieve this, I have to
I'm honestly jealous. I constantly think about how inconvenient it is to have to like cook and get food and stuff. It'd be awesome if it was all done for me.
But this was saved by the wonderful result that we attained.
I don't know. Chicken tenders are overpriced and not that good in my opinion, though. And they're super easy to make. Like.
Very keen, and we couldn't compromise in the quality of the.
Wait, is being easy to make a complaint for you?
Well, no, it's like So, in regards to ordering out food, I prefer, because ordering out food is a lot more expensive these days. I prefer to order food that takes a long time to make on your own, or that I could not make on my own.
Against the devil.
You know, I don't want to pay $8 for something I could make for $1 and make like 10 times the amount of it.
So what I recommend is to battle this demon with the sword first, and while the demon is in the air, you shoot the guys with the 2 guns. That's the absolute ultimate. If you make it, you feel so good.
I mean, not wrong.
It's a pretty incredible game.
With this program, not only the actions of the player, we pay attention to the background too.
What the fuck is this camera guy doing?
To achieve this, I sent staff to Spain and the United Kingdom to study the castles, mainly castles.
ディレクターの神谷っていうものが、建築家のガウディ、非常に好きなんで、そのテイストを持ってところどころに、入っているんですけど。
This program reflects the taste of the architect Gaudi, who the director Kamiya really favors of.
見てかっこいいのは、映画だと思うんですけど、デビルはプレイしても、自分がかっこよくなれるっていう作品です。
The movies are things that you see it and it's cool, but Devil May Cry is the apparatus that you yourself can be cool.
これはもうゲームでしかできないと僕は思ってます。
That's the merit of the game.
Literal translation, lady.
Everyone wants to be a Superman, but we're human.
Yep, that's cool.
But in the game, you can be a devil too.
ゲームは今最後の、調整の段階に入っています。
At this point, we are finalizing this program.
スタッフのこだわりが皆さんの元に届くのでもうすぐです。
It will be available to you. That shows that how picky and how focused our creators are.
ぜひ期待してください。
Please looking forward to the game.
Thank you very much.
Plot twist, he could speak English perfectly fine. He just wanted to get a translator to be a baller.
I'm now very, very pleased to introduce our final special guests today, who have come all over straight from Japan this morning to be able to be here and present at this conference. We will hear first from Mr. Gozo Kitao, who is the producer of Silent Hill 2. And we will then hear Hideo Kojima, who's a real icon.
Oh yeah, Kojima actually went to this.
He is hard at work on probably one of the most anticipated PlayStation 2 games, Metal Gear Solid 2. I should point out that this is his last public appearance this year before he goes right back to development and to make sure that the game gets out on time. So please give a big hand to Mr. Kitao. Thank
you. My name is Gozo Kitao, executive producer of Silent Hill 2. for giving us to introduce this title. 前作「サイレントヒル1」というのをプレイステーション2でプレイステーションで、発売したのが、1999年の2月でした。
In February 1992,
Okay, I was like, hold on, did they forget to give this guy a translator?
Silent Hill 1 with the PS station, PlayStation.
PlayStation. PlayStation. Look at the dude behind him.
Hello, I am here as well.
That was the debut of the program, and we were very happy to be to receive the wonderful replies for this program.
その注目を得た点を自分たちで分析するんですけど、一言で言うとおそらく、独特の恐怖感で、その恐怖を醸し出す空気、ゲームの中での空気が、全然別のゲームとはもう全然異なっていた点ではないかと思ってます。
We analyzed why we got so much attention, and we realized that is attributed to the special psychological horror or chilling feeling that you cannot experience.
Man, remember back before we knew how fucking evil Konami were?
I haven't actually looked into the entire situation on my own, but yeah, that's what I hear. But I've also heard the opposite, weirdly enough.
Well, obviously, there's always going to be people who want to defend it.
We first
Yep.
sold the Silent Hill in the United States, and in March, the PlayStation 2 by Sony hardware was.
By Sony.
Well, I know in like Australia, instead of Sega, they called it Sega or something like that.
Wrong.
And they even said that in like they even pronounced it that way in the Australian commercials. And in the boot up screens.
Sega's coming right for us.
Yeah.
We felt kind of special destiny at that time. In order to maximizing the PlayStation 2 capability, our model
Fire your translator.
create the peculiar feelings of this
Why?
atmosphere of horror.
Too literal and awkward translation. IMO.
I mean, that was
The
translated.
Nintendo translator was really good. I can't help but compare the two.
Yeah, okay.
Also, who are these trendy younger dudes in the back? The suspense is killing me.
Is the one I'm keep wondering if the one in the right is Kojima.
No. He doesn't have the trademark glasses of his.
Well, we don't all start out with our signatures, Evan.
I've seen Kojima pictures from like the 90s with him.
Ghost Town, the story will go with the very strange and terrific.
But yeah, Silent Hill 2, iconic classic.
Never played any of those games.
Yeah.
I played Resident Evil 4 like for an hour one time. That's like all the horror game experience I have.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to, but you know, I don't really think horror games are for me.
Too scared?
Yeah, I'm a bit of a wuss.
Yep. I had to get the shiv out. I'm not sure how I would handle horror now. Like, I have a brother who he just laughs at horror. He can never take it seriously. No matter how horrible the thing that happens, he laughs. It's actually pretty funny. I remember Des was a horror person for a while, and then he just stopped.
I mean, when it comes to like movies, I can't really blame him. Horror movies kind of went downhill for a bit, from what I can tell.
Now you don't even need horror movies because you have you have the news.
Fuck off, Evan.
I said that and I'm like, it's not going to be that bad. And then it came out, I'm like, oh, it sounds really bad.
America Civil War II. Coming to a country near you.
Oh boy. I wish the audio was a bit better, because then I could just understand the Japanese guy instead.
The game player has to keep going, playing the game.
I'll be
with
right
the
back.
fear that someone is hiding in the dark.
あともう一つ重要な要素は音なんですけど、このゲームでは BGM は、主人公の体力だとか、周りに敵がいるかいないかだとかで複雑な変化をしながら音を鳴らしています。
And the other effect was the sound. The BGM varies very complicatedly depending on if there is some enemies around or how his energy level is.
That's cool. I really like that. That's pretty innovative, I think. It's not just, the screen beeps when you're at a red bar. Boo-doo, boo-doo, boo-doo.
What's innovative?
So, apparently in this game, when your character's at a different level of stamina, the music will change.
Oh, yeah. And I know Resident Evil had something similar, where your character would physically limp when on low health.
Are you finding something? Unreal.
What? Okay.
Okay, so the reason she says that is because James goes there looking for his dead wife. Because he got a letter from her, and that woman looks like his dead wife.
Oh, Metal Gear Solid 2 time.
The memes, Jack.
There's a dude in front of the subs. There we go.
The fake news, Jack. Ugh. Seriously though, fucking Metal Gear Solid 2 is way more relevant now than it was when it came out.
Yep.
Kojima, you fucking prophet.
Well, I mean, these were already well-developed ideas, let's see, this was made in 2001, so for nearly, 70 to 90 years, these ideas were developed,
I mean, if you just listen to the speech the Colonel has near the end of the game about memes and disinformation and the internet, basically.
Now the Patriots are censoring the internet.
Lolly lule lo.
Why they're just putting in the speech. I guess it's trying to show what the story's about. I never listened to the entire speech in that.
Oh, that's right! Hold on. So that's the thing about this game. So Kojima trolled everybody with this game.
Yeah, because Brian didn't know about Raiden.
They didn't even have... Yeah. Raiden never once appeared in any of the marketing material. All they ever showed was this was the tanker portion. Even on the back of the box when you bought the game, all they showed was the tanker portion.
Yep.
Nobody knew. And you know, given the game's... I know a lot of people got pissed off about that at the time, but given the game's themes... Yeah, given the game's themes, it was fucking perfect, because the game's themes were all about disinformation.
Well, and also about, like, heroes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's this one channel that does a really good analysis of Metal Gear Solid, but every time he tries to analyze anything else, he has the wrong opinion. It's really weird.
You're not talking about Super Bunny Hop, are you?
No.
Okay.
Talking about, what's his face? The guy who... Future Sound Productions.
Look at them flat out lying to your face here. You never play as Snake against Fortune.
Well, maybe originally you could have.
You might be able to in, like, the subsistence version.
Right. Well, maybe it's not the best to show off this fight.
But no, all they literally did was just replace Ride. I'm 100% convinced you couldn't, because look at where they are. This is in the big shell. They just aren't labeling it as the big shell. All they're doing is replacing Raiden's model of Snake. To trick you. Okay, I said that as like a thing, but look at this cutscene. That's literally what they're doing. They're making you think Snake is the main character by just replacing Raiden's model with his.
Deep fake. That's pretty funny, though. To think this game happened because he read a couple of postmodernist books. And the selfish gene. Genes versus memes. Oh, that's Snake.
Metal Gear is one of those properties where I'll pick the dub every time because it just feels more correct to have English voices.
Well, that's what they think in Japan, too, so... They would always release a better version with the English voices.
Fun story. Fun fact. The reason the original version of Metal Gear Solid 3 had fixed camera angles was because of the jungle environment, and free camera gave, if I remember correctly, it gave Kojima like either motion sickness or a headache or something. Get out of my mind, Liquid! Brother!
This is such a dumb plot. George Sears.
What do you think it was like at the time? Like, starting this game up, getting to the end of the tanker chapter, and then suddenly, wait, who the fuck is this? Wait, Snake is dead?
Complaining about it when I played it. I'm just like, oh, okay. Who's this guy? He isn't Snake. It was good. Rip original scenario though. They had to censor it because of the 9 event.
Yeah, this is all fake game footage.
Can you imagine?
No, because the reason
today.
I'm so convinced that's fake game footage is because they put that in cutscenes in the final game.
That concludes the most of the content for today.
Ethernet. Where does this go? As you may recall from last year, I talked about the bay. The adapter here will go into the bay on the back.
Oh right, that's like the network adapter or something.
Yeah.
Two of the pins here into the back of the PlayStation 2.
Let me get Astro's Playroom up.
Slot in here for something else that really should go in here as well, which I'll talk about in a second. But the network adapter, again, going into the back of the PlayStation 2. This is what goes in the space there. PlayStation 2 hard disk drive, which will have a 40 gigabyte capacity, which will fit in the back of the PlayStation 2, the console, the bay that I just showed you. We will be announcing a price shortly, and we will also make this available for November of 2001. So together with the network adapter, as you can see, the hard disk drive will go inside the bay, and the network adapter will go into the back of the hard disk drive, and the whole unit will go into the bay.
PS2 had the worst customer support.
Yeah.
I would send it back to get repaired, and then they wouldn't repair it, and they would send it back.
Which is NTSC, PAL, and XP.
Yeah, this network adapter is lovingly modeled in Astro's Playroom.
Content that's available on the internet today. We will also have a keyboard and a mouse, so that for your internet,
You've got the little link light, the act light.
And instant messaging applications, you will be able
Sony
to use the keyboard
registered
as an interface.
trademark network
Which we
adapter,
believe
Sony Computer
obviously will make it the most
Entertainment,
user-friendly way of accessing
serial
those features. Again, we'll
Sugiyama.
make this available in the winter of 2001, and we will also be announcing pricing and distribution models shortly.
Let's see, whatever PS2 accessories are there. There's the iToy, and the SingStar microphone. Was Buzz a PS2? Did Buzz start on the PS2?
Turning to the business model, excuse me. Two of the most asked questions: how quickly can broadband deploy, and where is the business model? And as entertainment companies, ourselves, together with our technology partners, and also our third-party publishing partners,
The Dreamcast walked so the PlayStation could run.
Of the online experience for the consumers, whether in the analog space or especially in the broadband space. Now, as you all know, Sony Computer Entertainment revolutionized this industry by offering a CD-based software delivery medium when we launched the original PlayStation back in '95 here in North America, and '94 back in Japan. And as we move on to the online space, it will be just as important for us to be
Now let's see,
able,
what
with our partners,
game did
to
they
duplicate the kind of success that we
make an
have in the
artifact
offline
for
space.
PS2? Oh, Eco, right, yeah.
Another key important thing for the developers, the content creators, is not just the revenue, but also at the same time, it's also very important that the content creators know that the way the consumers are accessing their software in the online environment is secure and protected from piracy, copying, and also counterfeiting as well. And to this end, Sony Computer Entertainment has developed a proprietary authentication system, which we call the Dynamic Network Authentication System, which we will deploy together with some of our online initiatives, again, to ensure that content creators have the ability to control the kind of distribution that they would like to have on their software and the relationship with the consumers. Now, just to sum up, some of the technologies that I just spoke about, which includes the AOL communication services, for example, the instant messaging or the email, the real network libraries that I spoke
Somebody
about,
got food.
the Cisco IP
Oh, yes. Sorry. Was it the PS2 where there were rumors that some foreign military was using them to power their computers or something?
What? I don't know. That sounds pretty crazy.
Yeah, there was some rumor with one of the PlayStations that the GPU was so powerful that some foreign military was using it to, like, power their computers or, you know, coordinate stuff or something or other.
That's pretty crazy.
The PlayStation 2 format really is
Oh my god,
a
AOL.
platform. We want to have the widest variety of content providers.
Yeah.
I wonder what the main internet provider over here was at the time, because obviously it wasn't AOL.
Third-party publishing partners that
Yeah.
we work with today. A lot of the Sony Group companies we will be working together with as well. And as I mentioned, also working in collaboration with America Online to deliver and also create new and exciting content. But I'm also excited at the possibility of a variety of other entertainment companies coming into the PlayStation 2 and taking
I think you
advantage
can
of the
still
technology
access
and the
AOL,
power
actually.
that the PlayStation 2 platform offers, and to provide content for the PlayStation 2 and ultimately for the consumers. So how do we see the online components in the software side shaking out? We see a variety of ways that users will be able, through a lot of the initiatives that we're doing and announcing, enjoying online gaming or entertainment in an online.
Oh.
Field commander trained to take down hostile forces throughout the world. The Navy SEALs are unlike any of the other special forces in the world. They go into
Yeah, Navy SEAls are badasses.
always outnumbered, and as any Navy SEAL will tell you, the key to success and survival is to work as one. That element of teamwork is the basic premises of SOCOM U.S. Navy SEALs. I'd like to introduce David Sears, Creative Director for Zipper Interactive. David will be demonstrating the game for us today. Sony and the Zipper team have been working together to create an intense, authentic military experience. Working in association with the Naval Special Warfare, we gain unprecedented access to the way the U.S. Navy SEALs train and approach their missions. Navy SEALs are trained to move like no other military force in the world. We conducted motion capture animation, sound recording sessions with the SEALs in order to get the authentic moves and sounds in the game. We also use face scanning technology, so when you see the faces in the game, it's like being face-to-face with a real SEAL in combat. SOCOM takes place in 4 different areas.
Oh, it's SOCOM, okay.
I mean, yes, it did have the logo up on screen a few seconds ago.
Oh, I was just...
Among numerous missions that take place in these hostile environments are...
You just what, Evan? Huh? You just what?
We didn't want to make SOCOM a game...
Yeah, that's right, bitch.
You must use all of the abilities of your teammates in order to...
Throws attendees.
...and survive. Using a branching command structure, the player has the ability to give detailed commands to the team as the action's happening. You can tell your team to take a sniper position, deploy smoke grenades for cover, or open fire for a full-out assault. In order to help simplify the commands and immerse the player in the situation, voice commands can be used to quickly issue orders, as if you're actually speaking to the team. David's now going to give his
Man, I
team
can't
a
wait till indie game nostalgia reaches the PS2 so we can have a spiritual successor to Metal Gear Solid. Like, we've reached, like, I think we've, in terms of, like, gaming nostalgia that indie games are trying to recapture, I think we've reached the era of the PS1.
David's now going to join the other members of the development team.
Or at the very least, we reached, like, the N64.
The online aspect of SOCOM maintains the team focus as the players form groups of SEALs and terrorists and work together.
GameCube.
What do you got to say about that?
Okay, so they just decided to end their Sony conference video with the rotating GameCube logo for some reason.
Foreshadowing, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to cook some food. It might be like 12-ish minutes for me to do that.
I'll pause the recording.
Cool.
Okay. Eben, you have the Microsoft conference video up? Yep.
Yep.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. So they had a press conference this year, but we only get like a 6-minute video from it? Robbie Batch.
That on November the 8th in the North American market, you'll be able to go into retail stores and you'll be able to get a box just like this with Xbox in it.
No shit.
This is going to be a momentous event for the industry and for Microsoft, and we're very excited about that. About 1.0 to 1.5 million units of Xbox will be sold. That's a great start to what is going to be a great platform.
What's the music?
Xbox will launch in North America on November 8th.
Oh, whoops,
We're
my
excited
thing
to
was
report
playing
that we're
another
going to have
video.
50 to 100%
Whoops.
more units than Sony had with their PlayStation 2 launch. And for $299, people are going to be super excited by what they get. And we know we're going to be able to sell as many units as we can produce. Our secret weapon for Xbox is its online game capabilities. It's the only console designed from the ground up to be perfect for broadband online gaming. And that is the future.
You know, they've got a point there. I know that
they completely dominated that market.
Yeah. Especially with, like, the original
Xbox
Halo.
games rock because they create an environment of realism with sound and graphics and gameplay that people have never seen before. And when you add online gameplay to that, it's going to create an entire new experience for people.
Man, this is edited really stiffly.
Well, and that's why we say with Xbox, your games will never be the same. Green, we're working on it. We're going to get you.
You know, it's amazing what you can afford once you get out of the hardware business. It really is. You know, with $500 million to spend.
That's a move.
This is pretty accurate to what it's like back then playing it.
Oh.
The original Xbox controllers were so huge that nobody's hands could fit over them.
Yeah,
it was awful.
I've heard people really hated that original design. Like, what were they called? Dukes?
The game that sold the Xbox.
Yeah, basically. From what I've gathered.
I only played a few other Xbox games anyway.
The Master Chief Collection is like available on Steam. Maybe I'll play it someday. Oh yeah, this is like sequel to Abe's Odyssey.
Yep.
Oh look, there's Abe there.
Creepy.
Yeah. Hey, what's happening?
I mean, he was liberating his people because they were being treated like a slave race. They aren't born with their mouths sewn shut like that.
Nice. Keep it so pretty funny.
I like how it's just like a couple dudes playing a game in the living room. That's a pretty nice thing.
Dead or Alive 3.
Nice.
Wait, that's not boobs.
Yeah, it's actually a fighting game series.
What? I thought it was just like a tech demo for boob physics.
No, that was once beach volleyball came out. They're like, we could get money for this. This is very to the point.
I'm gathering that there actually was like a full-length press conference. I just couldn't find footage of it beyond like this cut-down version. Yep, that's an Xbox. Uh-huh.
It was just a box.
With an X on it.
And heavy. I remember people would mod it. You have to like saw the back open. People got creative doing that.
What, just to make it lighter?
No, so they can mod it.
Yep, that's an Xbox. That's an Xbox in the dark.
Ooh. Look how it zooms in.
For more information, GCTV, Media Relations, that number probably doesn't work anymore. Okay,
what are we going to do about the show floor videos?
We'll just watch for as long as you can stick around. At least this week. Later weeks we can figure it out on a case-by-case.
Okay, because like there's 2 videos and they're both like 3.5 hours long.
Wow. Fucking Redford, what the fuck, dude? You actually show Redford. There were actually press conferences this week, and you literally showed up after we finished watching them all.
Oh wow, man, that was rough. But I watched the autism video. That was something.
No showgirls though, so you didn't miss
Oh well, I'm glad I missed it then. Holy crap.
Anyway, I guess we'll watch the show floor footage for 2001 now. Let me know when the 3 of you have that ready.
Ready? I'm on the 1 of 2.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
0 minutes. Yeah, it's 3 hour, 55-minute video, right, Redford?
Yep.
Okay. So
Yep.
3, 2, 1. So, Evan, why don't you do me a favor, because I'm too lazy to, and recap Redford on what he missed.
Yeah,
No show glitch.
The conference was basically they had Miyamoto come out and like do a lot of the talking, and that he had a translator, and basically they revealed Melee. Basically, they went over like their business strategy, and they're like, basically what happens with most developers is they make a game, and then they make a billion sequels to that game.
Oh boy, that's accurate.
And we talked about how usually when you make a game, by the time you're done making the game, the technology will have already advanced enough that it will have aged out. And so Nintendo's like, we have our brand recognition. People recognize our system for our characters. And then they immediately led that with the reveal of Melee, so it was like a perfect example of what they just talked about.
Yeah, they basically, one of their points when they were talking about the Nintendo difference was how if you want our characters, you need to get them on Nintendo. You can only get them on Nintendo. And then they made their first game reveal, which was Melee.
Good strategy.
It was impressive. It was kind of campy. Like, a lot of jokes and stuff.
Like, Miyamoto actually ran onto stage just holding a GameCube in his hands, up in the air, and there was applause.
Back in the day when they made good consoles.
They played Luigi's Mansion as well.
What are you talking about, Redford? The Switch is good.
Of course the Switch is good, but we all know the Wii U wasn't.
It's probably the best designed console I've ever seen. Like, just everything about it is super logical.
Redford? We don't fucking talk about the Wii U here.
Accurate.
I still need to sell mine to Marshall, and I need to find where it is.
Marshall wants to buy a Wii U?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know, but I'm like, I don't play mine, so...
Also, yeah, we've got a Game Boy Advance Banjo game.
That was a thing?
Yeah. I mean, there were Crash Bandicoot games on the Game Boy Advance.
Oh, well, that makes sense. I just didn't think,
But yeah, and then Sony stuff was basically them stroking their dick about how well the PlayStation is doing. Because PlayStation 2 just came out as well. And as I've stated before, Redford, even now, no console has yet to surpass the PlayStation 2 in terms of sales numbers.
Pretty crazy.
Wow.
It is still the best selling.
No doubt there.
What were their sales numbers? Just out of curiosity, since we're on the topic.
Let me consult my good old friend Wikipedia.
Also, I hate you, Shaden. Just want to put that out there.
Why? Why do you?
Well, because there's an obvious reason. I am now world level 3, adventure rank 33. So,
fucking
yeah, I hate
seriously?
you. Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, the moment you told him that, I'm like, yeah, Redford, like, we're not gonna hear from him for like a month, and he's gonna be further than all of you guys.
I've almost caught up to Marshall, which is really sad.
How far are you in, like, the Archon quests?
Oh, I'm on the... Okay, so I'm on part 3 of the final Archon quest that's released at the moment.
Okay.
So that's because I'm not rank 35 yet. I need to be rank 35 to unlock that part.
Yeah.
And I've already started dating Noelle because Noelle was released as a dating function, so...
oh yeah, they have the, like, social link system now.
Yeah,
so they have
good
a light system as well?
Yep, it just got introduced.
Yeah. The latest update, like the Windbloom event, introduced Hangout quests, which are basically just social link events that you can get with certain characters once you reach a certain rank. Currently, there are only 4 characters who have Hangout events, but
they'll be adding way more since there's a whole bunch of characters you can hang out with.
Anyway, sales numbers. Let me read out the... let's read out the top 5, okay?
Okay.
So, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, in 5th place is the PlayStation 1, released 1994, with 102.49 million units sold.
Wow.
The PlayStation 4, which is still being sold, so it might go up, is in 4th place with 114.9 million units sold. Then you have in third place the Game Boy and Game Boy Color being counted as one, with 118.69 million. In second place, you have the Nintendo DS family. That doesn't include the 3DS and 2DS. This is like 3DS, DS, a DSi. That sold collectively 154.2 million. And finally, still in number one, is the PlayStation 2 with 155 million units sold.
Wow. I'm actually kind of surprised because you'd think as the technology gets better, there'd be more sales across the board for even PlayStation, but I guess PC is really taking over the market if you ask me.
There's a little asterisk here. Final sales are greater than the reported figure. But, 155 million is still 155 million.
Well, you have to keep track of, like, buying used systems and stuff like that.
Wow.
So yeah, PS2 was a very special system. And I don't mean in the same way that I'm special.
I was about to say, you're valuable, like, probably more than a PlayStation 2.
On average.
Because actually, I did research with my D&D group last night, and apparently the human body in the medical field is worth $550,000 for one body, but in the black market it goes to about 1.5 million.
Why did that come up?
So it was interesting because we were talking about selling my wife's placenta after the birth, and they decided to figure out what was the rest worth.
I did not need to get that on video.
Nobody needed to know this, neither did I.
That has to be a joke. No way you actually talked about that.
No, it happened.
Anyway,
I didn't even suggest it.
So
I can't imagine your wife wanting you to talk about that.
Good news, Redford. My YouTube channel hit an important milestone in every YouTuber's career.
Demonetized?
Copyright strike.
Why?
Sorry, copyright claim. There's a difference.
Right.
But why? What did you do?
Apparently, some of the trailer music from one of the A3 videos got claimed.
By what? That shouldn't even be claimable at this point.
You'd be surprised. I've gotten claims completely random things. Unless it's just you talking into the camera, you'll probably get copyrighted claimed on 80% of your videos. It's ridiculous.
I think you can fight most of those for the most part.
Yeah, but it's not worth it. Like, I don't have... The only thing that bothers me about it is the fact that even though I wasn't monetizing the video, even though I didn't have ads on the video, there are now ads on those videos generating revenue for a company I've never heard of.
Yep.
Yeah, that's pretty messed up. I think they're taking advantage of the fact that you didn't want ads, so they're now putting ads in there.
Like, I could understand if I had ads on there, they'd be like, okay, you're taking some of our revenue, fuck that. But I didn't. Like, these videos are completely non-profit so far. I don't even have a Patreon. Yet.
That's pretty messed up.
Yeah, you should.
Well, by the time you get a Patreon, they'll probably be dead as a company.
Oh, hey, Golden Sun.
Oh, I love
Fantastic
Golden Sun.
game. I actually beat it.
I've heard it has really great visuals for, like, a GBA game.
It sure does.
Basically the perfect GBA game.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's Marshall's favorite game, and, like, it actually... he's super picky about everything.
Oh, don't I fucking know it.
Yeah, this is his favorite game. It's really funny to say no to people in this game, though. Like, because they get really mad.
But thou must.
But you have to do what I say. No, I don't. Accurate.
The battle system's also pretty unique and fun. Some of the puzzles are really BS, but others are pretty easy.
True.
It's really fun to mind read all the NPCs, though. That's one thing I wish more games had.
I wish more games had X-ray vision.
I'm with you on that. Wait, actually, that doesn't... Wait, does that even look through clothes? I think that just lets you see their bones.
You know, depends on how precise you get with it.
That's true. If it's Superman X-ray vision, it's okay. But if it's actual X-ray vision where you just see bones, then that's kind of dumb.
Mario Kart Advance.
Oh, snap.
Okay, so yeah, like, game announcements that you missed, by the way, are... we mentioned Melee. Let's see, Luigi's Mansion got announced.
Ooh. An actual good game. But well, I'm not surprised. It was great.
Pikmin, we saw.
Ooh, I actually played that one.
Dinosaur Planet became Star Fox Adventures.
Oof, yeah, that was a mistake.
Have you ever played Star Fox Adventures?
You mean the one where you play Star Fox with a staff and no gun? Yeah, it sucks.
I thought it was an alright game.
A bunch of N64 tech demos got leaks recently, actually. And along those is like one of the E3 demos, I think, of Dinosaur Planet before it became Star Fox Adventure. So you can actually play a little bit of Dinosaur Planet now.
Oh, nice.
Interesting.
And Saber, the guy that looked kind of like Fox, he didn't use the staff.
Oh.
Crystal used the staff. Saber used a sword.
Well, that's actually cool. And also, her using a staff is hot, but that doesn't prove I'm a furry. That just means I think that she has a good-looking body, not a furry.
I know you're not a furry, that's okay.
I am a furry.
Well, we all can agree that Lola Bunny's hot, but that doesn't make any of us furries.
No, I think it does.
See, I mean, most boys...
If he was on social media, would always get banned.
You know what, Redford? I've got an anime that I think you would like.
Which one is it?
It's called Beastars.
Oh, I love that one.
That show is really good. I love it. I can't wait to watch season 2 in a couple weeks.
Oh, is it coming out soon?
It does not make me a furry.
Airing season 2.
Whatever. Redford spoke over you.
It's been airing weekly, so that means since the season of anime is almost done, I'll be able to watch it. In a couple weeks.
Hopefully, when it comes out on Netflix, it will have the dub right away.
Yeah, dub clubs have to wait longer.
That's right, get wrecked, scrubs.
Saber Wolf.
Yes. Let's see, whatever else got announced that sticks out in my memory.
I remember Saber Wolf. It was a great first-person shooter.
They showed Silent Hill 2 footage.
What? That's already out?
That or it's about to come out.
Oh yeah, we are into the 2000s now, aren't we?
Yeah. 2001.
They showed early footage of Metal Gear Solid 2.
Yep. Ooh.
Which
where they overhyped the snake and not enough of who actually is there.
Yeah, so one of the themes of Metal Gear Solid 2 is disinformation. So Kojima decided to take this into the real world by trolling Metal Gear fans by deliberately excluding any mentions of Raiden, any hints of his existence from all the trailers, all the marketing material. He isn't even on the back of the box.
Oh, well, I guess if he did intentionally, that makes it okay, not.
I think this is one of the cases where I'm okay with it because it supports the themes of the game.
But if everyone starts doing that, that's when it becomes a problem. Oh, we're just doing it because it supports the themes. Dude, that's a gambling casino. But yeah, there's just a casino.
Now, in Redford, these days we just make games set around controversial American military operations and then say they're not political.
Oh, that's funny.
It's
not political.
I'm looking at you, 6 Days in Fallujah.
Whoops. Whoopsie.
Anyway. Let's see. Jack and Daxter, the original one, got shown.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Yeah.
Super Mario Advance. I played this game so much. Great game.
Oh dadgummit.
2 is way better though.
Yeah, I think there were a few other cool things, but those are the main ones that stick out in my memory.
Fair enough.
See, Super Mario games were doing big medleys of a bunch of their games before it was cool. Dun, dun. You guys need to play this if you haven't.
Oh,
So
Super
fun.
Mario World?
I think I have it on my 3DS.
Or they call it Super Mario Advance nowadays.
No, I think they call it Doki Doki Panic.
Doki Doki Panic. Never heard of that one, but it sounds awesome.
These games, I just use the cake.
Okay, so Redford, you're aware that the America got a different version of Super Mario 2, right?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay, so the version Japan got over here is called Mario the Lost Levels.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And the way they designed that was, we'll just make it an extension of the first one, so the levels start off harder and keep getting than the last few levels in the first one, and keep getting harder. Like, it's one of the few games with the poison mushroom that can kill you instead of, you know... Yeah. Well,
Wow.
Japan was like, yeah, this game is too hard for the Americans, so instead of translating it, we're going to take this Japanese game called Doki Doki Panic and just replace all the sprites with Mario characters.
That's pretty crazy.
That is pretty crazy.
I should actually play the hard Mario game. You know, I never played Super Mario Galaxy 2, and I heard that was amazing.
Well, you can get Galaxy 1, Sunshine, and 64 for your Nintendo Switch, Evan, but only for like 15 more days.
Eat shit, Nintendo. Peach was always pretty overpowered in these games.
That's why they never let you play as her.
There's Super Princess Peach. I remember this was during high school. I remember my girlfriend at the time called it Super PMS Warrior. It's pretty funny.
That's awesome.
Oh, Metroid 4.
I never played a Metroid game. I need to play through that series.
Oh,
I have a lot of fun.
I knew there was a big game I was forgetting to mention. Nintendo showed off Pikmin for the first time.
Oh yeah, Pikmin's good. I like the game. Metroid 4. Still, they had a fourth Metroid? I thought there was like Metroid and then, you know, Metroid Prime.
It's probably like a working title.
Yeah, I don't remember this. The title seems off.
Speaking of Metroid Prime, they showed, they didn't spotlight it or anything, but there were for a few clips of that and like the sizzle reels for the GameCube stuff.
Nifty.
So that's on its way.
3D gaming at its finest. Oh, wait. Is this where this, I'm trying to think.
Yeah, I've heard someone made a VR ROM hack of like a Metroid Prime and it's really good.
Ooh. That sounds awesome. Yeah, this can't be real. There's no way this got released.
Yeah. Well, it's a GBA game, so maybe.
I've just never seen a Metroid game like this before.
I heard somebody made a fan-made Metroid game that was incredible, and then Nintendo nixed it.
Oh, well, that's because Nintendo's Nintendo.
Yeah, another Metroid 2 remake. Though in that case, you could argue it's justified because they were also making a Metroid 2 remake, but as it later came out. But generally, yeah, it's just Nintendo being overzealous with their IP protection.
So they can do their limited time offer game.
Yeah, so they can pull a game out of the Disney Vault. I mean, Nintendo online service.
Ooh. See what you did there. Oh, I like this game.
Which one
of
is
those
this?
Mario Party games.
This is Castlevania.
Yeah, Evan. It's Redford.
Oh, right.
It was like, oh, Earthworm Jim. No, that's cool. Before it became 3D.
Fire Pro Wrestling. I think I've heard of this one.
I'm only aware of WWE when it
Man,
became
a lot of these
Nintendo.
GBA games look really bad. I'm not gonna lie.
Is this Tetris?
Iridian 3D.
Oh yeah, back when 3D was 3D.
Crazy Racers.
Ridge Racer. Ridge Racer.
Oh, is this that Konami racing game where you can play Pyramid Head?
No way, that'd be cool.
I know there is one where you can. There is a Konami racer where you can play as Pyramid Head. I just don't know if this is the one.
Ooh, Jurassic Park game. He's dead.
So, Redford, I marathon Demon Slayer yesterday and saw 20 episodes.
Dude, nice. Was it good?
It's fantastic. It is extremely good.
I know, right?
Ooh,
what'd you think of that season finale with the spider fight?
No, well...
I plan on watching
that was
it, so
fun.
no spoilers, please.
Don't mention the part with Darth Vader, he'll spoil it.
Yeah.
And whatever
Yeah,
you
I'd
say,
recommend it. It's good.
and whatever you do, Redford, remember, don't say Sakura is a bad character 30 episodes into Naruto.
I mean, she is?
She is a bad character.
Oh, okay, did you see that post in Evan's Discord?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so a YouTuber I'm subscribed to,
Mega Man Battle Net.
Jacksepticeye, right?
Mm-hmm.
He started watching the original Naruto because he managed to stay completely unspoiled for the most part, and he decided he'd finally watch it, the original Naruto. And he decided, hey, you know, it's pretty rare to see someone do blind reactions to this these days, so I'll tweet my impressions as I'm going along. And 38 episodes in, he decided to give his impressions of where he is, how he's feeling about the characters at the moment. And he said, you know, Sakura is useless. She literally does nothing but yell at people's names. Which, if you've seen Naruto, 30 episodes in, that's true. That's just factually true.
Yep. He's literally useless.
But, you know, people didn't take too kindly to that, and they decided that an appropriate punishment was to spoil the entire show for him.
Appropriate punishment dished out. Wow.
Like, literally. People replied to that tweet with going, this person dies, this person dies, this person dies.
Yeah.
How many Sakura fans did he piss off?
I wasn't even aware there were Sakura fans.
Accurate.
Because she's just lesser Tsunade at her best.
And Tsunade's actually useful, for the most
He's
part.
the best female character in that series.
And with the best pair of tits, but we won't go there, I guess.
I would debate that, actually.
Oh,
are you sure? Because I don't know. I think she does, out of all the Naruto characters.
I mean, there's an element of subjectiveness when it comes to which pair of boobs is the best.
Well, there's like, my boobs are so big that like maybe one in like a million women have boobs that are that big that are also skinny.
Yeah.
Well, fine. I see what you're saying there, but bigger boobs are better.
And you know, there's
up to a
Redford. Even there's a subjective element because let's not forget. Let's not forget the flat as justice crowd.
Oh, give me a break. Those guys are losers who are always losing at life. So the only way they can defend themselves is by making a losing argument win, but it doesn't work because they're still losers.
Also, Sonic Advance, baby! Oh, by the way, Redford. Our Dragon Ball game became Kingdom Hearts.
What?
Kingdom Hearts is now canon in my Dragon Ball game.
Yes.
What?
So, when we rebooted, Evan introduced the system where if we suggest something, he can softly say no to it. We can roll a 1d100, and if we roll high enough, it happens anyway.
What?
And Azel got transported to this like weird otherworld, and I was like, oh, what if it's like the world in between Twilight Town and the world that never was? And if that was the case, that would make Kingdom Hearts canon. And you know what? We can add we can add bonuses to these D100 rolls with these KO coins we're collecting, but I didn't even need to. I rolled a natural 100.
Kingdom Hearts becomes canon, and I'm like, damn it, I can't even dispute that.
Damn it, what have you done?
The game is actually more interesting, though. In my
It's
opinion.
more interesting. Is it because you don't have to explain anything because now it's too convoluted to explain?
No, I'm gonna make Kingdom Hearts work better.
You know what the best part is,
already.
Redford? Since we've rebooted and Evan's introduced the system, keeping in mind, he's handing out these KO coins that we can use to boost these rolls pretty leniently. Like, not like handing them out like candy, but you know, they're easy enough to get. I have...
Right.
Now, you only get the thing you're rolling for if you can make a 100. Generally, you'll need to supplement your roll with the KO coins. Unless, you know, it's a natural 100 like I got on the Kingdom Hearts. I've been averaging rolls in, like, the 90s or 80s.
It's crazy. Like, his luck is dumb.
That's insane luck. Did my luck transfer over to you? Jeez.
Like, I've rolled at least like 10 times over the course of the 3-4 sessions we've done so far, and most of those rolls are where either in the 80s or the 90s.
Yep.
Are you sure you shouldn't go to a casino right now and change your life forever?
You should like do stocks and stuff. Like, and then that way he won't have to be a ward of the state.
Another example of my insane luck, Redford, is now that you know Genshin Impact. I did a event pull, got 3 characters in one wish, 2 of whom weren't even part of the event. One was a 5-star character.
Wow. Jeez. You have some pretty dang good luck.
Another pull, which was a single pull, I got the 2 characters in one wish that I hadn't already gotten from the event. Specifically the 2, because I already had the other 2, I specifically got the 2 that I didn't already have.
Wow.
In a single wish.
That's crazy. And you're doing the single 10 pull wish, or just like one wish?
It's a 10 pull.
Okay, good.
I mean, the pity system would make the single wishes work anyway, but it's more satisfying to do them all at once.
I like 10 pulls. 10 pulls are better. Yeah, that's really good luck, man. Shoot.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm just shocked.
My luck's always been like this. Like, one time while I was doing stat rolls for, like, a Pathfinder game or something, I got 3 18s.
3 18s? Wow. That's really insane luck for Pathfinder.
Yeah.
Dude, I would say do my rolls, but
I think I have the superpower of luck.
I should just do my rolls while you're on screen, see if that affects my rolls.
Yeah, I'm surprised you guys are still playing that D&D campaign, Redford.
Which one?
They were like level 10.
The one I do in person. The one I do in person, or the one I do in line?
Oh, you do too? I didn't know that.
Okay, both of them are new, by the way. So the one I do in person, they did a new campaign. They're at level 3 now, and they're all gonna die.
Cool.
But that's because I implemented a new system. I think you'd like this, Evan. Before the campaign started, I approached everyone and gave them a chess piece. This symbolizes what villain they're making in the campaign that will affect the world from here on out.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so the king got the BBEG, the queen got the BBEG's main henchman, which is stronger than him, and then the bishop was a crazy person that worships the bad guy inaccurately. And then the knight is a lesser form of the BBEG, your first boss encounter.
Interesting.
And then the pawns are all like smaller things that are loosely connected to the main plot that can affect each story directly every session. So everyone's got a piece, and needless to say, they hate each other because they created some of the most insane bosses that even I wouldn't do.
Really?
The BBEG is literally the Thing from the Thing. John Carpenter's The Thing with starting mass and a mirror of flying and teleportation. This thing is unstoppable.
And this isn't D&D?
Yeah, this is D&D still.
You know, when you said The Thing, I thought Marvel.
Yeah, that's why I had to clarify John Carpenter.
Is it 5th edition?
Yeah, it's 5th edition. They're screwed.
Okay, cool. 5th edition characters are actually more powerful on average for most levels.
I agree. But
I would say.
but you know what John Carpenter's The Thing is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
You know how it can mimic the entire person, their memories, and dialect?
I know how it works, yeah.
Wait, you know how, Evan, you know how it works, though?
No, I mean, you just told me, so I know how it works.
Okay, just checking. Sorry. It's just, this thing's terrifying. Anyways, he's like, you know, it'll be fine. I'm like, no, I would never create something like this because my players are too dumb to figure it out.
Right.
By the way, Redford, have you heard of the brilliant game of Blaseball?
Blaseball?
Blaseball, yes.
I've never heard of this Blaseball you speak of. Please, do tell me.
Okay, Blaseball is totally a Redford thing. I need to link this. No. Here we go. Oh.
Ooh, links.
Yes.
I'll have to look at that afterwards.
Let's see, where did I leave off with book? Page 2. Let's go glossary. Zero number. A bloodborne ability preventing players from being struck out when there are 0 balls in the court. Affinity for crows. A condition that results in a 50% increase in performance during Bird's Weather. Alternate. A player who substitutes for an alternate with another, or alternates with another. Apple. A snack that accesses forbidden knowledge. Base instincts. A bloodborne ability granting a player the chance to head past first base when getting walked. Birdseed, any seed or blend of seeds used for feeding birds. A blessing to be used in case of shelling.
What is this game?
Black hole, weather. A celestial object formed when redacted runs out of fuel.
Redacted?
A region of immateria where gravitational field and redacted so strong that nothing can escape it.
That's funny.
But yes.
That sounds like my type of game.
Basically, it's just like a fake baseball league that you can place bets on online and make votes on rules. But it's insane. It's like the Bizarro version of baseball.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where some people are convinced it's an ARG.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. I'm currently my currently favorite the team I currently have selected as my favorite is the San Francisco Lovers.
What?
Yes.
Who comes up with these names?
Oh, San Francisco Lovers is tame. Let me let's see, who do we have in the current league? We have the Hades Tigers, the Mexico City Wild Wings.
That doesn't make sense culturally.
The Tokyo Lift, Chicago Firefighters, the Breckenridge Jazz Hands, the Atlantis Georges, Philly Pies, then the Lovers, the Dallas Steaks, the New York Millennials.
I actually get that one.
The Core Mechanics, the Seattle Garages, the LA Unlimited Tacos,
Mm-hmm.
the Hellmouth Sunbeams, the Boston Flowers, the Houston Spies, the Ohio Worms, the Miami Dale, the Canada Moist Talkers.
Moist Talkers? Yeah.
The Yellowstone Magic, the Kansas City Breathmints,
wow.
Hawaii Fridays, the Baltimore Crabs, and the Charleston Shoe Thieves.
Interesting.
Yeah, and teams can get different status effects, like Charm. Players with Charm have a chance of convincing their opponent to fail.
You fail, okay.
Party Time. The team is mathematically eliminated from the postseason and will occasionally receive permanent stat boosts in their games.
Awesome.
The Hades Tigers have Fireproof. A fireproof player cannot be incinerated. Sealant. Players with Sealant cannot have blood drained in Blood Drain. Ambush. When a player is incinerated in a game this team is playing in, a Hall of Fame player will join their shadows. Oh, they all have mottos. Oh, I didn't see that before. So Hades Tigers say never look back. Wild Wings have, that's another language. Tokyo Lift have Heart and Swole.
Heart and Swole.
Chicago Firefighters, we are from Chicago.
What?
Breckenridge Jazz Hands, we've got winning to do just for you.
Lol.
Atlantis Georges, you sink, we swim. Okay, I that's a good one.
That's funny.
Sega Bass Fishing 2, guys.
Dude, more fishing games. It's a hit! Reel it in! Oh, baby! It's the big one!
Was huge, to be fair.
Wait, is this Sword Art Online?
Yeah, Sword Art Online 2. Version 2.
Phantasy Star.
Phantasy Star.
Oh!
Yeah. Sorry guys, it's so similar, you know?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Wait, this is Phantasy Star? I thought...
The Philly Pies say pie or die. San Francisco Lovers, let's go all the way.
Let's go all the way.
Dallas Steaks, well done.
Lol.
New York Millennials, youth will save us.
The useless.
Core mechanics. We can fix this.
Lol, we can fix this. We can fix everything.
Seattle garages, park it. LA Unlimited Tacos. 72 degrees in infinite. Hellmouth sunbeams. Stare into the sun. Boston flowers, let's grow. Houston spies. Bang, bang!
Bang, bang. Wow.
The second bang is literally written in all caps. Ohio worms.
That's funny.
Oh, worm?
I don't recognize this game at all. Well, it's a Dreamcast game, not surprising.
Ugh, poor Dreamcast.
Oh, well, we'll watch up through Sonic Adventure 2 at least.
Canada Moist Talkers, Talk Spit get hits.
They had Bomberman online?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yellowstone of Magic. As above, so below.
Nice, I see what they did there.
Kansas City Breath Mints. Fresh breath, here we come.
Well, that was accurate.
Hawaii Fridays. It's island time.
Wow.
Baltimore Crabs. Claws up.
Claws up.
Yes. Charleston Shoe Thieves. Your kicks are our kicks. That one's actually pretty good. And of course, you can check each individual player's stats. So let's see. Kiichiro Guerra of the San Francisco Lovers has alternate the players in alternate.
Ooga Booga! That's a name for a game.
Yes. Current vibe, most excellent. Batting, 2 stars. Pitching, 1.5 stars. Base running, 4 stars. Defense, item none. Armor none. Evolution, base. Peanut allergy, yes. Pregnant pre-game ritual. Hydration, coffee style, Americano. Blood type, love. Fate, 57. Soul Scream. I don't know how to pronounce that, so I'm just gonna put it in. I'm just gonna... Actually, no, it's better if I take a screenshot.
Yo, that's what up, dog?
What game is this? Oh, Toe Jam and Earl.
It's a baseball.
It's a baseball.
Choose your team. Jaggers.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do
Sonic Adventure 2.
Yeah.
Cinnamon. Well,
You guys gonna finish your Let's Play of that?
Did we start one?
I thought we did it.
So, yeah.
We did the first one, not the second one.
Oh, no, we haven't started the second one. I would have remembered that.
Pretty sure we did an episode, and I was there.
If we did, I didn't find any playlists for it on my channel. Anyway, Evan, you're sounding like you're ready to head off. I think, Redford, if you're willing, you and me can stick around a little longer.
Yep.
I mean, I've got some polls to do, you know?
He has nothing important to do. Keep him.
Okay.
No, I have a baby that's being made. Oh, wow, my pregnancy.
Your pregnancy? Or your
Yeah,
wife's pregnancy?
Sure, let's go with that. My wife's pregnancy, yeah, let's go with that.
Anyway, before you leave us, Evan, would you like to give your closing thoughts?
I have to give this one to Nintendo. I feel a little bad because obviously the camera work was a lot shoddier, and that one translator, I'm like, they need to fire her.
Oh yeah, like Redford, like especially compared to like the guy who filmed the Nintendo's conference. The guy who filmed the Sony conference like had ADD or something. He kept like readjusting the camera and pulling it in and out of focus, and just pointing it in random directions.
Is he getting distracted by everything?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Anyway, go ahead, Evan.
Yeah, Nintendo's was just a lot more endearing. The PlayStation 1 was more of a business conference.
Yeah.
Is what it felt like. I mean, the games that they revealed were really good, but I'm looking forward to next year. When very soon we'll be getting, it's not from a tape, it's from a DVD, and that'll be a significant jump in quality.
Yes. But yeah.
Alright then, goodbye from me, everyone. I had a good time. I'll see you next week, for sure.
Oh, and Evan.
Uh-huh.
Remember that Flash game I mentioned?
Yep.
Want to do that tomorrow?
Sure. Let me check my schedule. Yeah, I should be good.
Okay. Just send me a message tomorrow whenever you're good.
Cool. Alright. See you then. Bye-bye.
See ya. Alright, well, I'm gonna go do those polls now.
Look down at your arms, Redford. See how they are now strapped to your chair.
Oh my gosh, how did you do that?
Yeah, it's magic. I also now have you wearing a chastity belt.
Dang it, I can't get my wife pregnant anymore.
Yes.
I cannot continue the human race the way it should be with my genes.
We really should get around to doing the Adventure 2 commentary.
Eventually, sometime, probably after the pregnancy.
Yeah.
April 6th is coming up pretty quick.
Well, we know that you're free on these Saturdays, so we could always just fill the Saturday spot with Adventure 2 once we're done the E3 rewinds.
You're probably right. Probably readjust the time so I don't sleep through it.
I'd just like to remind you that you had full control over when we start.
That is true. Yeah. I made a mistake and a miscalculation.
Also, I just realized this is not the final version of this track. There's no vocals.
Yeah, where's the follow me?
Set me free! Follow me and we will escape from the city!
So good.
Also, yeah, this is the first Sonic game to introduce the grinding mechanic.
That's oh, right. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Which I believe which I believe might be a byproduct of their partnership with Soap.
What?
Soap shoes. Okay, so there was a shoe brand called Soap, where they had a little curve indent in them, like you can see in Sonic shoes in the final version. That were literally meant to let you do what Sonic does in the game, which is grind along rails with just your shoes instead of a skateboard.
Oh!
Speaking of, it looks like that partnership hasn't actually happened yet because he's wearing his normal shoes.
Oh, so that means he's still kind of just winging it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh wait, was that for the Xbox? No way. I don't believe that.
It wasn't.
I was about to say that it was never released for the Xbox. There's no possibility there's just no way.
Yes, I think we've seen some of this. Me and Evan saw some of this Xbox footage earlier.
That makes sense.
It's literally just them filming an Xbox for like 3 minutes with no audio. And now,
oh yeah, look at that sleek box, that beautiful X, the thing.
Yeah.
November the 8th, in the North American market, you'll be able to go into retail stores.
I'm gonna laugh if
You'll be able to get
they
a box
wind up
just
just
like
having all the conferences
with
in this
Xbox.
video, and now I just watched them a second time, but instead of with Evan, I'm watching them with you.
Your audience gets pissed and walks away. It's like, we've already seen this.
About
But you know, that's the YouTube lifestyle, recycling content.
Oof. Big oof.
That is going to be a great platform.
I see what you did there. Well played.
Xbox will launch in North America on November 8th. We're excited to report that we're going to have 50 to 100%
Is
more
his
units
lips
than
not-
Sony had with their PlayStation 2 launch. And for $299, people are
His lips are not in sync with his. What he's saying. He's Japanese. No, the Japanese have taken over the Xbox.
Or it could just be
Our
the
secret
audio
weapon for
track is
Xbox
out of
is
sync with
its
the
online game
video track.
capabilities. It's the
Alright,
only
nobody cares about
console
video games
designed from the
nowadays, I
ground
see.
up to be perfect for broadband online gaming. And that is the future of
At
gaming.
least he
We
was right
think
about
it's
one
some
thing, that
very
the
exciting
Xbox
things
would take
people
over
are
the
looking
online
Yeah.
market by storm. For sure.
In terms of the Xbox was a system that made online gaming a big thing.
Sound and graphics and
Yes.
gameplay that people have never seen before. And when you add online gameplay to that, it's going to create an entire new experience.
Especially with Halo.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Like, I've heard nostalgic memories of people just getting together and having LAN parties. Of just Halo.
You're not wrong. I mean, that was not my childhood. That's a bad way to put it, because that wasn't my childhood. But I remember during my childhood being invited to one of those, and it's what got me into first-person shooters. Even though I was balls at it. If I remember right, Xbox was primarily 3D gaming at the time. I don't think they had any 2D side-scrollers on their console.
Nope.
Yeah, they went hard into the 3D, which, you know, had its hits and it had its misses. I don't think 3D became that super popular until, like, the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 2. What do you think?
I mean, the PlayStation 2 is already out.
No, I guess it's already popular then. I'm way behind still.
Shrek!
Shrek? What? Oh, it's one of those mech games. Gundam. Oh, there's a nice shot.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I can stay for a little bit longer if we're gonna have a bit more golfing. Just golfing, nothing else.
Looking forward to. I'm actually kind of looking forward to the new Mario Golf game that's coming out in a month or two.
Isn't it supposed to be Mario golfing, but with Breath of the Wild mechanics?
No.
Because they should do that. They should capitalize on the whole Breath of the Wild fad that's going on right now, and just make all of their games Mario Party, but with Breath of the Wild.
You know what Nintendo property is trying to pull a Breath of the Wild?
I thought it was the Pokemon one?
Yep.
I don't know how I feel about that still. It could be a hit, it could be a miss.
Look, the idea of Pokemon Breath of the Wild is a brilliant idea on paper, but I don't have a lot of faith in them to actually land the execution.
I mean, they didn't land it with Pokemon Go, and that's what Pokemon Go is supposed to be.
Pokemon Go, yeah. I was thinking Let's Go. Let's Go I know people don't like them, but, you know. And Pokemon Go was good until, like, they made a change about how you can track the wild Pokemon. That made it way more bullshit.
Yeah. I mean, I made friends with the original Pokemon Go. I'm not even joking. And then after the update, everyone left. Go Gundam!
It's not Gundam.
It looked like a Gundam.
It looked like a mech, not a Gundam.
Isn't that the same thing?
Gundams are mechs, but mechs aren't Gundams.
Accurate. That's funny.
So yeah, this is Microsoft gearing up to enter the gaming market.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, this is technically their first reveal, right?
Yeah, by the looks of it. Now, in terms of like the first console, their first console, the Xbox did pretty well. Remember when you could just call the original Xbox One, and you didn't have to worry about people getting confused?
Oh, right. It's like, oh yeah, I've got the Xbox X. Did you get the Xbox Series X? The what?
Ugh. Like, say what you will about the Xbox, but whoever came up with the naming scheme needs to be fired.
I think they could have done something different.
Alright, so we're releasing our third Xbox. What should we call it? Let's call it the Xbox One.
Confusion.
Like, you know what they were trying to do, though. They were trying to be like, oh, it's the all-in-one machine.
You're right.
But, you know, people didn't want an all-in-one machine. They wanted a video game console.
Right. It's just like, come on, man. What were you thinking?
Oh. I still remember the year the Xbox One and the PS4 got announced. And Sony on their Twitter released that video of how to share games on PS4.
Get wrecked.
Step 1, sharing the game. And it's literally just... The guy hands
Two people
him,
sharing.
The guy literally just hands him the game's box. They smile at the camera, and that's it. Because because the Xbox One originally had all these DRM features. And Microsoft were like, but we can't take them out. Oh, the Kinect is built in. We can't just take it out this time. It has to always be online for the console. And then they were able to just patch it out.
Right.
Proving that they were flat out just lying to our faces.
Truth.
So, are there any PS5s for sale yet?
Good question. Why don't you come back after the scalpers have had their fill?
So in 2036 then.
2036 indeed.
Oh, look, Halo.
Ooh.
Oh, I saw a Star Wars game.
Back when Star Wars games were they actually tried, even though some were hits or misses, but they at least tried.
I'd like to direct you towards Jedi Fallen Order.
Jedi Fallen Order was actually a good game. Let me make that clear.
Okay,
but that was like one of the
fun
games.
story, Redford. You know Anthem?
Yeah.
You know that game that was basically dead on arrival?
Right.
How it had like all this, how it had an interesting gameplay but no content, and except for a roadmap that may or may not have been fulfilled. Yeah, well, it officially died a while ago. You know, it was already dead, but they finally admitted it a while ago. And EA came out and said, okay, you know what? We're gonna back off. Looking at Anthem and how Anthem failed and how Jedi or Fallen Order did really well, we're making the decision to back off and kind of let our developers have a little more free reign. And you want to know one of the announcements that came out immediately after that? The next Dragon Age, the next Dragon Age that was in development was originally going to be a live service, like Anthem, but with dragons.
Why? Did they cancel that? Please tell me they canceled that.
It was going to be like that until EA backed off and decided to give let their developers actually do what they want to do.
Because apparently, you know, having an Anthem in fantasy would probably be a bad idea.
Yeah, they basically, I think what happened was, like I said, they saw how they made a massive mistake with Anthem in pushing it to be this live service, but and saw how well Jedi Fallen Order did when they actually let their developers do what they wanted in making it a solid single-player game, and were like, maybe we should stop meddling. Maybe we should just let our developers have some breathing room to do what they want.
See, it's like EA has to keep learning this lesson over and over and over again until we finally...
Anyway, The Sims 5 is rumored to have some competitive multiplayer elements.
Really?
There's no official word on that, but there is some speculation based on some job listings.
Interesting.
And I'm like, if that turns out to be true, like, what the fuck? That is not what people play The Sims for.
Competitive multiplayer in Sims! You'll love it. We promise. Don't fire us.
Well, the good news is The Sims are actually going to have a good competitor in, like, a year or two, because this one Kickstarter game started off as a one-man team, actually.
Really?
Called Paralives, is making waves in the Simmers community, because it's basically shaping up to be The Sims, but a million times better. And it's still in development.
Wow, really?
Oh, I'll show you, like, their development cycle after this, because they've got a whole page on their website showing their progress. And you know what? I'll include that in the video, actually, because Paralives deserves more recognition.
But it's not like some monetizing scheme that's used to take all of your money?
Nope. It's an indie game. When was the last time an indie game did that?
I can't think of an indie Sims game, to be honest. I mean, besides the original Sims or Sims 2.
Yeah. Anyway, back to live services. You know Marvel's Avengers?
Yeah, the thing that's pretty much bombed and they're still hoping to revive it somehow?
Yeah, you know that game that was dead on arrival? And basically only had basically it was just Anthem, but with a Marvel skin.
Right, that did very little to
and
help
had
it, especially
five
when it said
different
monetization.
Yeah, and had 5 different forms of premium currency.
Ew.
I'm joking, but that's probably the exact amount. They had more than 2. I know that much.
See, I was going to pre-order it until I heard monetization in live service, and I said, nope.
Yeah,
done.
those words aren't immediate turn-offs for me, but then I heard that they had like 5 different types of premium currency and loot boxes, and that it was a live service. And I was like, how about I just cancel this pre-order? Anyway, Square Enix, who I believe they're the ones in charge of that game. Correct me if I'm wrong.
They're at least programming and coding it.
Yeah. They had a brilliant idea on how to save the game.
How? Well, how can you save a game that's fundamentally broken from the start?
Well, they decided, in their infinite wisdom, that what they needed to do was increase the grind.
Oh! You know what? Now I'm even more interested. Wow! I can't believe I didn't think about that.
Because, actually, let me get the quote up. Because it's the best, like, corporate bullshit jumping through hoops justification you've ever heard.
Oh boy, I gotta hear this because I'm already so interested to buy it now that the grind's worse.
Okay. So you're gonna let me read without turning my ad block off?
Maybe.
Crystal Dynamics. No thanks, I'll keep blocking ads. Yes, okay, I can. Okay, so let me just read this whole article. Since, we're basically just watching show floor footage, there's not much to talk about.
Right.
So, shout out to, if I'm going to just read the article as is, I might as well give credit. Shout out to Matt Wales of Eurogamer. Marvel's Avengers is increasing the grind required to level up in next update. Cosmetics reworking coming too. Yes. Developer Crystal Dynamics has announced it'll be making it harder to level up in Marvel's Avengers as part of the game's next update. Writing on Marvel's Avengers website, Crystal Dynamics explained, the aim of its upcoming XP rework... actually, can I just go to that?
Can I just go to that?
Yeah, okay. Here's the official statement from the developers on their website. Upcoming cosmetic and XP rework. March 18th will mark the release of both Hawkeye and the official next-gen versions of Marvel's Avengers. But there's also a few changes about cosmetics and XP coming that we'd like to discuss. XP rework. Since we launched last September, our balance team has been evaluating the XP curve for leveling from 1 to 50 and will be making some changes to address two core issues. The current EXP curve isn't really a curve at all. In most RPGs, the amount of XP you need to level up increases as you gain levels in a curve. But our system is a straight line. This has led to pacing issues, such as skill points currently being awarded too fast, which may be confusing and overwhelming to newer players. We want each decision to invest in a skill or heroic to be more meaningful. Based on these issues, we'll be increasing the amount of EXP needed to level up starting from 25. This amount will increase the closer you get to level 50, so that it will take longer to reach higher levels, and will only affect character level, not power level. If you already have level 50 characters, which is the current maximum, this won't affect you. If you have a character who isn't level 50 and want to speed up your progress, take this time to do so before the update on March 18th.
So they admit that it's effed up.
But Redford, the current rate is too overwhelming and confusing for new players.
I'm so confused. I have so much good stuff. What do I do? So no one ever.
You see what I mean when I'm like, this is the most corporate type of justification ever.
Like, there's no reason to have that at all.
Like, when have you ever felt
balancing at all?
When have you ever felt overwhelmed or confused because you leveled up too quickly? Never, right?
No, right. Never.
If you ever felt if there was ever a time you felt confused or overwhelmed leveling up, it was not because of the rate at which you leveled up.
No, it's because their leveling up system was garbage.
Cosmetic rework.
Oh no.
We'll be reworking how players obtain certain cosmetic items, with the goal of providing more player agency and clarity about how to obtain them by removing randomness from the process. Currently, many of these items are only obtainable through random chance in strong boxes or in Chastity's store, cosmetic vendor. We want to make sure that when you earn a cosmetic item, it is something you had a choice in working towards. The first step of this is to temporarily disable random cosmetic item drops in preparation for the change. Players won't lose anything they have already earned. These items will be available again in places such as the cosmetic vendor once our store is reworked in future updates, and will be purchasable with units. This directly affects random chance cosmetic. Yeah. While we're bad-mouthing Marvel's Avengers, let me look up the different types of premium currency.
Oh my gosh, please tell me there's not more than 5. Oh shoot!
What?
I forgot I left the stuff on!
I can't tell if you're joking.
Whew, saved it. Okay, might have ruined my pan though.
Yeah, well, I have an air fryer now.
Very nice. I am very sad I cannot cook noodles.
Okay. So here's a Polygon article called Marvel's Avengers Guide, Currencies and Upgrade Materials. Marvel's Avengers has 11 different currencies.
What?
Okay, so I lowballed it. Marvel's Avengers has 11 different currencies on the gear screen alone. Each has its own purpose, and you'll need all of it as you level up and increase your gear score. In this,
I hate these people.
In this Marvel Avengers guide, we'll explain each of the game's currencies so you know how to get them and what to do with each. Credits. Credits are Marvel Avengers premium currency. The only way to earn credits is via the challenge card system or buying them with real cash. You can spend credits in the in-game marketplace for special cosmetics like skins, takedowns, and challenge cards. Units. Units are like credits, a cosmetic currency. But unlike credits, you earn units entirely in-game. You can collect them from chests, from challenge card, and by upgrading the shield or in human resistance factions. You can spend units at the cosmetic vendor in your outposts. They'll offer a variety of cosmetic items that rotate daily and weekly. So, you know, they're also implementing the whole FOMO element. Fragments. Your fragments are your cash in Marvel's Avengers. You can acquire fragments by dismantling gear, opening resource crates, or from chests. You can use fragments to buy gear items from vendors in your upgrade module. The upgrade module is the most important resource in your entire arsenal. You'll need a lot of these. You can earn upgrade modules from chests, especially DNA chests, and dismantling powerful gear pieces. You can also buy them with fragments. You need upgrade modules to upgrade your gear, and you'll need a lot of them to go up from the soft cap of 130 to the hard gear cap of 140. Save as many as you can and level up. You need hundreds in the end game. Nanite, Nanotube, Catalyst, Plasma. These 4 resources all share the same purpose and acquisition method. You can earn Nanites, Nanotubes, Catalysts, and Plasma by defeating enemies and destroying colored resource crates in missions. Different gear pieces require a mixture of different resources. For one gear piece, you may need Nanites, Plasma, and upgrade materials, while another will only need Catalysts. These resources are key to make sure you destroy crates whenever you see them. You should have over 1,000 of each by the time you reach 130 on one of your characters. Polychoron.
What? All this doesn't make any sense.
Polychorons are second only to upgrade modules. You can get these from certain missions and completing daily assignments for both SHIELD and Inhuman Alliance factions. You'll need to use these to upgrade your major artifacts, which add anywhere from +1 to 10 power directly to your character. Without a fully upgraded major artifact, you can't take your hero from the gear cap of 140 to the max cap of 150. You'll need a lot of these in the endgame, so make sure you do all your daily missions. Euro, spelled U-R-U. Euro is a polychoron, but for your minor artifacts, and it's much easier to get. You can get Euro from doing drop zones, the super quick missions, and from some chests. To upgrade minor artifacts to 140, you'll need some upgrade modules and Euro. You should have quite a bit more of this than need by the endgame. DNA key. You need DNA keys to open DNA chests. You can get DNA keys by completing villain sector missions. DNA chests offer tons of resources and great gear. They also only spawn in vault missions. If you're running the daily villain sectors for the Polychorons, you can use your DNA keys to get some extra upgrade modules by running a vault mission. Check out our separate guide on how to farm DNA keys.
So they think we're stupid.
No, Redford, they're just looking out for us. You know, they're increasing the XP curve so that we don't get confused. It's all in our it's all in our best interests.
Oh, right. How could I possibly forget that they were just looking out for the player? Really, how noble and intelligent of them.
Let me actually check Marvel's Avengers. Yeah, assuming they sell it on Steam. Okay, so the base game itself costs £24.99. And that's with it 50% off. It's normally $49.99.
Oh, no one should pay that much money for that game.
But Redford, you can get the deluxe edition for $65.98.
What? Let me guess, it comes with some of that premium currency.
Which comes with the deluxe upgrade. I'll check what that is in a second. Let's see. Single player, online co-op, Steam achievements, full controller support, Steam trading cards, in-app purchases. Incorporates third-party DRM, de novo anti-tamper.
Son of a gun, really?
Which, if I recall correctly, isn't de novo one of those really infamous DRMs that nobody likes?
Ugh, I hated that in Doom Eternal.
Oh, yeah, it is. Requires third-party account, Square Enix members. Supports linking to Steam account. Requires agreement to third-party EULA.
So this is the worst game of all time.
Let's see, the deluxe edition content. Marvel's Avengers Deluxe Edition includes exclusive Obsidian outfit pack for your Avengers, including Captain America, Iron Man, Black Widow, Thor, Hulk, and Ms. Marvel, along with 6 of exclusive Obsidian-themed nameplates to further customize your gameplay cosmetics.
Wow.
You know what? I'm just gonna read this whole Steam page. Fuck it.
This is ridiculous. Like, how did they get away with this? It doesn't sound like they're selling a game. It sounds like they're selling a business to you.
They're selling a live service, Redford.
Oh, which is a business in itself. Why didn't they just make the game free?
Because then they couldn't charge you for it. It wouldn't be a live service if you didn't pay for it, Redford. That's a free-to-play game. This is a live service.
See, that's what I don't get. In all reality, a lot of these live service games could be sold for free, and then they would make way more money because more people would get it, and then you get more whales.
What are you talking about, Redford? I mean, look at Genshin Impact. That game flopped. It was dead on arrival.
Oh, you're right. It flopped with the hundreds of millions of dollars it's not making.
Yeah. Anyway, about the
Especially
game.
from me.
About the game. Online access required for multiplayer and to download post-launch content. Free Square Enix member account required for multiplayer only. Assemble your team of Earth's mightiest heroes, embrace your powers, and live your superhero dreams. Marvel's Avengers is an epic third-person action-adventure game that combines an original cinematic story with single-player and cooperative gameplay. Asterisk. There's an asterisk there.
Well, oh no, what does that mean?
Well, people generally append asterisks at the end of a sentence when extra content needs to be given for it to be clear. Assemble into a team of up to 4 players online. Master extraordinary abilities, customize a growing roster of heroes, and defend Earth from escalating threats. Play an original Avengers story. Marvel's Avengers begins at A-Day, where Captain America, Iron Man, the Hulk, Black Widow, and Thor are unveiling a new high-tech Avengers headquarters in San Francisco. The celebration turns deadly when a mysterious enemy causes a catastrophic accident which results in massive devastation. Blamed for the tragedy, the Avengers disband. 5 years later, with all superheroes outlawed and the world in peril, a sprawling adventure ignites when a determined young woman named Kamala Khan sets out to reassemble and rebuild the Avengers and stop unchecked power, blah blah blah. Embrace your powers. We're getting to the bullet points here.
Oh boy.
Progress through single-player campaign to rebuild your hero roster and restore their powers. Then continue to battle aim solo or online with friends. Unlock powerful skills and new gear for each of Earth's mightiest heroes to suit your playstyle. Customize the iconic heroes with classic, fan-favorite, and all-new original outfits inspired by over 80 years of Marvel history. Flexible combat system, dynamically scaling difficulty, plus customizable gear and skills to support unique playstyles for each hero. Assemble online, using a reclaimed helicarrier as a base of operations. Players launch hero missions, single player, and Warzone missions, single player or co-op, in hotspots around the globe. Up to 4 players assemble online to defend Earth from escalating threats that only the Avengers can overcome. The narrative will unfold over multiple years with every new superhero and region delivered. The narrative will unfold over multiple years with every new superhero and region delivered at no additional cost.
Oh jeez.
The fact that the new content is free has to be a bullet point.
Everything's a bullet point. It's like they're not selling it to players, they're selling it to the shareholders.
That's what they're doing, actually, yeah. Glad you spotted that.
Wow.
Also, here's the asterisk. Let's see, where was that asterisk put? It was, Marvel's Avengers. It's an epic third-person action-adventure game that combines the original cinematic story and single-player and multiplayer gameplay. Asterisk. One-time online access required for single-player campaign. Online access required for multiplayer and download post-launch content. Free Square. So even if all you care about is the single-player story mode, you need to log on online at least once.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
This is stupid. I'm sorry.
But Redford, AAA video games are very expensive to make. So we need extra forms of income. Otherwise, we won't be able to give players the experiences they demand.
Yes. You memorize enough of these corporate talking points that you're just like, cut the bullshit and just give me a game. I mean, think about it. Jedi Fallen Order, a single-player game made by a AAA company, made all of its money and more.
You know what the most ironic part about Fallen Order is? EA are one of those companies that actually said single-player experiences are dead.
Yeah, prove them wrong. Lol.
Survival horror games are dead. Then, Outlast came out, and, PT came out, and, just saying.
Right. I don't know. I feel like they're trying to convince the lowest common denominator, so that way they can make at least some money off of it. Well,
yeah.
All the smart people keep saying, "You're retarded. We're not going to do that."
Also, they're not called loot boxes. They're called surprise mechanics.
Surprise mechanics. That's precious.
Actually, what was the exact quote? It was like an EA thing. I know that much. I think it was that they were.
That's just so. It's so dumb.
Yeah, they were getting called out by the governments for their loot boxes being gambling, and an EA representative, I believe, literally said, this is an exact quote, "They're not loot boxes, they're surprise mechanics." Which spawned a whole meme of stuff like, it's not genocide, it's surprise population control.
It's surprise population control.
It's not a robbery, it's a surprise withdrawal.
Surprise withdrawal. Right.
They're not nukes, they're surprise fireworks.
It's not sexual assault, it's just surprise hugs.
They're not illegal immigrants, they're surprise tourists.
Look, you can only play word games so much before everyone's like, that's still gambling.
It's not kidnapping, it's surprise adoption.
It's going to adopt you today, son. What? No choice!
I didn't commit vehicular manslaughter, I hit a surprise speed bump.
Surprise speed bump!
Oh, here's my favorite one. It's not pedophilia, it's early access.
No! No! My life is ruined! The EA had that one coming, though.
They're not mafia. They're not the mafia. They're construction union delegates.
Oh, no! Ooh, here's a good game, by the way.
It's not cancer, it's surprise cell growth.
Surprise cell growth? Get wrecked, scrub.
Oh.
See, now, if you go into that with any court, any other court would just look at you like you're a retard. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's gold. That's gold right there.
I'm not firing you, I'm promoting you to customer.
Accurate.
It's not terrorism, it's surprise landing.
Surprise landing? That's great.
Oh, this one's bad.
Oh, I'll go for it.
It's not abortion, it's spawn killing.
Oh, no! Got any more good ones?
Let's see. Oh, fuck. It's not a death trap. It's a surprise saving throw. It's a surprise saving throw. It's not
Surprise saving
It's not a death trap. It's a surprise saving throw. And the bottom picture is Gary Gygax.
LOL. LOL.
They're not gulags. They're surprise holiday.
Surprised holiday? Oh, that's bad.
Okay. Actually, on the topic of Pokemon Go, made a similar quote recently, I believe.
Oh no.
Let me see if I can find it.
How many times do we have to tell you, old man?
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? There have been many issues with mobile games using in-app purchases in recent years, and unfortunately, Pokemon Go is included in that list, due to its egg mechanics and a lack of transparency.
Whoops.
It's easy to become increasingly more frustrated with developer Niantic. Players have been encouraged to hatch eggs to get better Pokemon, but have not been offered long-term solutions for hatching more eggs at once.
Oh no, no, no!
Or better ways to select which of the eggs to focus on hatching.
No!
This frustration was brought to a boiling point when Niantic released an announcement involving a new mechanic that will allow players to see what could potentially be inside the eggs, but not what the odds could be.
No.
Because Pokemon Go has a massive amount of players, including a large number of younger fans, the inclusion of vague mechanics like egg hatching can be more frustrating than catch mechanics for legendary raids. Younger players may not have the ability to walk as far each day to hatch eggs, or have the money to spend to purchase additional incubators.
Stop!
Hatching eggs also offers a number of advantages, besides the likelihood of a rare or shiny Pokemon being increased. Some Pokemon can only be obtained through hatching eggs. The mechanic also rewards players with Stardust and random amount of Pokemon candies, between 5 to 50. For the Pokemon species they receive. For those with multiple incubators who can hatch many eggs at a time, this can be a huge boost. But for players with one incubator, egg hatching becomes a tedious grind. The new Pokemon Go update from Niantic is currently being tested by random players in a beta period. Species have always been determined by the distance required to hatch the eggs, and these Pokemon can change depending on what events are currently active in Pokemon Go. However, this new feature only allows players to see what might be inside, but not the odds of each species available. What stats could be possible, or if there is even a small chance the egg may contain a shiny Pokemon. But the update doesn't address the incubator issue either, which has turned Pokemon Go eggs into an unpleasant grind for many players. Recently, Kotaku released an article stating Pokemon Go eggs are not loot boxes, despite the evidence clear. Okay, so it wasn't Niantic themselves, it was Kotaku who said, oh, the eggs aren't loot boxes, even though they're 100% loot boxes.
They are, and it's 100% gambling.
Like, okay, you know what? Companies that defend their loot box practices are like, okay, that's really scummy, but at least it's understandable on some fucked up level, in that you're the company. You're not allowed, your higher ups don't allow you to make your company look bad, right? Otherwise you get fired. But when it comes to games journalists, heavy quotation marks, games journalists, how can you look at these eggs and say they're not loot boxes?
Look, eggs in the original Pokemon game, you knew what you're getting because you knew how you bred your Pokemon. But
exactly.
In this, there's no way. There's no way to know. So it's gambling. It's a gambling mechanic.
Oh, but Redford, now you can see what might be in the egg.
Right. Like you might know your chances at a casino for getting the, frickin' pull, the right pull.
Yeah, but it's not gambling though.
That's still gambling.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not loot box. It's prize mechanics.
Oh right, sorry, I forgot. Surprise rape is just surprise buck 6. My bad.
You know, people say there's people lately saying that the game industry is going to crash, and I can see where those people are going to come from. But I'd have I would like to add a qualifier to that. The AAA gaming industry is going to crash.
I agree with that.
Indie games are going stronger than ever.
Yep. 100%.
And some developers are actually starting to experiment with this concept of AA games, which are AAA companies give, a slightly lower budget to make a smaller, more concentrated experience. One great example of that I've seen, which, if you've ever heard of it, Redford, is Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice.
Oh, Hellblade? That was actually a good game, though.
Yeah, that was an example of a AA game experience, where a larger AAA company gave one of their teams a slightly smaller budget to make a more concentrated, smaller experience. And look at how fucking well it did.
Yeah. It did really well.
So, when it comes to AAA companies, I think the one way to save themselves as a general concept is to embrace that idea of AA games.
I mean, look, I agree with that, but I think there is potential for AAA games because they just have to make good games, but it's too high risk for them. They don't want to spend.
It's just that they're Hollywood at the moment.
Sorry, say that again?
It's just that they're Hollywood at the moment. They're the video game equivalent of Hollywood. But worse, because there are more ways to milk their customers for money.
Right.
I mean, just look at the Game Awards. Even that's equivalent to the Oscars now. With, The Last of Us 2 getting half the awards. Even though it was a very divisive game.
it was not only divisive, but arguably it didn't do anything better than its first counterpart.
Yeah.
If nothing else, its story was objectively worse than its counterpart.
Look, I'm just gonna add some clarification to this. From what I have seen of The Last of Us 2, it does deserve a reward.
I agree.
Not half the awards, one of them.
Which award do you think it deserves?
I haven't actually played the game myself, but it looks really well made. The story, from what I can tell, is a little weak, but it has decent themes.
Yeah, but anything can have decent themes. It's about the execution.
Yeah. Mechanically, it looks good in terms of visuals and its support for more accessibility options for people with color blindness and stuff like that. I've seen it did really well, and that was one of the award categories.
I can actually give it that. It did have a lot of accessibility, which I was really surprised. It's unfortunate it was wasted on a bad game.
The sound design, from what I could tell, was really good. So yeah, I could definitely see it deserving a award, but it doesn't deserve half of them.
Right.
No game deserves half of them unless, like, the entire gaming community universally agrees this game is fucking amazing, which was not the case with Last of Us 2.
It wasn't. As a matter of fact, it not only divided the fan base, but it thoroughly canceled many pre-orders because of what happened, and the bad press on it was enough to destroy the sales that it could have gotten.
Also, like, I don't have any opinions on her character-wise, or story-wise, but, like, design-wise, I don't have any problems with Abby. Because her musculature was actually based off her actions. People are saying that's unrealistic, whatever, but it's not. There are women who look like that. Maybe they're in the minority. Maybe they're not in the minority, but they still exist. So to say it's unrealistic and that can't be in the game, I disagree with.
It's unrealistic because in order to get those type of gains, you'd have to have special systems that exist in a modern setting, not in a post-apocalyptic setting.
But
does that make sense?
Yeah, but at the same time, Redford, are we really trying to say Last of Us is the most realistic game ever?
Nope, and that's why I won't criticize it on that merit. You can make whatever character you want, but she's just a terrible character.
Exactly.
Not looks.
Like,
I mean,
I am an advocate for buff ladies. I like buff ladies. Abby being buff is not what is wrong with her character.
Nope, it's not. It comes down to the core character herself.
People who focus on that are just jumping on the bandwagon for the deserved hate, without looking at why the hate is deserved.
It's all about writing. It comes down to the writing team. This game is a story first, game second. You can tell based on its mechanics, which they're okay for what they're worth. But if the writing is bad, the vast majority of the game will suffer because it is a story first game, and the writing was bad in this, or at least inconsistent to its first counterpart. But you understand that. The people that want to criticize it for the minor details either just don't like it or have other reasons to hate it.
Yeah. Writing don't even get me started on writing inconsistencies, because I'm still a little salty about that, like, Netflix reboot of Winx Club.
I'm not familiar with that, so I wouldn't be able to comment on that.
All you need to know is it's basically one of those cases where they basically just reuse some of the names and terms and then everything else is different.
Oof, ouch. That's a big oof. Why would they do that?
Because brand recognition!
Oh no. No. That doesn't sound right.
I actually got one of the games on the Dead or Alive games on like the 3DS, and I gotta say, this guy, I do like this chick's fighting style. It's got a unique, a nice animation flow to it.
Very nice.
Yeah. You know, these games actually have a story.
They do?
Yeah. From what I've seen of it, it's pretty crazy. But then again, that's a lot of fighting game stories when you think about it.
I guess so. I didn't think. Did they start introducing the boob mechanics yet?
I'm pretty sure those were present from like 2.
Oh, cool.
If you're talking about just the boob physics, the jiggle physics.
Yeah, we need more of that.
Oh,
Not
look,
less of that.
Oddworld, Munch's Odyssey. Sequel to Abe's Odyssey. Abe's Odyssey was strictly 2D, like side-scroller. It uses 3D. It used 3D models, I think, though. But it looks like this one's trying to go a bit more open world-ish. You know, like the PS2 version of open world. Which was kind of a little better than the modern version of open world sometimes, I'm not gonna lie. Sorry, who said that?
Right. Who said that? Accurate.
Actually, you know, on the topic of indie games, you want to know something interesting I heard recently? You know Stardew Valley?
Sure, I like Stardew Valley.
It got turned into a board game.
Yeah, I tried to pre-order, but it got bought out.
Oh, wow, it sold out quick, did it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's supposedly really, really good.
I thought that said butthole.
It does look like it, doesn't it?
Hey, Redford, how do you feel about rhythm games?
Not a fan. It's just because I'm terrible with rhythm.
Bad coordination under pressure.
Oh, 100%. Not even joking. That's just some nasty stuff.
I enjoy rhythm games, but you know, I can only play some of them that are more like the casual, like entry-level rhythm games. Because because there are different levels of rhythm game, right?
Sure.
You've got like your licensed ones, like your Persona Dancings, your Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memories, where because they're made for existing fan bases, they're more entry level. And then you have like your Project X Diva, F Diva, or your Clone Hero, or your DDR, where you will get arthritis playing those games on a keyboard.
Ugh, yeah, no joke. Oh, did you ever play Oddworld?
No, I have it on my PlayStation account because it was one of the Plus games one month. Actually, you know what? Since we've got nothing else to talk about, let me just scroll through the library of PlayStation games I've built up, because a good 90% of them are just Plus titles that I now own for as long as I have Plus. And can just download and play whenever I want, as long as my Plus subscription is active. Let's see.
Makes sense.
So let's see. Let's sort these by alphabetical order. We've got 10-Second Ninja X.
Ooh. Again, I don't know. Most probably won't know what most of these games are.
Yeah. Neither will I. 2064 Read-Only Memories, which is a pretty interesting looking like point-and-click game. Prototype 1 and 2.
I like Prototype though. I actually played both of those.
Yeah, I've been meaning to play them because like the shape-shifting mechanic sounds really interesting to me.
Oh, very much so.
A Hat in Time.
I've heard of it, never played it.
Absolver. Alienation. Another World 20th Anniversary Edition. APB Reloaded. Assassin's Creed Unity.
I heard that one can be decent.
Yeah, Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, aka the best one because it has very little to do with the assassins and it's all pirates, baby.
Very nice.
Ark Survival Evolved, which for some reason is getting a sequel and an anime.
What?
Yes. And the trailer for the sequel had Vin Diesel in it.
Well, I guess I might be sold on that alone.
Astro's Playroom, best pack-in title since Wii Sports, in my opinion. Atom Universe, which is like an attempt at a spiritual successor to PlayStation Home. Man, do you remember PlayStation Home? PlayStation Home was great.
No, I don't know that.
The demo for Balan Wonderworld, which was absolute dog shit. Batman, a Telltale series.
I've heard that's probably one of the better Telltale series.
Beyond Eyes, which is an interesting game, where, from what I played the first little bit of it, I didn't get very far into it before I got distracted by other things, but basically you play as a blind it's one of those walking sims, and you play as like a blind 9-year-old. I think it's just like a walking sim where you walk around and based on things you hear or what you get close to, the girl fills in the map with her imagination.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Battlefield 1.
Oh, well, I actually like that one.
Batman Arkham Knight. Which, from what I've seen, great game. Really dumb twist. That anyone with a passing knowledge of Batman lore will see coming a mile away.
Right.
Batman Return to Arkham. Beyond Two Souls. Bloodborne. Bombing Busters. Call of Duty Black Ops 3. Which, I don't even need to tell you that that's one of the PlayStation Plus games. Because you know I'm not the Call of Duty boy.
That's fair, I guess.
Bug Snacks. Which if you've got Plus is basically just free forever for PS5 members, at least at launch. Broforce. Borderlands Game of the Year Edition. Call of Duty Modern Warfare, Call of Duty World War II, Catherine Full Body, Child of Light, Concrete Genie, Conan Exiles, Color Guardian, Claire Extended Edition, City Skylines, Control, Counter Spy. I've heard good things about that. Crash Insane Trilogy, Curses and Chaos, Cyberpunk 2077.
Sorry.
DC Universe Online, Days Gone, which was kind of got overlooked a bit because, you know, zombie game. It was like when the zombie game craze was finally starting to die off a bit. But from the people who have played it, I've heard it's a really good game. Day of the Tentacle Remastered. Dark Souls.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin. Dark Chronicle, known to Americans as Dark Cloud 2. Dead by Daylight.
I actually like Dead by Daylight.
Dead Star. Death Stranding. Demon's Souls. Go ahead.
I mean, you know, if you've heard of Death Stranding, then you've obviously heard that the plot can be a little nonsensical.
Yeah, but that's standard Kojima fare, really.
Fair enough. I won't criticize that.
Death Stranding is a great game. It's just one of those games where it's really niche, so it's either you love it or you hate it.
I mean, if you like playing games where you walk, I think you like it.
Demon's Souls, the PS5 remake.
Ooh, that's good. I heard a lot of good things.
You can play the game with visual filters on. Like, you can play the game in sepia tone. If you want
that's
to.
awesome.
Which is a weird addition, but I like it, kind of. Deus Ex, Mankind Divided.
I actually heard that was pretty good.
Detroit Become Human.
I heard that can be good.
Destruction All-Stars. Destiny and Destiny 2. Devil May Cry HD Collection and Devil May Cry 4. Diablo 3 Eternal Collection. Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth, where they clearly didn't change any of the writing for the female protagonist to the point where they just didn't bother having a female protagonist in the sequel.
Right.
Disc Jam, Don't Starve Console Edition.
Alright, I hear the Don't Starve series is really good, especially if you're playing with someone else.
Don't Die, Mr. Robot. Divinity. Divinity Original Sin Enhanced Edition.
Always a good game. And also really broken.
Yeah, which I like. I really want to get into because I like the style of those D&D Pathfinder-based Western RPGs. But I hate the fact that they're real-time instead of turn-based.
Yeah, I get you on that.
Like, why are you making this game based on a turn-based combat system and then making it real-time?
Accurate.
Dissidia NT, which, okay, you know what? It's a fine enough game, but it's not a Dissidia game. Fuck you.
It's not a Dissidia game.
I played the PSP games, and this is nothing like them.
Right.
It is Dissidia in name alone.
Agreed.
Like, it's not a bad game. I'll concede that. It's not a bad game, it's just not a Dissidia game, to me. Disney Pixar Cars 2, the video game. Downwell, Dragon Age Inquisition. Dragon Ball Xenoverse.
Second one's better, but first one's okay if you want to enjoy the story.
Dragon's Crown Pro. Dragon's Dogma, Dark Arisen. Dynasty Warriors 8, Empires.
Right.
Dying Light. Dreams. Drawn to Death.
Drawn to Death? That actually sounds mildly entertaining.
EA Sports, UFC, and UFC 2, which are games I think my brother got because we... I have his account on my PlayStation, and he has my account on his because we like to swap games every now and again. Everybody's gone to the Rapture. Far Cry 4. Fallout 4. Fallen Legion, Flames of Rebellion. Fallout, Fall Guys, Ultimate Knockout. Farming Simulator 19. Farpoint. I was one of the people who got Final Fantasy Type 0 HD purely for the Final Fantasy 15 demo. Final Fantasy 7 Remake was a PlayStation Plus game this month. Final Fantasy 10, 10-2, and 10-2 HD Remaster. For Honor, Flame Over, Final Fantasy 12 Zodiac, Ages, Final Fantasy 15, Foul Play, Friday the 13th the game, Fury, Galak Z, Game of Thrones Telltale game, God of War 3 Remastered, God of War, the Norse version, God Eater Resurrection, God Eater.
Oh, God Eater! I hear that's a good one.
Yeah, I have it on PC as well. I've been meaning to beat it. God Eater 2 Rage Burst, because God Eater 1 comes with God Eater 2 Rage Burst. Genshin Impact, Gone Home, Grand Kingdom, Grand Theft Auto 5, because who doesn't have that game at this point?
Truth.
Gravity Rush 1 and 2. Underrated games. They are fucking great. They're one of those games where just... I suppose you could call them platformers. They're one of those platformers where just moving feels great.
Really? That's unusual.
You know, like your a Spider-Man type of game where just swinging around is fun in of itself. Or like a Mario 64 where doing all the little jumps and tricks is really fun on its own. The way Gravity Rush works is you have a button where you turn it and you basically you turn off gravity. You then have your own field of gravity. And you can point that in a direction, and you can press the button again, and that redirects your gravity in that direction, meaning you will fall in that direction. You don't fly, you fall through the air. You can press the gravity button, aim up, and you're not flying, you are falling upwards.
Oh. That's really freaking awesome.
And naturally, as you might imagine, Redford, this means you can also walk on the sides of buildings. Or on the ceiling. Because all you need to do is redirect gravity so it's pointed at the ceiling, and now you're walking on the ceiling.
Walking on sunshine. Wow.
If you haven't played it, Redford, I'd highly recommend checking it out. It's a great game. A little tedious at points, but considering it was like a Vita game, it's really fucking good. Actually, that should be, in of itself, a mark of its quality. It's one of the Vita games that got ported when the Vita died. Hardware Rivals, Hand of Fate.
Hand of Fate. Huh. I feel like I've heard that from somewhere.
It's like a roguelike Batman Arkham combat system, where you have this fortune teller who gives you different cards, and that determines what your encounters are.
Interesting.
Guacamelee Super Turbo Championship Edition, Grim Fandango Remastered,
Interesting.
Greedfall, Hatoful Boyfriend,
Oh, that's a great game.
Hatsune Miku Project Diva Future Tone, Heavy Rain, Hellblade.
If you,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you liked, the games where you just sit there and talk and pick dialogue options, and that's the game, Heavy Rain, go for it.
Hellblade, Senua's Sacrifice.
Always good.
Hellblade sells itself on the sound design alone.
Agreed.
Like the binaural 3D audio they use for like the voices in her head is fucking fantastic.
Oh yeah.
It's getting a sequel,
Oh, no way.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an Xbox exclusive though. But that basically means it's also going to be a PC game. Helldivers, Hyper Void, Q, Horizon Zero Dawn, Hitman, the reboot series, Here They Lie, Icon Lasts, Immortals Phoenix Rising, In Space Rebrawl, got the Jak and Daxter HD versions, Invisible Ink Console Edition, Injustice Gods Among Us Ultimate Edition, Infamous Second Son, great game, personally. I've also got like Jak X, which was the Jak and Daxter racing game that they made randomly for some reason. Journey, which is a game you'll probably only play once or twice, but those once or twice, in my personal experience, are really worth the price if you are into like artsy experience type games.
Okay, I mean, from time to time.
Yeah. Because it is a beautiful game. Jump Force, which I dropped basically immediately after launch.
It was alright.
They have all these anime properties in this one game, and they decide to make the fight stages like, oh, it's Tokyo. Oh, here's them fighting in front of Big Ben.
It's just like, wait a minute. But we have all these anime properties. Couldn't we
Also,
actually do something with it?
yeah, here's this very generic orchestral soundtrack instead of any of the music used in these animes. Also, yeah, let's take all these anime properties and put them in this sort of realistic art style instead of using cel shading.
Accurate.
Like, they just made a lot of really weird directorial decisions with that game.
Truth.
Anyway, Kingdom Hearts Melody of Memory, Kingdom Hearts 2.8, Kingdom Hearts 1.5 and 2.5, and Kingdom Hearts 3. So basically I have all the Kingdom Hearts games on my PS5.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like, technically, I don't have the phone game, which is ending soon, by the way, and technically, I only have the cutscenes of the 2DS games. But otherwise, yeah, I have the whole series.
Wow.
King Oddball, Just Cause 4, Knack. Remember when they tried to make Knack like the PlayStation's new mascot?
I don't remember it, so obviously it didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't. Laser Disco Defenders. Laser League, which I played it a little bit. It's a fun multiplayer game.
Oh, it's multiplayer?
Yeah.
Like, in what way?
Basically, the way it works is there are these laser grids on the pitch. Let's call it a pitch because it's shaped kind of like a football pitch. There are these little dot nodes on the pitch where when you hit them, they'll spawn like a laser grid, and if you knock someone into one of those, they get knocked out. You get a point.
Oh, nice.
You have attacks that can knock them into them. There are different classes. Like the one I loved the most was the Ghost class, which could gain temporary invulnerability, meaning can even travel through active laser grids. Yeah, it's fun multiplayer game. Letter Quest Remastered. Let It Die.
Let It Die.
Lego Worlds, which is just like Lego Minecraft, basically. Like, if you want a bunch of Lego playsets without having to actually pay real money for them, this is the game.
Oh, okay.
Life is Strange, Little Big Planet Free, Lords of the Fallen, Lovers.
I heard that could be alright.
Lovers in Dangerous Space Time.
I've never played that, but it's been on my recommended list forever.
Lumo, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2, Maneater, Mafia 3, Mad Max, Spider-Man PS4, Mass Effect Andromeda.
It's worth a try.
Yeah, I gave it a go. Fell off pretty quickly.
Not surprised.
Mighty Number 9 was a PlayStation Plus game 1 month.
Mighty Number 9?
Yes.
I mean, I heard it was trash.
Yeah, it'll make you cry like an anime fan on prom night.
Oh man, that was so inaccurate. I got married.
Middle Earth: Shadow of Mordor.
Good game.
MGS5: The Phantom Pain and Ground Zeroes.
Depends on if you were the one who pre-ordered or not.
Minecraft for PS4. Mirror's Edge Catalyst, which is... It has... it's very different than the first game. From what I can tell. Like, the core mechanics are the same, but rather than, contained, fast-paced levels, they decided to make it an open-world game. Monster Hunter World, Mortal Kombat X, Night in the Woods, great game. Nier Automata, NBA 2K16, Ninja Senki DX, No Man's Sky, which, wow, they fucking pulled that game around.
You know, that's what, again, it's shame for what they did at the beginning. That was a bad move, but I give them props for not only making the expectations they set a reality, but then going beyond that. Like, VR was never a thing.
Well, the thing is, they never actually, at least intentionally, lied to people.
Well, I mean,
if you no, if you go back and look at all the interviews, it's just that they worded things improperly, and then the press hyped them up as if they were saying these features were fact when they weren't.
I mean, but they never denied the press releases and said no.
Because because they had Sony backing them, and that would mean they'd have to go against what Sony were telling them to do by making the game look worse than people thought it was. They were in a tight bind. I'm not saying it was right, but given the circumstances, they didn't have many other options.
Agreed. But, you know, they really turned it around.
And you know what you want to know the main decision they learned? That helped them turn it around? Don't talk to the press.
Easy. Easier said than done, at least.
Nom Nom Galaxy. Not a Hero. Nova 111. Overwatch. Overcooked. Onrush. Ollie Ollie 2. Welcome to Ollywood. Oddworld New and Tasty. Paragon. Persona 3 Dancing in Moonlight.
Ooh, Persona 3 was good, but Persona 4 is better, in my opinion.
Persona 3 Dancing in Moonlight, Persona 4 Dancing All Night, and Persona 5 Dancing in Starlight.
Persona 5 can kill itself, but, you know, that's just me.
Persona 5's a good game.
I like Persona 4 the best. It is the better version.
I mean, I'm not going to deny that Persona 4 is a better game, but just because Persona 4 is a better game doesn't mean Persona 5 isn't.
Persona 5 is garbage because it doesn't have first-person shooter mechanics. That is my argument.
Neither does Persona 4.
I played a different Persona 4 then. This game.
But yeah, I bought both the original and Royal version of Persona 5. Portal Knights. I don't actually have this on Plus or as like a purchase game, but while it was up on PlayStation Now, I really enjoyed Poker Night at the Inventory too. Plague Inc. Evolved.
Ooh, Plague Inc.'s really fun.
Pillars of Eternity Complete Edition. Psychopaths Mandatory Happiness.
Not sure how I feel about that.
I like the anime, so I decided, fuck it. It's a Plus title, I'll get it, I'll try it. But it was like a really slow-paced visual novel, and I have ADHD, so... yeah, I think you can guess how those two things don't go together. Pumped BMX Plus. Pure Chess. Cubert Rebooted. Cube Director's Cut. My brother got Red Dead Redemption 2. Rebel Galaxy. Rayman Legends. Ratchet and Clank. The one based on the movie. The remake that's based on the movie. Which, you know, it's from what I've heard, it's still a good remake, but, you know, it follows the movie beats instead of the original game's beats. And the movie... I don't think, from what I heard, it wasn't a bad movie. It was just kind of meh. Remnant from the Ashes. Resident Evil. Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. Resonance of Fate 4K/HD edition. Regs Mechanized Combat. League. Rogue Legacy. Rogue Aces. Rocket Birds 2 Evolution. Rocket Arena. Rhyme. Saints Row 4. Senran Kagura. Estival Versus. Which I need to get on on PC at some point, so that I can mod out the boob censorship.
Dadgummit, boob censorship is the worst. I'm telling you, it's so hypocritical. Why don't they censor blood and gore then?
Yeah, Sony especially for some reason is really bad on censorship. If you pay attention, if you listen to stories from devs. But yeah. Senran Kagura, they have transformation sequences where you get to see their boobs and you can get them naked because their clothes have damage clothing damage as well.
Ooh.
But they have the light glare type of censorship.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Just light glare every time a bloody corpse is there. Oh no, it's a corpse. You can't show that. Because if Logan Paul can't show a suicide person, which you shouldn't ever, but then stop censoring frickin' I don't know.
But
I'm
if
pissed
this,
at censorship.
but if this one YouTuber shows a little bit of nipple,
that's okay.
Immediate ban.
Oh well, okay. Sorry, I was thinking of Twitch. Never mind.
Shadow of the Colossus remake. Sid Meier's, which is a great story about like the secret searchers or whatever from this game, where they were trying to find like a potential final hidden Easter egg or like a 13th Colossus in the original game, and they spent years data mining and looking for every little scrap of evidence they could to find it. And in honor of those people, they actually added an extra Easter egg in the remake.
Wow. What was it?
I think they just added like an extra sword you could get by beating the game a certain number of times or something. Yeah. Shushimi? Oh yeah, this is part of Nintendo's press conference. Shovel Knight Treasure Trove, which has a very unique feature that I'd kind of be interested to see in other games. So, Shovel Knight is one of the handful of modern games that has actual cheat codes, where when you're putting stuff in at the beginning, you can put in different words to activate something like, say, butt mode, where certain keywords in the game's text are just replaced with the word butt.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So instead of Shovel Knight, it's Shovel Butt, for example. Anyway, the game has a Rule 63 mode, where I think it's a cheat code, where if you input a certain cheat code, you get like this drop-down menu of the importance of a handful of the game's story-important characters, and you can decide whether they're male or female. And I'm like, that's an interesting feature, if only to see like, because some of them barely look any different, and some of them look really different, and it's interesting to see those differences personally. And it's like an easy way to like add some extra inclusion, because if you want,
I mean, this is a pretty.
Because if you want Shovel Knight to be gay, all you got to do is go in and change Shield Knight to being a dude. You have that option now.
I mean, it seems completely whatever, if you ask me.
I mean, it's not a huge thing, but it's nice to have the option, is what I'm saying.
I don't care. Shovel Knight, I don't care what his sexual preference is. I just want to play a game. Is that too hard to ask? Like,
well, that's the thing. That's the thing, right? First, it's just an option. So if you just want to play the game as is, you can. There's nothing stopping you. That's all I'm saying. Options never hurt, unless assuming they're not actively drawing resources away from other parts of the game. Options are always good.
I mean, yeah.
I just wanted to add that caveat, because I know someone's going to argue.
Right. Again, I understand that. Options are always good.
Let's see.
But
Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Skullgirls Encore full game unlock. Wait, that's PS Now. Skyforce Anniversary, Soma, Sonic Forces, Star Wars Battlefront was a PS Plus game 1 month.
Oof. Big oof. Wait,
Spark-
original or EA?
Star Wars Battlefront 2, EA.
Oof, big oof then.
Sparkle 2, Space Overlords. Soul Calibur 6. Starblood Arena. Star Wall. Steep. Steven Universe. Save the Light.
No.
Steven Universe was good until like the last season or two, when it kind of like went
I would
down.
like to argue it was never good, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, well, we're all entitled to our opinions.
I just would like to base mine on heavy plot contrivances and inconveniences and a terrible main character who makes no sense, and yeah, let's go with that.
Stories, The Path of Destinies, Tales of Cysteria, Tales from the
Ooh.
Borderlands. Oh, you've played Zestiria?
I just know that the Tales series is really phenomenal.
Yeah.
I've only played a little bit of it, like at friends and stuff, but I've always wanted to own them myself because they're so good.
Tabletop Racing World Tour, Switch Galaxy Ultra, Super,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Super Meat Boy, Tearaway Unfolded, Terraria,
That's good. Always good.
Tetraminos, Binding of Isaac Rebirth,
Always good.
Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, Special Edition.
Overblown.
Yeah. You know, that game that could be run on a toaster. That game has been ported to literally everything.
Yep.
The Deadly Tower of Monsters, The Bridge, The Last Guardian, Last of Us Remastered, great game. Sims 4, not such a great game. Just get The Sims 3, it's better.
I'd like to argue Sims 2 was the best.
Like, Sims
Personally.
3 is a graphical improvement, but in terms of, like, other areas of the games, it's just a step down. The Surge 2, This War of Mine, The Little Ones, The Witness, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt.
I actually thought that game was good.
A lot of people did, Redford. There's no actually, though.
Yeah, I'm like one of the few people that thinks that game's good. Everyone thought it was terrible. Oh, wait, we're not talking about EA's games. Never mind.
The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, The Swindle, A Steampunk Cybercrime Caper.
Did somebody say cyberpunk, but not cyberpunk?
Cybercrime. Tiny Troopers Joint Ops, Titan Souls, Torquell, Tokiden Kiwami, Tropico 5, Tricky Towers, Trials Fusions, Transformers Devastation, one of Platinum's best licensed titles, personally. The final boss is Megatron in space. And I don't mean on a spaceship, no, you're literally floating in space.
That's funny.
And you can still turn into a truck and ram into him.
That's awesome.
Okay, so the way they incorporated the Transformers element is really cool. So you can transform into your vehicle form, and that increases your movement speed. And also, if you get close enough into an enemy, you can ram into them to deal damage to them and potentially stun them.
Oh, cool.
But on top of that, this game borrowed an element from Bayonetta. It borrowed the witch time mechanic, where if you transform into your vehicle form at just the right time, like right before you get hit, it'll slow down the action for a minute to let you get a few free hits in.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Transformers Devastation, great game. It even has like the old voice cast from like the '90s cartoon.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. Well, not all of them. It has like Megatron and Optimus. I know that much at least. I'm not as familiar enough with the old cartoon to say for everyone though. But yeah, it's great game. Great game. If you're a fan of Transformers and you like Platinum games, get it. Just flat out, it's a buy.
Do you get to fight dinos?
What you can play as Grimlock.
So that's a dinosaur, right?
That's one of the Dinobots, yeah.
That sounds like a buy for me.
Grimlock was the T-Rex one.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Trackmania Turbo, Type Rider. That's Rider, not Writer.
But why can't it be a rider? This is rider discrimination now.
Yes. Marvel vs. Capcom, Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom free.
Anyone that says that Marvel vs. Capcom's gay is also gay.
Ultratron. Valiant Hearts: The Great War. Until Dawn.
Ooh, I actually like that one.
Yeah.
Even though it's cheesy.
Yeah. Uncharted: The Nathan Drake Collection. Uncharted 4: A Thief's End. Uncanny Valley.
Nice.
Valkyria Chronicles. Warframe. Watch Dogs Legion.
Okay, you should play Warframe and never stop playing, because there's no way you can't stop playing after you get into it.
Watch Dogs. We Are Doomed.
What?
That's what the game is called. It's called We Are Doomed.
That's cool.
It's a PS4 game. Worms Rumble.
That could be good.
Wolfenstein New Order.
I have very mixed feelings about that game, to be honest.
I've heard, all I know is the Meinleben trophy.
What's that?
Okay, so the Meinleben trophy is a trophy you get for beating the Meinleben difficulty. Which, if you're familiar with Wolfenstein, it has like 6 difficulties.
Oh, you're right. I've only ever played on the easiest one.
Meinleben is the hardest difficulty in the game, with no saves. You have to beat it all in one run.
Nope.
Permadeath.
Nope.
And because it's a difficulty setting, you have to do it on the hardest difficulty.
Nope.
And you want to know what the real kick in the nuts is, Redford?
I don't think my heart can take it.
It's a bronze trophy.
What? Who would do this? No one in their right mind would do that. Not for bronze.
It's a platinum killer. And you know what, Redford? People naturally, because last time I checked, only like 1 or 2% of players have gotten it. So naturally, people like implored the developers of the New Order to, hey, could you maybe make this a little easier to get, or maybe include like a workaround for people. So you know what they did in response to that feedback?
No, don't tell me.
Do you know what they did, Redford?
I don't know if I want to know. What did they do?
They made new Meinleben trophies for each of the expansion DLCs.
Why?
Because clearly whoever made that trophy is a fucking sadist.
Duh. Jiminy Christmas.
What Remains of Edith Finch? XCOM 2? Yakuza 0,
Oh, that's a great game.
Yakuza Kiwami,
Great game. Everyone who disagrees with me is a liar.
Dusk would disagree with you.
I think he just doesn't appreciate that you get to see frickin', Majima more often.
I
That
would
is
like
awesome.
to point out that Dusk also tried to be a completionist about the game.
Oh, no, you should never do that.
So, that was basically his own fault.
Okay, so I get it now. I get why I said the game's garbage, because, okay, not a completionist game, that's for sure.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Legacy of the Duelist?
I've never been into Yu-Gi-Oh! Games. I like the card game, but I can never get into the Yu-Gi-Oh! Games for the life of me.
I've always been interested in getting the video games over the card game, because I don't have the money. My main hobby is video games, which is expensive enough already. I don't need another expensive hobby.
Sure.
And B, because the video games, it's a way to get all the cards without having to pay for all of them, essentially.
Sure.
And B, I don't have any real-life friends to play with.
Fair enough.
And finally, it was a PlayStation Plus title, but, if I were more into horror games, I would definitely play it. Zombie. Previously known as Zombie U. Which was one of the few, from what I heard, it was one of the few games that actually made good use of the Wii U's gamepad functionality. In that, when you were checking your inventory, everything was still happening in real time. So it would give you an over-the-shoulder shot of your character on the main screen, and you'd be looking through your backpack on the gamepad.
Oh, wow.
Doesn't that sound like a great use of the two-screen functionality?
Sounds kind of annoying.
But yeah, it's also a very interesting game in that... Another interesting feature about the game that I kind of like is in a sense, it's permadeath, but it's also not.
Roguelite?
Not roguelite. None of the level design changes between deaths. What happens is, when you die, you lose your inventory. But,
okay.
You can get it back by going to where you died and picking it up. Because when you start with a new randomly generated character, you can go back and find the zombie of your last character.
Okay, so it sounds like a roguelite mechanic.
Yeah.
It's not obviously a roguelite, but roguelike mechanic maybe?
Yeah. And it uses...
Is this a zombie game?
Huh?
Is it a zombie game?
Yeah, zombie. It's called fucking Zombie, Redford. Of course it's a zombie game.
You never know nowadays.
Yeah, you're right.
So wait, is it good? Why haven't I heard of it?
Because it was on the Wii U.
Oh, never mind. Ouch. Why would you want your inventory to be real time? That makes no freaking sense.
No, it actually worked on the Wii U. Because, you know how the Wii U had the dual screen mechanic? Where it had a screen on the gamepad?
I never liked that.
Because it was a horror game. So that the real-time inventory was to add tension.
I mean, I get what they're doing, but...
It's not for you on a personal level.
Definitely not. Yeah. I don't think it would be for most people. I don't remember anyone bragging about the two-screen mechanic.
Well, that's because it was the Wii U.
Fair enough. Maybe... I feel like the DS did it better, because the DS technically had a two-screen mechanic that most people enjoy.
But when it comes to Zombie U, most people do agree that real-time inventory was one of the few solid implementations of the dual two-screen mechanic, from what I understand.
I'll have to take your word for it.
But yeah, and like I said, there's that element of when you die, you get a new character, new player model, and everything. And the player model that was your last character, you can now find right near the area where you died as a zombie.
Oh wow!
Like it uses the exact same model as the last character you played as.
And I guess that's supposed to be interesting because you're killing yourself technically.
Well, think about it. How many zombie games do you play where you actually get to see the main character turn into a zombie?
None that I can think of off the top of my head.
Yeah, because if your main character turns into a zombie, normally it's game over.
Sure.
And even in multiplayer games with zombies in them, if one of your party members gets killed, they don't turn into a zombie, they're just dead, removed from the game.
Yeah, but something about having an overpowered party member would be awful.
Yeah. No, I mean, they don't join the enemy ranks, is what I'm saying.
Right.
So yeah.
Well, I mean, interesting.
It's also a game that tries to be more realistic with it. You do have a health bar, in a sense, in that you can shove zombies away from you a certain number of times. But it is a game that tries to actually follow through with the zombie lore, in that if your character gets bit once, they're dead.
Really?
Yes.
How's that fun?
Because the idea is you're supposed to outmaneuver, and it's not like a fast-paced action game where you're fighting all the zombies. Your goals are to avoid them for the most where you can, and sneak up on them tactically when you need to deal with them.
So how's that fun?
Different strokes for different folks.
Well, I'd like to argue we'll have to disagree to agree.
I would also like to point out that there's a Hall of Fame in the game.
What?
There is an area in the game that's a Hall of Fame. And you want to know what people get put on there?
For the dumbest ways to die?
No. The people who play the game on its permadeath mode.
And win.
Where you only get one character.
Wow.
Bearing in mind, this is sticking hard to zombie lore, where if you get bit, you're turning into a zombie, you're dead.
So these are the people that are what we call true zombie survivalists.
Yes. And like I said, you do in a sense have a health bar. Like there are a certain amount of times you can push a zombie away before they bite you.
Okay.
But like if you get ganged up on, it's game over. And these are the slow-moving type of zombies, from what I recall.
Oh, so they're not the run at you and you're pretty much toast?
No, this is the type of zombies where the real threat isn't the zombies themselves, it's if you get cornered or ganged up on.
Because they have large numbers and in the right circumstances, you're pretty much toast.
So it's a very tactical game, basically.
Well, I guess I'll have to say different strokes for different folks. I think a famous person once said that.
Yes.
Yeah. No denial. I mean, it sounds interesting in theory, but I'm just suck at strategy and probably find myself cornered more often than not.
Like, I'm not a survival horror guy in general, personally, but I can definitely appreciate the uniqueness of it, and I'd love to, like, I might even do that after this, like, watch somebody else's playthrough of it.
Oh, wait, you're not gonna pleb through it?
Nah, I'm too much of a wuss to play horror games.
But zombies aren't horror, it's zombie, it's its own genre.
No, but this one is a survival horror game. Oh, it's set, but also, you know, in case this affects your decision at all, it's set in London.
I mean, wait, do I get to finally achieve my goal and bring vengeance to the homeland?
Sure.
You're like, I don't think that's what I meant.
In fact, you know what your starting weapon is?
A bat?
A cricket bat.
I was close.
Like, your default weapon is like a wooden cricket bat. And also, you know, it's London, so guns are rarer. Like, there are guns in the game, but you can't just walk into a shop in London. You can't just walk into a Walmart in London and buy a gun. So, you know, they're a little rarer.
So wait, you can't buy guns in London? Who said that? Was it the king or queen?
No, you can buy guns in London, but you need a gun owner's license, which you can only get after a thorough background check, and you can only buy them in specifically designated gun shoot stores. You can't just walk into a Walmart and there's a gun rack.
Well, you can't just walk into a Walmart here and just buy a gun. You still have to go through a background check.
Yeah.
But anyways, that sounds pretty standard procedure. So you can get guns, right?
Yeah. Basically, the regulations over here are a little stricter than over in the U.S. There are only certain places there's only certain places you're allowed to sell them. They have to do very thorough background checks. But yeah, you do background checks in the U.S. But you also have guns available for sale in like general stores.
Yeah, they still have to do background checks, though. They can't just give it to any.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there are. Well, I mean, if you've already gone through the background check, then you probably can buy the gun same day, but you've probably already have a concealed carry license, which confirms that you've done the background check. That's a different story, though. Yeah. Not standard procedure.
Yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, okay, at least you can buy guns. Do you have a gun?
Nah, don't need one.
Don't need one? It's pretty safe in your area?
I mean, yeah.
Alright, I will come over there to change that policy, and that way
I mean,
you can
it's
go buy
safe enough that sometimes when she's planning on going back out to the car in like 5 or 10 minutes after doing something in the house, my mom will just leave the window of the car down.
Oh, lol, nice.
Which I'm pretty sure in certain areas of the States, that is something people would not even conceive of.
Yeah, that would be like, you fool! How's your car? How do you still have a car?
I mean, then you have places like Japan where the law enforcement is really good. Maybe a little strict, depending on who you ask. Where you can just leave a bike unchained and it won't get stolen.
Man, people must be really polite. That's awesome.
Yeah. Also, Smash Brothers Melee.
By the way, I'm going to be the one who's controversial here. I thought Brawl was the best.
I mean, I'm biased because it's the first one I played.
I mean, me too, but I think Brawl was better because it had a better story.
Melee didn't have a story.
Exactly.
Well, okay. So I love, like, Sakurai. He's a great developer, great guy from what I can tell and all that, right? Oh, but I fucking wholeheartedly disagree for his reason for not having a story mode in Smash 4. Do you know what his reasoning was? People just looked up the cutscenes online, but they were supposed to be a reward for playing the game.
That's stupid.
So, because people would just upload them online, he didn't bother having the story mode at all.
That's literally the worst reason of all time.
Yeah. Like, I can kind of see where he's coming from, but at the same time, that doesn't mean I agree with him in the slightest.
I mean, that's like saying, I didn't want to include the flower pot because most people look at flower pots online to buy it themselves and then they buy the flowers separately.
Well, no, his logic was the cutscenes were meant to be a reward, right? You play a certain amount of the game, beat a certain amount of the game, and then you get rewarded with this cool cinematic of your favorite characters teaming up, right? That was his mentality. Right. and people uploading those online defeated the purpose of those acting as a reward.
No, that's not how it works.
So I understand his logic, and, you know, fair enough with that logic, but I don't agree with you at all. At the very least, I don't think it's enough of a reason to just say no story mode at all.
That just sounds like an angry child saying, "You can't have your way because I want it done my way."
Oh, that reminds me of like, let me get the quote. I want to quote it properly.
Okay.
Okay. So, this is a tweet that was in response to a PC Gamer article titled "I beat Sekiro's final boss with cheats and I feel fine."
Okay.
You cheated not only the game, but yourself. You didn't grow, you didn't improve, you took a shortcut and gained nothing. You experienced a hollow victory. Nothing was risked and nothing was gained. It's sad that you don't know the difference.
What?
Yes.
I mean, so modding Skyrim's a bad thing. Because that's what I got out of that.
No. The reason this guy's mad is because he modded Sekiro, which is a Souls-like game, for context. He modded Sekiro to make it easier so he could actually beat it.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's hard.
But the guy is pissed that he modded it to make it easier, and is like, you cheated not only the game, but yourself.
Doesn't that sound like exceptionally hypocritical? Like, why not let him play the game the way he wants to play? I mean, gatekeeping's pretty normal in video games, but if you can get through the gate by cheating, I guess that's the way you can do it. I mean, it's not like he was professionally playing.
It's like, he just modded the game so he could enjoy it. What's the big deal?
He didn't ruin his experience. What was wrong with that?
You know what my favorite part about this is?
What? Did the internet agree with him or disagree with him? That's what I want.
Oh, the internet universally disagreed with him.
Get right.
But he got memed. That should tell you everything you need to know.
Oof. I'm sure he's like, all of you are weak. I am the best.
But my favorite thing that come out of this was, you know Metal Gear Solid, right?
Sure.
Do you know Liquid Snake?
Sure.
His voice actor read that tweet as Liquid Snake.
Get wrecked! wait. Can you send me?
I'm getting you the link now.
That's juicy. Wait. Let me clarify. Was it Liquid Snake or was it Ocelot Liquid Snake?
Liquid Snake.
Oh, no way! That's even better!
Posh British accent and all.
You know, it's funny, I actually believe Liquid Snake would read that to Solid Snake just to troll him. You've gained nothing, Solid Snake!
Like, this is how Liquid would react if he was a gamer.
Or if he found out that Solid Snake cheated to get to him. You've gained nothing, Solid Snake!
I mean, Metal Gear Solid 1 did actually have a feature remember the torture scene where you had to mash the button to resist the torture?
Oh yeah, or else you got a bad ending.
If you used a controller with like turbo setting, the game could actually pick up on whether you used it or not.
Oh my gosh! Wait, could it accidentally pick up on that you're just going too fast, or no? The turbo setting was just.
Yeah.
It just knew.
It would pick up on whether or not you were using turbo, and it would penalize you for doing it.
By automatic failure, right?
I forget if it was automatic failure or if like they just chastise you and tell you to turn it off.
That'd be funny if they have a mode where they not only chastise you, but your bar starts slowly going down even though you're pressing it faster.
Like, when it comes to single-player games, my personal philosophy is, hey, it's not affecting anyone else, just let the player cheat. If they want to cheat, let them. I hold that philosophy purely with single-player games. The second you go multiplayer, no, don't cheat. Fuck you.
Right? But I do think it's funny that developers have gags for cheaters, like, in Developer Simulator.
But I can always appreciate it when, rather than just giving you like a penalty or whatever, they actually do something funny with it.
They like the Cow God from Witcher 3.
Oh yeah, where people kept like farming the cows for like XP or something.
XP and money, so that way they never had to worry about XP or money.
So then they patched in the Cow God, where if you kill a certain number of cows within a certain amount of time, he'll spawn in.
And wreck your But you can still beat him, though.
Yeah.
It's not impossible.
But I think the way they balanced it was, by the time you're high enough level to beat him without having God skill, you already... The farming exploit doesn't hold any benefit to you anymore.
Right, it was a low-level exploit just to get past some initial grind.
Yeah.
Well, more like story, because you use story to grind.
But in terms of stuff like that, one of my favorite examples of like anti-piracy methods, right, is I've probably brought this up before. You've heard of Game Dev Tycoon, right?
Yeah, I own it. Great conversation. I love how they implemented the fact that your game gets pirated.
The developers themselves released a cracked version of the game, with the addition that once you reach like your second office upgrade, people start pirating your games and you start losing money rapidly.
Yeah, I think you could still beat it.
Yeah.
But it's really, 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 really hard.
I actually started a new save of the game recently, and they actually added in the ability to turn on that feature manually. And you can,
no way!
Yeah, you can even invest research points into copyright protection. And basically you can invest research into DRM, which helps prevent piracy but loses you fans.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know if I'd take it, man. Did you do it?
Nah, it's too much. Sounds like too much hassle.
I mean, why? I don't get. Look, I understand to some extent protecting your private property that you've created, but DRM is so poorly implemented almost every time
that it usually doesn't stop the pirates at all and only affects the people who actually bought the game. Yeah.
Right, or modding community. It severely affects modding communities.
Like, rarely does DRM actually stop pirates, and very frequently does it annoy people who actually paid for the game.
Right, like Doom Eternal, great example.
Oh, that's the one where they actually put the files for the DRM in the purchase download of the game, and you could just delete it, right?
Whoopsie.
Oh.
It was like this. They put the free copy of the game in the pre-download file, so you could just you could send the download file to everyone for free.
Oh.
Whoopsie. And then they implemented the DRM a couple months down the road. That's when the controversy really set in.
Yeah. I'm not against DRM in general, but it's very clear that most of the popular DRM softwares just are not well implemented.
Right, they're like third party that was never designed for the game, so the game is at fault.
Yeah. Oh, this looks like an interesting game.
I mean, I'm not sure what to think of it.
It looks like a game where you can collect, like, enemy powers and turn into them temporarily or something?
Oof. I'm sensing some strategy.
Redford brain hurt. Redford brain no like strategy.
Why do you think I play Genshin? Even though Genshin has a thorough bit of strategy if you start comboing right.
Let's see. But yeah.
Oh, and thanks to you, by the way, I got a 5-star. So thank you.
Because of me?
Well, I mean, you got me in the game, so.
Okay.
I imagine that was part of your luck.
Which 5-star did you get? Hutao?
Catching.
Oh, Kuching. Yeah, she's really good.
I love the just time stopping and getting everyone. It's great.
She doesn't have time stopping. What she does is the stiletto that lets you, which is really great for sort of cheesing certain puzzles, by the way.
Oh, yeah. She's just so fast. It's great.
Yeah.
I call it time stop because it reminds me of time stop, even though it isn't. But she's great. She's oh, and then I created a second world to reroll, and then I got another 5-star. It was just Diluc.
Diluc's a fun character.
Oh yeah, he's cool.
He feels like a very hack and slash character.
Oh, for sure, especially since instead of doing the swing, you know, he just swings around in circles, he actually goes, gah, 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 gah. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I'm currently trying to level up my main party after a world level increase, but once I've done that, I'm going to level up Jean because I got her recently, and
Lucky.
Her damage output doesn't seem super great, but she seems like a character who wants you to play super aggressively, which I like.
Yeah, and she's got that whole blowing people away bit with her, you know, regular ability. That's excessively useful. Holy crap.
Have you unlocked her yet, or have you just, like, played her in a quest?
Mm-mm. I just watch videos on the different characters so I know who to look for.
Okay.
She's really good.
Let me see.
Either as a support or a main.
Oh, yeah.
And plus, since he's wind, it goes well with any combo. So, definitely great.
Yeah. I'm planning on having 2 main parties just so I can get the full suite of elemental coverage.
What are you thinking?
Yeah. I'm not quite there yet. I'm still focusing on, like, main party.
So when you say main party, who's your main party? I imagine Jean's part of it.
I want to make Jean part of it, but currently I have to focus on leveling up the one main party I already have so that they're functional for the current world level. Jean is at level... let's see, my current world level is 4.
Wow, you are way up there.
So my most of my characters are at phase... I'm leveling... I'm currently working on getting my current main party to phase 4.
Okay.
Ascension, which is level 70 max cap.
Right.
So right now I'm taking a little bit of a breather on Jean because she's only at level 2. Phase 2. So I can't really afford to pour all my XP stuff into her. Because I need to save it for,
so who's the main party?
Okay, so my current party setups are... I have 3 main parties. Most of them are just minor variations of the same thing.
Okay.
The key primary one I'm using at the moment is Ningguang, Kuching, Barbara, and Diona.
Ningguang. Remind me who's Ningguang again?
She's the catalyst wielder from Liyue, Geo.
Ningguang. Catalyst wielder. Is that the dude or girl?
Girl. She's got the thing in her hair, white hair.
Oh, she's the white mama-looking character.
Yeah.
If you have her, you probably have a mama complex, but that's besides the point.
Let's see.
Okay, so you've got Ningguang.
Yeah.
Catching.
Kuching.
What were the other 2?
Barbara and Diona.
Oh, Barbara's great. Diona. I don't remember who Diona is.
Lolly cat girl with bow.
I don't remember this one. I know there's a lolly with bombs.
There are 3 lollies. There's a zombie lolly, there's a cat girl lolly, and there's a bomb lolly.
Oh yeah. I have the zombie lolly on my alt account, not on my main.
Anyway, I've got a secondary. I've got 2 secondary parties, which are just variations on that main party. I've got one which replaces Kuching with the Traveler.
You like the Traveler?
I am only keeping her leveled because I don't know what her movesets are going to be in later regions. And you never know when the game might force you to play as her as part of the story thing.
Oh, right, because technically, Traveler's still a 5-star and can change elements.
Yeah. So I feel like it's probably a good idea to at least keep her level, especially since she gets special level up gems.
Right, from story.
That make it, and from like world rank rewards.
Yeah.
Which makes her easier to ascend than other characters.
Oh, right.
So, I figured there's no harm. I might as well keep her leveled. But yeah, replaces Kuching with the Traveler, female Traveler. I went with female Traveler.
Makes sense, she's hot.
And replaces Diona with Amber. Amber? I'm starting...
Really?
I'm starting to phase her out of my party. The only reason I'm still keeping her around is because I'm going through the Dragonspine content. And having a Pyro character for that is a fucking godsend.
Okay, I agree with that. I was about to say, Amber's DPS just gets too low towards late game.
She's really good against Ruin Guards, at least.
Anything with a weak point. Basically.
If you get a few points in her Constellation, she becomes really good at Ruin Guards, because she fires 2 arrows with an aimed shot at once. Which means you can basically always hit their weak spot.
That's awesome.
And if you can hit a Ruin Guard's weak spot twice in a row, they get stunned for a bit.
Yeah, that's really awesome, but... Yeah, that means you'd have to get her Constellation up, though.
Yeah, which I did, because I got her in a pull.
Lucky.
I'm going to go through that in a second. And then I have a third party, which is just a variation on the main one, except still have Diona, but again, replacing Kuching with Traveler, because, well, this one is literally just for when I run into a puzzle that requires Animo.
Fair enough.
Or an enemy that's immune to Electro.
Right.
Let's see. In terms of my characters, I have Ningguang at Phase 4, level 70. The way I'm working it is, I ascend the character and then immediately max out the level, because you can level just by fighting things, but you're probably not going to. So I'll ascend, immediately get to them to the level cap, so I don't have to worry about them until the next time they need to ascend, and then move on. So I have Ningguang at 70. Let's see. I have her with a 5-star Adventurer 5 set, which is max HP increased by 1,000. Opening a chest regenerates 30% max HP over 5 seconds.
Interesting, but chests... I don't know why you picked that.
It's mainly just to give her a boost in HP, because her one of her abilities is like the Stonewall, and its endurance is based on her max HP. Also, hey, the first Animal Crossing, where the villagers actually had attitude.
Oh no, and the beasts are still terrifying.
Like, in the first one, villagers would get mad at you if you talked to them too much.
Be like, can you leave me alone now?
Yeah, exactly. Like,
That's
imagine
great.
if someone came up to you 5 times a day. You'd get a little annoyed, right?
Duh. I think I only talk to my wife at least 4 times a day.
Yeah. Anyway, I also got, like, a Solar Pearl for Ningguang, which was, like, one of the weapons you got from the last Gnostic Hymn.
Okay.
which, let's see, normal attack hits increase elemental skill and elemental burst damage by 20% for 6 seconds. Likewise, elemental skill or elemental burst hits increase normal attack damage by 20% for 6 seconds.
Oh, that's actually good.
Yeah. So let's see. Her stats, which, combined with all the artifacts and stuff, is max HP, 10,965.
Wow.
Yeah. Attack, 705.
That's good.
Defense, 596.
Mm-hmm.
Elemental Mastery, 14. Max Stamina, 224. But,
wow, so you're actually at the max stamina.
I'm pretty sure max stamina is the same across all characters, because, you upgrade it at the statues of the 7. And
Oh, yeah, I meant, like, you've collected all the anima.
No, the stat is called max stamina.
Yeah, so you've gone through all the statue quests, then?
No.
No? There's still more to collect?
The stat itself is called max stamina. I haven't maxed out the max stamina stat.
Oh, so there's more stuff to collect then?
By max stamina, it means how much stamina you have in your stamina bar.
Have you collected all the stuff for max stamina?
Not yet. I'm gonna...
Oh, wow, so there is more.
Once I complete all, like, the quests available to me and stuff, I'm probably just gonna look up a map.
Right, find the rest.
Yeah. And by the time the Inazuma updates comes out, who knows, maybe I'll be able to jump from the highest mountain in Liyue and actually touch the ground without having to drop.
Oh, that'd be kind of funny, actually. Just wait till they give us more regions, and then we keep getting the stamina bar to insane levels.
Because assuming they keep doing this for all of the regions, like those element collectibles are always going to give more stamina.
Mm-hmm.
By the time we get to the 7th region, Snezhnaya, you will be able to glide a very long way.
Shoot, you could probably run the whole map.
Maybe not that bad. Maybe it wouldn't be that much stamina, because look at how big these 2 regions are on their own.
I mean, they're huge. I mean, it's already Legend of Zelda huge, if you ask me.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild huge. Now, bear in mind, we only have 2 of the 7 planned regions.
Which, I think, aren't they going to be releasing the next one in, like, the next 6 months?
Yep.
Oh, I'm so excited, man.
By the time all of the regions come out, this is going to be an unbelievably massive game.
With lots of content.
Massive swaths of content, hundreds of playable characters.
Hoping and praying that you get catching, except this time you can't because you kept rolling Noel.
I hope that once they do finally, because by the fact that they have clearly defined regions planned out, there's going to be an end game to this game. It's a long way away, but it's going to exist. And I'm curious to see if, like, when we reach that point, if they'll, like, tone down the microtransactions and make it, like, a fully purchasable game.
Maybe.
I'll be curious to see what they do.
Or crank it up and add 12 more currencies that are all premium.
Because this is a game that just clearly has an end goal. It's going to have an end point at some... That end point is fucking years away. Probably. But...
Right. And we still have to save our sister/brother, depending on who you picked.
Yes. Who is apparently evil or something, maybe. Who knows?
Mind-controlled, forgotten memories, yada yada.
Yeah. And also, no matter which gender you pick, sometimes the game, the voice acting refers to you as the other gender, incorrectly.
Accurate? That was funny, by the way.
Which, by the way, I thought that was just because, they coded the scenes with the male protagonist in mind. But no, Marshall picked the male traveler, and sometimes the male traveler gets referred to in the voice acting as the female traveler. So it happens to both, for some reason. Oh hey, Eternal Darkness. This was a cool game.
Never played it.
It had really cool. It had a really cool sanity system, which I'm sure you might have heard about. But some of the sanity effects included it showing the volume going down on your CRT. It pretending you deleted your save file. It pretending the game crashed. It killing you. It pretending to kill you.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, it's not just, oh, the camera tilts from side to side like most modern sanity systems do. No, it actually did things to make you think you were, to gaslight you, basically.
That's hilarious. That's actually pretty good, since the insanity system, for what I consider one of the better insanity systems, hold on, Amnesia?
Yeah.
Descent into Darkness? That one was really good, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It meshed well with the game, but that sounds awesome, what you described.
Okay, let me actually go to the wiki and get a list of example effects. The effects come in several... Okay, you know what? I'm just going to read this full page. Because, you know, we've got a lot left in this video, so why not?
About an hour.
Sanity effects are a gameplay aspect of Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem. They are first seen when playing as Elia, because Pius Augustus does not lose sanity in his chapter. I don't know, that sounds kind of sus.
Sus.
How it works. As the player character is seen by monsters, their sanity meter depletes. Sanity effects usually trigger when entering a room, and can sometimes be triggered by interacting with environmental, most commonly by picking up items. But with the environment, sorry. The lower the meter when entering a room, the more likely a sanity effect will occur, and the more severe it will be. Some are merely cosmetic, though most will seemingly hinder or outright harm the player. When a seemingly harmful sanity effect ends, the screen flashes a bright white, after which everything returns to normal as the player is teleported to wherever they were when the sanity effect began, almost always meaning whichever the door the player walked it through last. And exclaims something along the lines of, "This can't be happening. This isn't really happening. What's going on here?" Or mostly scream. If the sanity meter is empty, health depletes instead, although this has no bearing on sanity effects. So if you start going really insane, you start losing health.
Oh wow.
Usually if a sanity effect is present, then you will not be able to escape its effects and resume regular gameplay until it plays out. Most effects occur randomly, although some are scripted to appear only in certain levels or at certain points. See other examples for these. Examples. These effects come in several varieties, sometimes affecting the screen, character, or environment. Character examples.
But she's blowing up!
Yep, that's an example. That's an example of one of the sanity effects.
You never actually went into that room at all. You're still at the door you were just at.
Yep, that was one of the sanity effects. Cool, right?
Wow.
Like, imagine playing this game and you hadn't read any of the marketing material. You didn't know what the sanity effects did, and that suddenly started happening to your character, Redford. How would you react?
I'd be like, what did I do wrong? How did I die? If it was that one specifically.
Yeah, like you'd start panicking.
Like, dang it.
You'd start panicking.
Oh, of course. I mean, you just keep walking in circles and just wait for the inevitable.
And of course, because it's happening so slowly, when something like that happens gradually, players assume, oh, there must be something I can do about it. What the fuck do I do about it?
Right, but when it's instantaneous, almost like that, that's insane. Oh, she's dying again.
Oh, yep. Okay, so, when entering a room, a character may turn into a zombie and, quote-unquote, die a moment later after getting through some doors. Attempting to cast Recover may cause the character's torso to explode, resulting in a fake death of the character. Recover obviously being a healing spell. So imagine you cast a healing spell and suddenly your character spontaneously combusts.
Wow, that's still crazy.
When entering a room, the character's limbs may explode in a systematic order, going from the head, the arms, and then the torso, resulting in a fake death of the character. When entering a room, a character may shrink or grow while moving. This is most commonly seen in strange curved corridors or the Forbidden City. When entering a room when holding a gun, the character can shoot at nothing at random times or turn around and shoot at the camera, leaving a fake bullet holes in the screen.
That's funny.
Similar to the prologue of James Bond movies and in Resident Evil 2.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, suddenly the character can take control of you and just start shooting at things you don't see.
That's kind of cool. Sanity effects to where sanity actually matters.
Yeah, where your character actually goes insane instead of just the camera wobbling a bit.
Right.
When attempting to reload a gun, it may go off in the character's stomach, resulting in a fake death of the character. This is most prominent in Max's chapter, for he is the only one without a bigger gun than the flintlock pistols. Revolvers in other chapters have been known to cause this phenomenon to occur as well. When entering a room, the character's head falls off, but can be picked up, and levitates on the screen reciting Hamlet.
To be or not to be, that is the question.
Yeah, we saw that one a minute ago. Screen examples. The screen may go black as if the TV went off. Bugs may appear crawling on the TV screen. The game will lower the gameplay volume while displaying a green volume bar and while your character is moving, similar to real on-screen TV settings. So it makes you think like you sat on the remote or something and accidentally turned the volume down.
That's awesome.
Go ahead.
There's one character that doesn't have sanity effects, right?
Augustus Pius, which is the first character you play as.
So the first character you play as, it's like, oh, easy mode.
Yeah.
He's a tutorial character.
Yeah,
at
basically.
least for teaching you how to play the game.
Let's see. The game will lower... I read that one. The screen goes black and changes to video mode, and you will hear a character getting eaten until they die, quote unquote. Even without a break-free control stick, the unseen zombie can still be pushed away.
Huh.
So they actually pretend you're getting attacked by a zombie after the video got changed.
That's awesome.
But they make it more realistic by letting you actually break free from the fake zombie.
Until you die.
A fake screen message will appear congratulating the player for finishing the demo of the game. Then a sneak preview of a sequel to the game called Eternal Darkness: Sanity's Redemption. The original planned sequel to Sanity's Requiem will appear.
That's funny.
So it makes you think that whoever you bought the game from gypped you and gave you the demo instead.
That trick I imagine only works once.
Oh, most of these tricks obviously only work once. But that doesn't make them any less cool.
Oh, of course.
And to be fair, this is like a survival horror game.
Oh, really? I thought it was first-person shooter.
Yeah, the first run of a survival horror game is always the strongest. Because much like comedy, horror relies on the unexpected, the surprise element.
So how do you create... Here's my question. How do you create a truly awesome survival horror experience that can be replayed as many times as possible and still maintain that same level of fear?
Don't ask me.
No, excuse me. Horror. Because fear is easy to make. Horror not. Fear is temporary. The art of horror is a longer-lasting sensation.
I don't know. Don't ask me.
But you're the professional. You're the pleb game master.
Anyway, you should stop going through my browsing history.
Browsing history?
Anyway.
Lol.
Coincidentally, a spiritual sequel to Eternal Darkness Eternal Darkness intellectual property was announced, yet never produced, due to failing to acquire funding. 12 years later, Shadow of the Eternal. Upon saving your game, a message will say, "Are you sure you want to delete all your saved games?" Regardless of your choice, the saved files will be deleted. Quote unquote.
Lol.
So yeah, like I said, it'll trick you into thinking you accidentally deleted all your saves. A blue screen of death system error will appear.
Oof. That's probably the worst for players that actually have problems already.
The game will pretend to reset, and you will see the image you see when you usually start up or reset the game on your console. Quoting the game's intro sequence, Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven in Edward Rolvez's voice. So,
wow.
Makes you think you hit the reset button on your console by accident.
Whoops.
Which, in a game with specified save points, is never fun. Or, just manual saves in general is never fun.
Right.
When the controller is left idle long enough, a still quote-unquote screensaver shot of Pius will appear on the screen until a button is pressed. When you open your inventory screen, your entire inventory space appears empty. Oh, that one's evil.
Oof. Ugh.
Like, imagine you open your inventory and suddenly all your weapons, all your puzzle items are gone.
That's like having your sister come in and save over your save game. Oof.
When entering a room, the game will suppress all inputs and give a fake controller disconnected error message while many zombies attack the player.
No.
Oh, I love that one.
No, that's evil. That's evil.
So it swarms you with enemies and makes you think your controller's disconnected.
Evil.
That one's really good, yeah. The camera begins leaning at a Dutch angle as sanity meter lowers. Occasionally, while leaning heavily, the camera will jitter, as if attempting to right itself.
Oof.
Environment examples. When entering a room, the environment may be upside down. Blood will drip from the walls and/or ceiling. Hitting the walls may cause them to bleed more.
No.
Oh, you're not a fan of that one?
No, that's awful.
Don't like?
Why would anyone want that?
You don't like blood, Redford?
Not when the walls are bleeding. That's awful.
When entering,
but I love.
Yeah. When entering a room, the character will sink into the ground completely, as if it was quicksand. Statues and busts may turn to look at the character. In the Rolvus Mansion, the picture of mountains will alter to a more hellish look. Additionally, in Paul Lufer's and Peter Jacobs' chapters, one painting and poster in respective chapters will change appearances. Sometimes when a player enters a room, they will find that all the doors leading out will be locked, but will be unlocked shortly after, providing they weren't locked before. Sometimes when entering a room, an effect will occur where there is an abundance of ammunition lying around. It can be picked up, but will disappear once the effect is over. Oh no! Oh, that one's really evil.
These are all evil. Who is someone's a pseudomasochist? Just saying.
Well, these only happen if you let your sanity get too low.
But that sounds really easy because all you have to do is look at monsters, right?
Yep. The whole point is the game is based on like Lovecraftian horror, is the thing.
Right. Do you remember when they tried to make the new Lovecraftian game? I think it was called Cthulhu, and it wasn't that great.
Yeah, and the whole point of like Lovecraftian horror is that most of those things, you go insane if you just look at them.
Right.
Because your mind literally cannot comprehend them.
I mean, what if I could find? No.
Anyway, interestingly, blowgun darts can be found in Ilya's chapter. However, none can be found normally. This can easily give away the effect. But yeah, that one in particular is really evil, because imagine, oh cool, a bunch of ammo, and suddenly you go to reload and you're like, wait, what the fuck? Where'd all that new ammo go?
Lol. That's just silly.
Like, because you get more reckless. And so when you're in a survival horror game and you get a bunch of ammo, you get a little more reckless, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Other examples.
I mean,
during Max's chapter, let's see, these are all scripted examples, so I can skip.
Skip.
Trivia. In Metal Gear Solid, the Twin Snakes, during the boss fight with Psycho Mantis, the latter
that's a fun one.
Yeah, the latter will occasionally tilt the room they are in with psychic abilities, a reference to one of the sanity effects in Eternal Darkness. Both games were made by Silicon Knights.
Lol.
So yeah, the sanity effect system in Eternal Darkness is really cool.
Oh, of course. Sounds great.
And if you don't know what all of those effects are, they are going to fucking get you.
Dude, it sounds like it.
Like, some of them obviously won't anymore. Like the one with the volume bar. Volume bars, A, don't look the same nowadays. And B, most people are probably playing on like an emulator or something.
Well, that's true, and they would be on PC where volume doesn't make much sense.
Yeah.
So it just seems a little strange.
But even nowadays, some of those are still going to get people who aren't like aware of them. Like the ammo one, or actually, the controller disconnected one on emulator would be extra scary because. I don't know about you, but I found controllers get disconnected way more easily on PC than on console.
Well, I mean, if it's wireless, sure, but wired's usually pretty consistent.
Yeah, but like USB wired?
Well, yeah, I've never had problems with the USB wired.
Oh, hey, Redford, look at this.
Luigi's Mansion?
No, look at the bath.
Well, I mean, there's no one there, it's a ghost.
God damn it, Redford, you're supposed to be the horny one.
Well, it's just, how do I get horny to a silhouette with no boobs?
Anyway, where was I in Genshin? Let's see. I got Ningguang to Constellation level 1.
Oh, nice.
Let's see. Ningguang stuff. I've also leveled up some of her talents. Which... Yeah, once you reach a certain level, you basically start getting items that let you level up the talents, including just your regular attacks. So that's another way to just boost the damage of your regular attacks.
Well, that's why my catching is pretty intense right now. She's my main. With 14,000 health, 1,367 attack, 884
Yeah.
defense, that kind of thing.
Anyway, normal attack shoots gems that deal geo damage. Upon hit, this grants Ningguang 1 Star Jade. Charged
Ooh.
attack consumes a certain amount of stamina to fire off a giant gem that deals geo damage. If Ningguang has any Star Jades, unleashing a charged attack will cause the Star Jades to be fired at the enemy as well, dealing additional damage. So basically, you can get up to 3 Star Jades, and then once you do your charged attack, that launches those as well.
Very cool.
So she's basically got a rhythm of 3 regular attacks, then a charged attack, 3 regulars charged.
That sounds like a lot of dabblage.
Yeah. Plunging attack. Gathering the might of Geo, Ningguang plunges towards the ground from midair, damaging all opponents in her path, deals AoE Geo damage upon impact with the ground. Jade Screen. Ningguang creates a jade screen out of gold obsidian and her great opulence, dealing AoE Geo damage. Jade Screen. So, summoning the screen itself counts as an attack that does damage, but it also sticks around to block opponents' projectiles. Endurance scales based on Ningguang's max HP.
Oh wow.
So yeah, if you're fighting like ranged enemies, you can basically just stand there and attack them, and they can't really do anything to you, because most ranged enemies don't have the AI to walk around the screen.
Yeah, seriously, that sounds really dope. Plus, I imagine your HP's as high as you can get it, so you can get that scaling going.
Jade Screen is considered a Geo construct and can be used to block certain attacks, but cannot be climbed. Only one Jade Screen may exist in any one time. The canvas of stars is written upon this Jade Screen. That's right, because they have like weird quote things with all of their talents, some of their talents as well.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Star Shatter. Gathering a great number of gems, Ningguang scatters them all at once, sending homing projectiles at her opponents that deal massive geo damage. If Star Shatter is cast when a Jade Screen is nearby, the Jade Screen will fire additional projectiles at the same time. Actually, yeah. Jade Screen. Inherited HP. 53.1%. Skill damage. 248%. Cooldown 12 seconds.
Wow.
Which also makes it really easy to get her elemental burst. Because all you have to do is slam it on people.
Yeah, because doesn't that mean that you can like get that cooldown going like really quick?
Plus, because she's a Geo character, Plus, because she's a Geo character that uses a catalyst, it's really easy to get elemental shields with her. Because she can just do it with her regular attacks.
That's really awesome. Extra shielding, more defense.
So she is a very good character if you like to play defensively.
Oh, for sure. That sounds awesome, actually.
Also, the elemental burst I just read out. Star Shatter, damage per gem. Keep in mind, this fires out a lot of gems if you have the Jade Screen up. But the damage per gem is 93.5%.
Wow, that's still a lot of dabblage.
Cooldown 12.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, cooldown 12 seconds, energy cost 40. And because I have her leveled up to phase 4, I've got all her talents unlocked now. So I also have backup plan.
Oh, nice.
When Ningguang is in possession of Star Jades, her charged attack does not consume stamina.
No stamina usage? That's OP.
For your charged attack, yeah. As long as you have Star Jades, you can just do a charged attack without consuming any stamina. Which makes her defensive game even better because you're not wasting. Because you can still do charged attacks without wasting your stamina that you would use for dodging. Like, she's great.
Still, that's crazy.
Plus, because she's a catalyst user, that means she can attack at range.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Yeah. So she can attack at range. Her regular attacks are inherently imbued with Geo, meaning if anything has an elemental infusion on them, you know, like those enemies that like to put on shields.
Lol.
You can basically always have an elemental shield up while fighting. The Jade Screen just blocks any projectiles. And if you slam it down on someone, it does damage, gives you more energy toward your elemental burst, meaning it's really easy to get that up.
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Like, she's not the best at dealing really aggressive enemies who like to get up in your face. But any other fight, she's fucking great.
She sounds like a really good main. She's gonna be your main, right?
Oh, yeah. She's also got great legs.
Well, I mean, there's no arguing that one.
I mean, this is one of the few anime games that actually lets you play as adults, so of course I'm going to play as the fucking adults.
Well, yeah. Why not play as Catching, the cat girl with good legs?
She's not a cat girl, though. She just styles her hair that way.
But it's so cute.
Yeah, it is, kinda.
And, you know, got great legs. I mean, not as long as Ningguang's, mind you, but... can't really compete with Ningguang there.
And then her passive talent is also really good. Oh, wait, no, I skipped one. Strategic Reserve. This is the one I got for her Phase 4 Ascension. A character that passes through the Jade Screen, which, you know, can just sit out on the field. It deals damage when you plop it down, if it touches someone, and it blocks projectiles. It now has an extra effect. A character that passes through the Jade Screen will gain a 12% Geo damage bonus for 10 seconds.
Damage bonus, you say?
Yes, so... And her passive is also really good. Displays the locations of nearby ore veins. Iron ore, white...
What?
Yes.
Bullcrap.
Displays...
Bullcrap.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Displays the locations of nearby ore veins. It shows them on your minimap. Iron ore, white iron ore, crystal ore, magical crystal ore, and star silver on the minimap.
Wait, it doesn't do, hold on. The more specialized, like, electric ores, stone ores,
It doesn't do stuff like local specialties, no. But for,
okay. Well,
but basically when you have her on your team, you'll be able to find them easily enough that you'll never be wanting for, like, weapon enhancement ores.
Dude, that's so good, though. That's still so good.
Yeah.
Fudge. I want that.
Redford will now be pulling for Ningguang, confirmed.
Confirmed. Right.
Let's see. Animo Traveler, I mean, like, you get her for free. You always get her. I'm not going to bother explaining.
Yeah, I already... And also there's the Geo Traveler, which is interesting, but no one will use Geo Traveler because obvious reasons.
I mean, the Geo Traveler isn't horrible. It's just like their elemental skill is kind of sucky.
It's kind of like a wet fart. You know, it happened.
Yeah. Here's hoping Electro Traveler will be better.
Electro Traveler electrifies itself with extra damage. Not your enemy, yourself. I'd laugh.
It's like Pichu.
Pichu hurts itself when attempting to use its own move.
Pichu does do extra damage, though. Like, it has, like, some other benefit to, like, balance that out, though, right? Like, I think it's, like, faster or it does more damage or something.
It's faster.
Yeah.
But the theory is you can beat your opponent faster, but usually nobody plays Pichu well, so they just kill themselves instead.
I mean, I guess the high speed if hypothetically makes for a good bet trade-off, because the way Smash Brothers works, as long as you can avoid getting hit, it doesn't matter how high your percentage gets.
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter as long as if you're good at dodging and you never take a hit.
Pichu
you
does
can
have
play
a pretty
Pichu
small
forever.
hitbox because
Oh yeah.
So I can see the concept there. I can see how you'd think that it would work on paper, but from what I've heard, it doesn't work too well in practice.
That's because in practice nobody plays Pichu.
Anyway, Barbara, which by the way, I love how the little icon in the top left of like your party menu, you know, the one that shows what the character's element is.
Sure.
The little border surrounding that is actually different depending on what region they're from.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, like the people from Leeway have this little like square thing. And the people from Mondstadt have this sort of like crown, like eagle design, sort of.
Sure, sure.
And of course that means Child so far has a completely new one because he's the only character from Chesnaya so far.
Oh, right. I think. So, what do you think of Child? Do you think his ability's good?
I haven't unlocked him yet.
Okay, fair enough. I haven't unlocked him either. If that's what you're gonna ask.
What's the last thing you've done in the story, by the way?
So we've just found the zombie girl, and
okay.
Explained the secret of where they might be holding the vessel, and then Child's like, the ears have walls have ears,
yes.
and then it ends.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're almost at the Golden Gate.
So yeah. You've helped her find some cocoa goat milk.
Yep, the cocoa, the cocoa. It's coconut milk, my dear child.
Also, that dude with the snake on his shoulder. If you look at his model, he has a Dendro vision. There aren't any playable Dendro characters yet.
Oh, so he's not from here.
Yeah. Basically, there aren't any Dendro vision playable characters with Dendro visions yet, which is like the grass element.
There's going to be a new element. Is that what you're saying?
I think. Well, there are already Dendro slimes. I think they just haven't figured out all the elemental interactions for it yet.
Fair enough.
Maybe there's an in-lore reason. Like, apparently, I don't know how many... Like, I don't think this would affect Dendro's vision specifically, because Inazuma is the Electro Archon's domain. But
sure.
This isn't a major spoiler or anything, but...
of course not.
Basically, the Electro Archon is like... Visions are given are divine gifts, and as such should only belong in the hands of divinity. So the Electro Archon has started vision hunts to round up visions and give them to like this 8-armed statue or something.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
So is it going nuts basically?
Yeah, basically. Also, like travel in and out of Inazuma has apparently been heavily restricted.
Probably for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Some people like living, you know?
And you know, that little bit of information on its own makes me feel like Inazuma is going to be a really interesting region story-wise.
Do you think it'll be more human NPCs that we have to fight?
Maybe. Oh! I will give one, like... Yeah, you know, you could consider it a spoiler if you want. I don't.
I probably won't.
But, we do hear someone talking about the Electro Archon. Guess what? This one's a
Child?
woman.
Wait, we finally get a girl god?
Yep.
Oh, thank goodness. I was looking for some more sexy in this game.
And, you know, by the sounds of it, she's going to be an ice queen. You know, the real stern, like, step on me mommy type.
Yeah.
If this is her views on visions and who should be allowed to have them.
Oh, and she's still going to be alive and not dead, maybe?
Yeah.
We'll see.
Basically, the Animo Archon is like the Archon of freedom. The Geo Archon is the god of contracts. The Electro Archon is based around being the god of eternity.
So everything must become eternal like her? Ah!
Yeah. So I imagine there's going to be a lot of theming involving order versus chaos and how strict order is not always good.
Right, or too much freedom's not good.
Yeah.
The balance is required in all things, yada yada.
Also, I say she's an Ice Queen, but no, the real Ice Queen is the Tsaritsa.
Tsaritsa?
She's the ruler of the Snezhnaya.
Oh, isn't that the girl who came and stole the Animo God's Archon
No,
thing?
that's Signora.
Oh, yeah, she's a bee, by the way.
She takes orders from the Tsaritsa, from what I can tell.
She's still a bee.
Yes. Also, it's called a Gnosis.
Oh, right, the Gnosis. I think that one keeps escaping me. Yeah. I can never get that one right. And if you collect all the Gnosises, you get to challenge the god of games. Oh, wait, sorry, that's no game of no life.
I'm sure it is no game, no life, but my immediate thought jumped to Yu-Gi-Oh!
And they get to become king of fairies.
Yes. Anyway,
that's funny.
Barbara, my Barbara. I've got her at
What's your Barbara's health at?
I've got her at level 60.
Okay.
Max HP, 11,418.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Attack, 543. Defense, 567. Element of Mastery, 21. Max stamina, same as everyone else. Friendship, rank 4. Same with Ningguang. Friendship, level rank 4. I forgot to mention that. But, Barbara's attack and defense stats aren't really all that important because she's kind of a
healing stats.
Yeah, she's kind of a character who you keep in your party for healing and then don't actually use her.
Right.
Like, the only thing I've ever found her useful for is characters with pyro shields.
Very true.
Other than that,
she's really great with that.
The only time I ever actually switch to her is when just letting her skill heal passively isn't fast enough.
Mm-hmm. Right, you need to go for the active heal. That makes sense.
Yeah. She's a nice character, though. Also, personal theory, based just like on some dialogue stuff and side quest stuff, and like this isn't a spoiler. This is pure hypothetical theory talk.
Sure.
Her big sister is Jean.
Wait, that wasn't obvious?
I mean, Jean talks about having a sister. She talks about having a sister. They're both vague about who their sister is. They have similar hair colors. Like, I'm calling it.
I already think they are because as tall as my sister, Jean's like one of the tallest ladies there.
She got a good ass too.
I can give you. Yep. No denying on that.
Yeah. I'll be curious to be fair, if that is the twist, it's a pretty obvious one. So I'm more interested to see why they're being vague about it, like why they're keeping their. I
wonder if she's adopted.
Yeah, why they're keeping their relationship, like, because they're clearly avoiding bringing it up. In character, they are deliberately avoiding bringing it up. So it'll be interesting.
Maybe there's some type of something going on.
It'll be interesting to see what that is. Anyway. Let's see. I have her equipped with a Favonius Codex. Nice. I forgot to, the Solar Pearl that I have on Ningguang. Its base attack is 327.
Mm-hmm.
Its crit rate is 20 8.3%.
Wow. That's really good percentages on that.
And I have it at level 60.
Cool.
It's a 4-star weapon, so of course it's going to be pretty good.
4 stars are great. I think so.
Yeah.
If you can get 5 stars, they're okay, but that's more like perfecting your build thing. I think
Yeah.
4 stars can get you to endgame fine.
Favonius Codex is also 4-star. Base attack 266. Energy recharge 29.8%. Refinement rank 2. Windfall. Crit hits have a 70% chance to generate a small amount of elemental particles, which will regenerate 6 energy for the character. Can only occur once every 10 seconds. 10.5 seconds. Have her on the adventurer set because, boosting HP.
Of course.
Oh! The free video is over. So, like I said earlier, just to close this out, Redford. I'm gonna... Let me screen share with you really quickly, because I want to give some extra recognition to Paralives.
Paralives?
Yes. It's an indie game that is looking to be like a Sims game.
Oh, we were talking about this.
Yeah. And
they switch to your screen?
Yeah. They have their own... You can already pre-order it on Steam. You can wishlist it on Steam, more accurately. They have their own website, if I can find which one of these is actually the website. The first one was Steam Service. The first one was a Twitter. No. I've hit back too many times. Here we go. Press Kit. Paralives. Because they have an entire page dedicated to documenting their process on the game. Progress.
Oh, really?
Game. Yes, in real time.
That's actually really nice of them, though. I have seen people that have done that and it's backfired, but that's because they stop.
Okay.
Cough, I'm looking at you. That one space game that's supposed to be better than No Man's Sky.
Scott Cough. Oh, yeah. Well, he's got to try and branch out eventually.
Right.
All right. So, September 2018. First thoughts of making a life simulation game, which, same genre as The Sims. That's what The Sims is. It's a life simulation game. Alex quit his job to start working on game ideas.
Sure.
Now, bearing in mind, this game started out as a one-man project.
Still nice.
Alex made the first playable prototypes January 2019 to June 2019. Alex made the first playable prototypes for Paralives, focusing on the build mode of the game. Creation of the Patreon, Discord, website, social media pages. First Twitter post showing the object resizing feature prototype, which you can see here if you're looking in my screen share.
Oh, wow. That's pretty good.
So this was extremely early in development, and look already at how dynamic the object resizing is.
I don't even think The Sims can compete with that.
Yeah, like, have you seen what object resizing looks like in The Sims?
I don't remember there being object resizing in The Sims, but I never went to the newer ones.
Yeah. July 2019, showcase of the wall building tools and split level tools. As you can see here.
Oh, wow.
You can curve the walls.
You can't do that.
In The Sims. No, you can't. So even in these very early stages of development, it was already looking better than The Sims.
I can see why everyone's really hyped for it now.
August 2019, lot editing features.
That's not possible in The Sims. That's not even an option.
Exactly.
That's more like city editing stuff at that point.
Yeah. September 2019, new features, Stack and flip objects. New features, more object resizing features to create large beds or bunk beds. Add support for undo redo build mode. So see these beds?
Yeah.
You see that bunk bed?
That's not like its own bed. That's two different beds.
That and see the top bed?
Yeah.
That's just the bed on the left, but sized up.
Oh.
All he did was take the bed on the left, increase the height of it, and then put another bed underneath it.
That's pretty dang cool, actually.
You can do that in the build mode of this game.
Wow.
You can't do that in The Sims.
No, that's not even possible. You'd have to get your own separate item that looks like that, even if they had that.
First character creation prototype. New build mode feature. Edit text on objects. Again, can't do that in The Sims.
Nope.
New feature. First rain effects prototype. Recruited Leah, a 3D artist. So October 2019 was the moment it upgraded from a one-man team. Well, yeah, by the way, everything up till now, done by one dude.
Wow, he's pretty good. Of course, a lot of passion projects start with one person.
Paralives is no longer a solo project. And here's like a screenshot from that time period showing off some like Halloween items.
Nice.
Yeah.
They must be just having a lot of fun.
Yep. November 2019. New build mode feature. Color wheel for furniture, light color, and texture selection. New build mode feature. Customize some parts of an object. In this case, kitchen cabinet handles. So see these cabinets?
Yeah.
You can
those handles
you can customize them to have a different not just a differently colored handle, a different handle entirely.
Wow. That's something special.
So we don't even know what this game's version of The Sims look like yet, and already it's blowing The Sims 4 out of the water.
Yeah, but also The Sims 4 is really basic, unless you start buying expansions, and even then, most of the expansions are cosmetic.
Yes.
Which is really garbage.
But, it's okay to monetize those, Redford, because they're only cosmetic.
It's only cosmetic. Oh, and then when they voted for when we actually wanted a cosmetic, they gave a poll on what we wanted. Star Wars was the least one they wanted, and then they give us Star Wars!
Oh, yeah. They just gave a poll to give the players the illusion of choice when they knew what they were going to pick anyway, expecting that everyone would obviously want a Star Wars pack.
Nobody wanted it. It was that bad.
Like, Sims 4 is... The management of Sims 4 is like a case of fundamentally misunderstanding your audience.
Absolutely, 100%.
Recruited Roxanne, a 3D artist. New features, first snow effect prototype, and holiday vibes. So look, you got Christmas.
Very nice.
And see those presents?
All customizable.
You know those resizing features?
All customizable.
You can use the resizing features to make those box presents any shape or size you want.
All customizable. It's like they're just giving away their dev tools for free.
Oh yeah, guess what? Funny you should mention that, Redford, because one of the goals for this game is to make it easily moddable.
By handing out the dev tool kits?
In fact, they're working on the mod tools while they're developing the game.
Wow.
Whereas most developers make the mod tools after the game is released.
Right, because modding communities are the lifeblood of any game if you want it to last for an exceptionally long time.
January 2020. Started working on the visual design of the character, created basic character system selection and movement. So, they had a base model that's... they're trying to make it a little sexually ambiguous because they want all clothing items and everything to fit on any shape of character. February 2020. Started work on the Paramaker. the character editor, new Paramaker features, accessories, recoloring, and texture customization. Now, texture customization was something The Sims 3 had and that people loved, and that they, for some ungodly reason, decided to take out of The Sims 4.
Because they're stupid.
Yeah, but now you have 3 sim traits instead of 4. Because, we have this emotion system, which makes it so much more dynamic, right, Redford?
Right?
Now you can take a shit happily, or you can take a shit angrily. It adds so much to the experience.
I feel that EA has no respect for their customers, if you ask me.
Oh, that wasn't obvious?
I just like stating the obvious.
I mean, for multiple years, they've been voted the most evil company. And yes, that's an actual vote.
I'm just... you think after getting voted it, the most amount of times you think, what are we doing wrong? But instead they double down. No, triple down and say, no, let's go for it a third time.
March 2020. New Paramaker feature. Hair recoloring. New Paramaker feature. Body deformation. Body parts resizing and customization. Which was one of the big draws... additions that EA used as a marketing point for The Sims 4. The fact that you could deform body parts to get any kind of body type you wanted. You can do that in this.
That's smart. I mean, that's smart.
So it already has all the customization of the Sims 3 and Sims 4 and better. And it's made by an indie studio that is doing things a AAA company has failed to, and the game isn't even anywhere near finished.
Mm-hmm.
April 2020, created Maggie's Loft, new Paramaker feature, height slider prototype, doesn't exist in The Sims. All Sims are the same height depending on what age they are. You can make minor tweaks, but there's no way to actually physically customize height, as far as I'm aware. New modding tool features. Adding custom body deformations. So, if there's no dick slider in the final game, it'll be very easy for modders to add one.
Oh, for sure. And finally, we'll get the thing that we wanted in Cyberpunk that we could never get ever.
Added more body deformations, added simple physics simulations to hair and dress. Again, a step up on The Sims, because clothes in The Sims are just like static blocks with textures on them. Clothes in this now have physics.
Physics!
Yes. Also, they created Maggie's Loft, and I do really like this. It's a nice little... it looks cozy, right? What do you think? What's your opinion on her loft?
Honestly, needs more cowbell.
May 2020. Revealed our first townie. This is the first look we've gotten at one of their parafolk. Maggie Vaughn. New Paramaker feature, outfits. Actually, can I get the video up? Because they did show a video. They did have a video to show this off. Yes.
It better be full CGI, no actual gameplay. That's how you sell video games nowadays.
So here's the video they used to, for the first time, show what their version of The Sims look like. The parafolk.
Okay.
I don't think you're getting the audio, but, it's not super important.
Bad for animation.
Well, at this point, they're still going for a low poly art style because they're a very small indie team.
Sure. Very nice.
But they've done really well with the lighting, though. The lighting compensates pretty well
Nice compensation. Like, short people now get some representation.
Also, instead of having set outfit categories, you can make your own outfit categories.
Oh, wow, very nice.
Yes. You can give her thick thighs, wide hips.
Extra thick!
Yep. You can give her big boobs.
Big titties.
Big ass.
Yeah. This is my type of game already.
I do really like that dress.
I mean, looks good on her for sure. Yep. Very nice. Create the perfect SJW, confirmed.
Fuck off, Redford.
I mean, what if they want to make a wildebeest with blue hair that's cut off in the middle and, you know, keeps looking angry all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't discriminate.
That's really good hair customization, by the way. Like, I'm generally not a fan of, like, dyed hair. Like, you know, it works in anime because of the, like, aesthetic, but, yeah.
Sure, that was a really good,
Yeah.
I'm actually not impressed. It had 0 CGI and only showed me gameplay, and that's ridiculous.
Yeah. New Paramaker feature. Outfits. Recruited Christian. Is that Kristen or Christine? I think it's Christine. Our marketing and communication specialist. Roxanne left the team.
Roxanne left the team? Why? She wasn't cool enough? Too demanding? Being a woman?
Christine needed to free up a spot.
Oh.
Created a video to explain the role of Patreon in the Paralives project.
Patreon?
Yeah, this is a crowdfunded game.
Oh, right. I was like, but why would they put Patreon inside of a video game? Unless it's pay to win!
June 2020. New live mode feature. Day and night cycle. Changing with seasons. So, another step up on The Sims. The day and night cycle will change based on what season it is.
Mm-hmm.
Which, in The Sims, seasons needed to be added with DLC, I'd like to point out. And even when those DLCs, if I recall correctly, Redford, the seasons didn't affect the day-night cycle at all.
Nope.
All they did was add a different type of seasonal exclusive weather.
Yeah, that happened during the seasons, and it was okay. It was okay. It was serviceable.
New modding tool features customize the day-night cycle.
Oh.
Improvements to skin layering system to support blush, freckles, makeup, etc.
I hope when this game comes out at bankruptcy, I'd laugh.
At the very least,
you know,
at the very least, I hope that when it does come out, it does well enough to give The Sims actual competition, so that EA actually have to try with it.
Right.
Because so far, The Sims is the only game that gives you The Sims experience.
Right. They want you to think it's the only game that gives you the Sims experience. They keep selling you trash.
But this will actually be a competitor to it now. Which means
100%.
Either The Sims will end up dying, or they're actually going to have to try with it now.
Or they'll keep trying to sell more Star Wars skins to be like, Star Wars! Look, more Star Wars over here! Star Wars, they don't have Star Wars!
Recruited
Anna...
Anna...
the modding community screws them.
Recruited Anna, programmer. Revealed our second townie, Sebastian.
Sebastian? Good name.
Yeah, Sebastian is a good name. I like the name Sebastian.
It has that Sebastian ring to it, you know?
Like, it's kind of dorky, but also kind of sexy.
Yeah, why do you think Sebastian's the coolest person in Overlord, the anime?
But yeah, here's the video revealing Bastion.
Nice. Very cool. Sexy looking dude.
Also, I don't know if you noticed, Redford. You can't sit on countertops in The Sims.
Well, duh, that never happens. You can't even have the intercourse on the countertops, and that is a feature that's missing in Sims. Because we all know we're there for the making of the baby.
Man, it's amazing fucking how much difference lighting can make to how good something looks.
Oh yeah, definitely. Good looking beard, though.
Not a fan of his nose. His nose is a little big.
I agree, but the beard is nice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gotta get a look at him shirtless.
Oh, add
some
chest hair.
Yeah. You
Didn't
can
call that
customize.
Tim.
Also, look, you can customize your chest hair. You can have green chest hair if you want.
That's really good game design.
Did The Sims have tattoos?
In only specific DLC content.
Yeah.
And it was very limited. You had to buy it.
So it looks like this is going to be a step up in that area too.
It's going to be a step up in just about every single area.
Yeah.
I can't think of one thing that Sims is doing better.
Yeah.
Besides maybe graphics.
So,
but we don't play games for graphics all the time.
Revealed our second townie, Sebastian, created Sebastian's Kitchen, new Paramaker feature, body hair, facial hair, tattoos, recoloring, opacity slider. Recruited Alice, 3D animator, and Jeremy, programmer.
Jeremy!
Oh, this is a cool feature. Let's see. There's a video for it, so... This is something they've never let you do in The Sims.
Better be sexy stuff.
It's a really small detail, but a really cool one, in my opinion. You'll see. See?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, you can give yourself nicknames, middle names. You can have it display your last name first, because they do that in some countries, like Japan. The last name comes first.
Or they do it in Japan.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm just messing with you. Yeah, you're right.
So that's a small detail, but a really neat one, in my opinion.
I agree with this.
So new Paramaker feature, name customization. You can have nicknames and middle names. Fuck yeah.
Dude, that's legit.
You could give your character an actual normal name and then just make their nickname Sexlord59.
My name's Sexlord59? No, that's my middle name, sir.
Hello, my name is Bill, but my friends call me Sexlord59.
Accurate.
Character improvements following community feedback. So even though the game isn't out yet, they're already making changes based on the community feedback, which is always a good sign.
Well, unless it's the Sonic community.
Well, to be fair, that's them listening to the wrong community feedback. Because Sonic fans do know how to make a good Sonic game.
I agree.
Better than Sega does anyway.
Would you say they listened to the furries, or did they listen to someone else?
Anyway, new Paramaker feature name customization, character improvements yet. Started working on the genetics system. So, you know, what determines how your baby looks when your two Sims woohoo.
Woohoo!
Build tools, improvements, better split level, better floor management. Swatch system improvements. New build mode feature, change wall height.
Ooh.
You can't do that in The Sims.
No one can do that.
Floors are like set heights, basically. If I remember correctly.
Oh, yeah.
Worked on the new Paralives logo. September 2020. New live mode feature. remove shoes in the house, secret bookcase, zip line, and pool swimming.
Oh, no way.
There's a video for this. So you know how in some cultures people take their shoes off when they enter the house?
Much like Japan, yes.
Yeah. You can now have a toggle to have that happen in your parafolk's house.
That's awesome. And a zipline in your own home?
Where your parafolk will automatically take their shoes off when they come in.
Still, that's kind of dope.
Yeah, see? Like,
wow.
It's all these little details.
Stuff that makes it an actual sim.
Yeah. Also, hidden bookcases. Who doesn't love a hidden bookcase? Like hidden...
Oh, for breezy.
Yeah. Okay. Modding tools. Added support for furniture as custom content. Created UI to add and manage user-imported assets. Improved item resizing feature and so they improved the item resizing features as if it wasn't good enough already. And internal tools. Terrain tool progress. Elevate, smooth, flatten terrain, paint grass, place lakes. Added modding support to genetic system. So modders can now affect how babies are made. I mean, you know, it's a funny way of phrasing it, but it's accurate. Revealed the new Paralives logo. Let me just check that I'm still recording. Okay, yeah, this is just going to be a 7-hour video.
No one's going to watch us all the way through except for insane people.
Live mode created some new basic October 2020. Live mode created some new basic animations. Worked on improving the saved game features. Character model and rigging improvements. Clothing system design and tests. Added mod support for custom 3D models, animations, and rigs. Wall/4 color and texture customization. Started work on the furniture catalog UI. Added more features to the genetic system. Worked on improving the character skin texture. Pumpkin customization showcase. Recruited Sonia, 3D artist intern. Let's see, they've got a video here. Oh, a Twitter video, I think. Assuming it's not just a screenshot. I'll let it load. Yep, it's a video. Okay. Let's see what we've
So are they going to call it woohooing, or I think they get copyright struck if they did that?
Who knows? So yeah, look. Oh, look at that!
Huh! Nice.
Did you see the tiny one?
Oh, nice.
Did you see the one with the tiny face?
Just look, it was teeny tiny. Just
yeah,
teeny,
yeah.
teeny,
I got
tiny.
Look.
I mean, look how teeny.
So pumpkins are something you're probably only going to have in front of your house during like Halloween seasons, but they're still adding tools to customize them. Or, you know, if you're playing with, like, a golf family, you might do it because, you know, Halloween aesthetic, golf aesthetic, there's a lot of crossover there.
Oh, for sure. That's freaking dope.
November 2020, improved the genetic system to create relatives based on other pairs. So, you know, now you can use the genetic system to create pairs that aren't just the child of a certain pair, but also, say, the parent, or the brother, or the sister.
Right.
Which is cool. Created character...
You could, like...
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, do you think you could finally do the brother-sister marriage? Not that anyone would want that?
It looks like this game's going to be very moddable, so there almost certainly will be a mod that will allow that.
Not that any normal person would want that. Cough.
Created character animations to play in the Paramaker. Created new wall and floor textures. Made some improvements to the save game system. Optimized character rig. Worked on features related to clothing system as showcased in a new video. So, like I said before, what happens to when you're playing The Sims, and one of your characters is wearing a dress? What happens when they sit down?
Nothing.
Their legs clip through the dress, right?
Yeah, every time.
Look at this.
So this is that's pretty accurate so far. I mean, that's good. Oh, look, she actually has to do appropriate standing procedure.
Yeah, and she was able to stand up, move her leg up without her leg clipping through her skirt.
I gotta love the leg clipping. That's pretty impressive, though.
Also, you can mismatch your socks. Sims doesn't let you do that.
Nope, that's true.
Oh, and there are also options for, like, by the looks of it, having your shirt tucked in or out.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yep. Let me rewind there just because I think you might have missed it.
Oh, cool. See? Then no skirt. Socks. Weird socks.
Yeah.
Very nice. But nice butt.
And of course, customization of colors.
Ooh, snap.
She does not look happy that her socks are mismatched.
Oh, no. I wouldn't be either.
Made progress on character animation system features. Added money cheats as voted by the Patreon community.
Of course, important. Very important.
Yes.
Now they've got Sims beat.
Completed some build mode improvements, tweaks, and fixes. Improved the skin texture of the characters. More secrets. January 2021. Improved the build mode, adding more tools and mod support for furniture. Improved the character 3D model, the texture mapping, UVs, and the animation rig. Improved the art style of the characters and clothing. Researched and tested procedural animation-related features.
Ooh.
Which, if you know what procedural animation is, you know that's a very good addition to have.
Oh, I 100% agree. Once implemented correctly, for sure.
First public community brainstorming on relationships. Also, they've got a little screenshot here showcasing console commands.
Wow. Look at those command. Look at that command menu.
February 2021. Improved the build mode, adding more features and fixing bugs. Added body and face deformations for the improved adult model. Researched and tested procedural animation related features. Created more custom content integration tools. Second public community brainstorming on aging. Secrets. And where we are now. Added picture frame customization. Oh yeah, I saw this. This is cool. So, check this out.
Checking. Oh wow, look at that picture frame stuff.
Oh, but it gets better.
Oh, you can choose the pictures inside the picture frame.
Yes. But
even better, you can look at walls.
It gets better, Redford.
Okay, I'm waiting for the better.
You can make custom pictures from files on your computer.
But how do they know what files are in your computer? Wow.
That is cool,
But
though,
I-
right?
Oh, for sure.
Also,
but I
look,
wonder how much money
You can
have
use
to pay
files
for a
on your
game.
computer to put things on pillows.
But here's a better question: how many DLCs do you have to purchase to acquire all of this game? There's
None.
no way it can be all for one.
It's an all-in-one package, baby.
Oh no, but that's not right. AAA gaming's supposed to be sold in packaging. This isn't right at all.
This is indie gaming, baby.
Indie gaming, great.
Indie games like this show how fucking bullshit most of the stuff PR reps say is. Because
Oh, for sure.
They are already blowing The Sims out of the water. A game made by a AAA company. And that's they are taking not just The Sims 4. They're blowing a copy of The Sims 4 with all the DLC out of the water with a game made by a AAA company with this game made by a low-budget indie game studio that hasn't even finished the game yet.
And technically, it's almost out, right?
Oh no! It's we don't even have a release date.
So they're still working on it.
Yeah, this is basically early development, mid development at the latest.
So we don't even know.
And somehow, we don't even have an estimated release year.
Wow.
That's how early in development it is. And think, Redford, they're this early in development, and compared to a version of The Sims 4 with all the DLC, a game made by a AAA company, they are already blowing it out of the water.
Oh.
Somehow, EA tries to tell us they couldn't do something like this.
It's just too much work for all of our hard-working developers. You don't want them to work overtime, do you? They already do.
Yeah. While they underpay and overwork the people the developers in their company as well.
Oh, for sure. And then if you don't work overtime because they technically can't make it mandatory, well, they'll just let you go the next year. Don't worry.
Yep. Anyway, improving the build mode, adding more user-friendly features and fixing bugs, adding body and face deformations for improved adult model, testing more character and clothes textures, designing and implementing the animation systems and its mod support, more character animations, brainstorming and designing different aspects of the game. Next steps: simulation mode, basics, interactions, animations, and pathfinding. So we've gotten to the game where they're starting to add the actual simulation elements of character interactions, and they'll probably be starting to add systems like jobs and making money, and that's where are in the game. We're that early in development. We're still working on the foundations early in development.
This is going to be too confusing for new players. They're going to have too much to do.
Oh, and for anyone, since I'm, putting this in the video, for anyone who is interested in Patreon, let me take you through their tiers.
Oh, and it's all in Eurodollar.
Well, because I live in the UK, so it's showing me pounds.
Oh, crap. How was I supposed to know that?
Okay. So...
Oh, look at that. Legend.
Yeah. Adult. The lowest tier, adult. Lowest reward tier. You can pay lower than this. But if you want rewards for paying, this is the lowest tier. Adult. £2.50 per month, plus VAT. But, in the UK, the VAT is usually included in the price, because in America, they don't, because it varies by state.
Yep.
But that's not the case over here, so they just include that with the label.
Oh, nice.
Yes. You will for just £2.50 a month, you will unlock your name in the game credits, access to exclusive posts on the Patreon, updating you on the game's progress, community polls, and a patron Discord role and channel.
Mm-hmm.
For £4, all rewards from previous tiers. This is the Elder tier. All rewards from previous tiers. HD and 4K wallpapers. Free Paralives soundtrack upon release of the game.
Oh, wow.
Ancient, £8. All rewards from previous tiers. Your naming credits under Super Patron. Discord Super Patron. Yeah, Discord Super Patron role and access to developer channel. Which I assume is you get to watch the devs do their inner working talkings.
Nice.
Yeah, access to work-in-progress screenshots on Discord developer channel. Hero, £15 a month. All rewards from previous tiers. Name a randomly generated townie or pet. Receive personalized Paralives postcards signed by the team from time to time. You get postcards!
Wow. They actually write postcards. That's something no one does.
Access to 1 hour weekly chat session with dev team. And finally, Legend tier, £38.50. All rewards from previous tier. We will recreate you as a townie that can randomly appear in the game if you want. Unlocks after pledging for 3 months.
I want that.
So you can be in a video game, Redford. Alexa, shut up.
Shut up!
See, that works too.
Shut up! Shut
yeah.
up!
So yeah, you can be in a video game, Redford.
Well, if only I could ever become that cool.
Name an item in the game. For example, Kevin's old oven.
Oh, Kevin's old oven?
Yes.
Lol.
That's an example. So you could have, like, Redford's lawn gnome.
Something better. Redford's waifu body pillow.
Signed poster upon release of the game. So, if you get the maximum tier, you get a townie based off you. You get an item that you name. You get a signed poster. You get you from time to time get postcards from the development team. You get the soundtrack for free on release. You get access to exclusive developer channels on the Discord. You get to chat for 1 hour a week with the devs. You get to take part in polls. So, if you want The Sims to be taken down and shown who's boss, while getting some cool swag at the same time.
That sounds awesome.
And yeah, let me just, before I close off this video, see if there are any cool development videos on their Paralives YouTube channel that I missed. I think I got all of them, though. Okay. So let's see. I think yeah. Paralives, name customization. Yeah, got the major stuff. Oh, there was a video showing the day-night cycle, actually. Might as well take a quick look at that.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so let me show you some of the earlier videos, because you saw the screenshots and the GIFs, but you didn't actually see the videos.
Sure.
So here's the window and curtain resizing. Which, if you'll notice, I don't know if you picked up on this immediately, Redford.
Probably not.
When you move things in The Sims, they snap to a grid.
Right.
That's fair. They don't do that here.
Oh, so they're actually smart?
Look, you can move them however you want.
That's awesome.
and this was really early in development before they upgraded the graphics. You have the curved wall, split level thing.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw the curved wall bit,
Right.
but you can do this as well.
The adjusted leveling. Ooh. I mean, imagine The Sims losing most of its player base except for fanboys who just want to be edgy and not join because they don't know what fun is. Or people that are graphics only. People say, oh, The Sims is better graphics, so I won't play it.
Yeah, but you've seen the screenshots. Graphically, it does actually look on par with The Sims.
I agree. It's just, there's going to be those fanboys. You and I both know it.
Well, yeah, there's always going to be fanboys. And fangirls, we don't discriminate.
I do. I mean, I don't. Yeah, I hear you.
Also, yeah, lock customization.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Like, you could have a massive you could just corner off a massive section of the street and just have a giant mansion. Which you can't do in The Sims because lot sizes are dictated for you.
Right, and that's based on purchase price.
Yeah. But
which, though accurate, not necessarily fun.
And, purchase price is still based on lot size. As you see, the bigger ones do cost more. But it's just that they give you the option to put the lots wherever you want. As long as there is free open land, you can put down lots, purchase them, have your giant free block mansion.
Just wait till the modding community gets a hold of it.
They'll probably do something stupid like remove the cap on how many parafolk you can have in one family. And then just make one giant harem family.
Right.
That you
that
know,
is something I can see them doing.
know at least one person is going to do that.
Oh yeah.
Also, yeah, more resize, stack, and flip stuff. You can literally just change what side of the table the drawers are on.
They would do that. It's still really cool. Look at all that customization.
Also,
man.
see
just
those shelves? See how they'd normally be just decorative in The Sims? You can actually put stuff in them in this. Not on them, in them.
Wow. Can you imagine just like how many people are going to start ranting and raving how much better this is in The Sims when it actually comes out?
People already
I mean, they probably already are.
Yeah, I was about to say people already are.
Are there any fanboys defending The Sims still?
Also, yeah, look at this cool dual monitor setup.
Oh, nice.
Also, look at this plant. Somebody gave me this plant. Shout out for this plant.
Someone did the plant.
Have you seen that clip?
Shout out to the plant? No.
Oh, I'll show you it in a bit. Here we are with the customizable beds. Look at this. This is super cool, actually. So look at this double bed, right?
Okay. Very nice. Oh, it's a triple. One.
Yep. And you can make a bunk bed just like that.
Oh.
And from the looks of it, there'd be nothing stopping you from making a double bunk bed. Taking like a king-sized bed with 3 pillows and just turning that into a bunk bed. There'd be nothing stopping you.
Well, you're not wrong. Still, that's so cool. Just all that customization.
Yep. Then we have the Halloween stuff. We saw a screenshot of this. But, you get to see it in motion, which is a little nice. Look at the cute little ghost.
Wow.
Yeah. So, you can already add this game to your wish list on Steam.
Definitely doing that as soon as I get that extra time after Genshin Impact, you know?
Also, now everyone is satisfied because you can have your toilet paper outie or innie based on your personal
Oh yeah,
preferences.
no one does that.
Yeah. Let's see. It's going to be just like an hour of this video that isn't even E-free.
Still, this is crazy.
And it's already like... Okay, this is what they were talking about text customization. You can't do this in The Sims, look.
No, you can't. His last words were, "Please wish list Paralives." That's awesome.
And look! It now displays that text on the tombstone.
That's awesome. I mean, accurate, but
also,
awesome.
You can place tombstones just whenever you want. You don't have to, if you're going for that goth aesthetic, you don't have to deliberately kill Sims just to get tombstones.
You don't have to be you don't have to be that evil guy that says, "All right, I need 10 of you to die for me."
Yeah. And then
There's gonna be people that do it anyways.
Oh, I mean, yeah, obviously. Look at how smoothly that fits in.
Wow, that's so smooth. And look how nice it looks. Look at all the knobs. Goodness.
Yeah.
The door handles. I like the knobs.
You're a big fan of knobs, aren't you, Redford?
I like my knobs extra thick. Extra thick.
You got to be able to give them a firm grip, you know?
You got to make sure when, that oily, juicy stuff is lubricated on it, it squeaks real nice. No!
Embrace the dark side, Redford.
I'm sorry, I just realized one of the bounties I got in Genshin is ridiculous because it got rid of all my mains.
As in it beat them, or it's immune to all their elements?
It's immune to Electro and Geo, which is both my mains.
Uh-oh. This is why you make sure you have a party of at least 3 mains.
My other main's a healer, so she can't do damage.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O.
Yeah, this is one.
Yo, that chicken looks really good.
Not do this bad. Oh man, it's almost anime good.
Whereas in The Sims, food is just like a flat texture. Am I wrong?
Truth. Not wrong. Oh, freaking.
Yep.
Oh, look at they're customizing.
Yeah.
Look at them pictures.
You could have just like an absolutely massive present. And be like, this one goes to the para I based on myself.
Truth.
What is that fucking luminescent pineapple, though?
But somebody likes to have that SpongeBob stuff, you know?
Yeah, but, his pineapple house didn't fucking glow.
You're not wrong.
Also, I feel like having stockings that close to a fireplace would be a fire hazard.
You would think, but no one ever listens to the fire people.
Wait, did the fire people actually advise against putting your stockings above the fireplace?
Well, it depends on the type of fireplace, but
Let's see. And then we have, the earphone customization. You can pretty much guess what those look like.
I don't know what an earphone is.
Okay.
I'm just being stupid.
No. Here we go.
Just gotta eat the vegetables now.
Put your fucking words where your mouth are. bitch.
I just say stupid things all the time.
I do like how you can actually like change the patterns and the textures and stuff too, instead of just like the coloring of them. Whereas
True,
in The Sims, if you wanted a different like logo on your T-shirt, you'd need to like buy the DLC that had that T-shirt that's the same as one of the ones in the vanilla game, except it has this logo on it.
Right.
Let's be honest, the reason they took out texture customization was to justify selling you more clothes.
Oh yeah. And I think this game's on the right track to earning at least $1 million.
I'm confident they're going to make a profit on this.
At least $1 million?
Yeah, who knows?
Oh, and plus they have a Patreon, so they already are making money.
Yeah. I mean, most of that money is going into the development of the game, granted, but you know.
You're right. It helps pay the bills.
Yeah, it better. Like you saw in like the development thing, the dude quit his job to focus on game development.
I mean, it makes sense,
if
you ask me.
Which is always a gamble. Like, look at No Man's Sky and how the dude had to mortgage his house.
That's true, but again, any business investment is always a gamble. You always have to take risks if you want to make it big.
Okay. How pretty is the sunset? Because that's a big thing. Sunset's gotta be pretty. Oh, it's good. It's good. Oh, I like it.
Wow. People pay money to see that in real life.
They do?
Well, I mean, have you ever heard of the idea of people going to different countries, different states to see the different color sunsets?
No.
In Arizona, the sunset's different than it is in Florida or Utah.
What the
So people pay money to go see the sunset there.
Wait.
Well, what did you see?
Wait for it. I saw like a dog-shaped cloud. Look at it. There.
Doggo-shaped cloud?
Yeah, it's just floating up there. Like, what the fuck?
I'm sure they just threw that in there just to make people laugh.
Okay. Anyway, yes, E3 Rewind 2001, where we go on a tangent about like Paralives for like the last 30 minutes. This is now a 7-hour, 40-minute video. So, E3 Rewind 2001. Your closing thoughts, Redford?
I didn't see a single booth girl, so I'm a little disappointed. I'm pretty sure you saw that coming, though.
Yeah.
That was pretty predictable.
Yeah. I mean, that's just you in general. You're pretty predictable.
But I beg to differ. I'm going to do something terribly unpredictable now. Local Florida man commits crime in Utah. That's still probably pretty predictable. No?
Closing thoughts, Redford.
Well, besides no booth girls and being extremely disappointed by that, I'm impressed. I felt a little nostalgic because I actually played a few of those games back on, back in the day.
Yeah.
How cliche that sounds. And I remember that getting me into gaming because the games were just the games that I played at least were high quality. So it was definitely nostalgic, and all I can feel is a sense of dread as we keep getting up in the years, as I know the games are going to start going downhill. Not anytime soon, but the golden age is waning.
Like, I'd say mid to late PS3 era, it was when they reached a low point. Because that was when the stingy AAA practices were starting to come in, but the indie scene hadn't made its big breakout yet.
Right, and Oblivion hadn't started selling horse armor just yet.
House armor.
House armor. For free! Yeah, for free!
Imagine putting armor in your house.
I mean, come on, they do it. Don't put it past them.
Anyway, yeah. So, Any comments on like Pikmin or Luigi's Mansion or Melee?
Never finished Pikmin, but I liked it. I just kept dying to the time limit. And Melee, I still think Brawl's better. And what was the other one? Luigi's Mansion.
Yeah.
Never finished it because I kept getting trapped in the puzzles.
Yeah. The Pikmin thing doesn't really surprise me, Redford. I mean, you strike me as a guy who has very poor time management skills.
100%.
Let's see. Then we have, what were the main things that stuck out from me from PlayStation? There was Jak and Daxter.
Very good, very good.
Let's see. There was Metal Gear Solid 2.
Perfectly planned. 100%.
Then there was one other thing. Oh yeah, there was the Silent Hill 2 and the Devil May Cry.
Oh wow.
Actually, you know what, Redford? This video is already super long, so let's include one last thing.
Okay. But I refuse.
Okay. Let's go with the short version of this, but I want you to keep in mind this game came out, let's see. Alexa, when did Metal Gear Solid 2 release?
I mean, I didn't play it, but I watched all the cutscenes.
God damn it, you talked over her.
Nailed it.
Yeah. Release date. Not Soldier, Solid.
Metal Gear Soldiers. Lol.
Okay, it came out 13th November 2001, right?
Right.
So, like, back in the late days of, but still back in the days of, like, dial-up internet, you know?
Sure.
Like, the internet was still starting to take off. We were still using forums and Skype.
Sure. What Skype?
Yes. Now, I'm gonna sync this video up with you.
Okay.
Because this is a cutscene from Metal Gear Solid 2, which again came out in 2001. Ready?
Ready.
3, 2, 1.
But there are things not covered by genetic information. What do you mean? Human memories, ideas, culture, history.
Genes don't contain any record of human history.
Is it something that should not be passed on? Should that information be left at the mercy of nature?
We've always kept records of our lives, through words, pictures, symbols, from tablets to books.
But not all the information was inherited by later generations. A small percentage of the whole was selected and processed, then passed on. Not unlike genes, really.
That's what history is, Jack.
But in the current digitized world, trivial information is accumulating every second, preserved in all its triteness, never fading, always accessible.
Rumors about petty issues, misinterpretations, slander.
All this junk data, preserved in an unfiltered state, growing at an alarming rate.
It will only slow down social progress, reduce the rate of evolution.
Right. You seem to think that our plan is one of censorship.
Are you telling me it's not?
You're being silly. What we propose to do is not to control content, but to create context.
Create context?
The digital society furthers human flaws and selectively rewards development of convenient half-truths. Just look at the strange juxtapositions of morality around you.
Billions spent on new weapons in order to humanely murder other humans.
Rights of criminals are given more respect than the privacy of their victims.
Although there are people suffering in poverty, huge donations are made to protect endangered species. Everyone grows up being told the same thing.
Be nice to other people.
But beat out the competition.
You're special. Believe in yourself and you will succeed.
But it's obvious from the start that only a few can succeed.
You exercise your right to freedom, and this is the result. all rhetoric to avoid conflict and protect each other from hurt. The untested truths, spun by different interests, continue to churn and accumulate in the sandbox of political correctness and value systems.
Everyone withdraws into their own small gated community, afraid of a larger forum. They stay inside their little ponds, leaking whatever truth suits them into the growing cesspool of society at large.
The different cardinal truths neither clash nor mesh. No one is invalidated, but nobody is right.
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed in truth.
And this is the way the world ends. Not with a bang, but a whimper.
Oof, accurate.
So, again, I'd like to remind you that that cutscene was in a game that came out in 2001.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That speech is more relevant now than when the game came out.
Oh, 100%. It's almost like they kind of predicted it, don't you think?
They even used the word political correctness, which didn't become a big buzzword until, what, like the 2010s?
Right.
So yeah. Okay. Anyway. And finally, closing thoughts on... Microsoft had a much smaller showing than the other two, but thoughts on them? None, then?
No, not really. I think I've pretty much said my piece. It was, as far as I could tell, it was interesting. A bit nostalgic, but in the end, I was satisfied knowing that there was a time where games were just games.
Yeah. Also, Redford?
Next
week, set an alarm.
Next week what?
Set an alarm.
7 hours? Oof. Yeah, might want to break that one up.
Set an alarm so that you
Set an
actually
alarm.
show up on time.
I probably will. Probably will fall asleep through it like I normally do.
Yes. Anyway, I'm going to end this almost 8-hour recording now.
Very well.